Chapter 4:24. The towering Tian-Ti mountain pierced through the clouds, reaching a height of 1,000,000 meters. It was at the center of Central Continent. It was the land of inheritance, the mountain of sages. In ancient times, it was the ladder of immortals and mortals, leading to the celestial court. Immortal Crane sect's elite disciples were standing at the foot of Tian-Ti mountain. They had already waited for an hour. How much longer do we have to wait? This Fang Yuan is putting on too much airs, isn't he? Shoo, be quiet. He is Guyue Fangjing's brother, and now the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Speaking of which, Fangjing's brother is really amazing. He even defeated Feng Kim-hong, Shao Qi-xing, and Ying Xingji. So what? If I had a sect supreme elder supporting me and activating fixed immortal travel gu, I would also be able to obtain the blessed land. Our sect's elders are really scheming. On the surface, they sent Fang Zheng to attract the firepower, but the real trump card is his brother, Fang Yuan. To make this matter seem real, Crane Gate lied to the sect's disciples. Crane Gate's disciples only then knew that there was a Guyue Fang Yuan in their sect. In these 3 months, Guyue Fang Yuan became the most discussed person in Crane Gate's disciples. He was low-key and mysterious, attracting everyone's curiosity. He amazed the world with a single brilliant feat, helping Crane Gate obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and even gaining face for Crane Gate, causing other disciples to feel proud. The discussions behind him continued to enter Fangjing's ears. Fang Zheng stood at the front of the crowd. His gaze was heavy as he looked at Tian-Ti mountain. These days he was like a walking corpse. He did not know how he survived. When Fang Zheng left Qingmao Mountain, he was determined to take revenge, to seek justice for his dead clansmen. He was burdened with a blood feud, and the strong will of vengeance supported him, forcing him to cultivate diligently. He worked harder than all the other disciples and did not slack off at all. He had imagined countless times that when he found Fang Yuan, he would defeat Fang Yuan, make him kneel on the ground, and repent for all that he had done on Qingmao Mountain. The people in the underworld who knew about this would be able to rest in peace. Therefore, when he was climbing Danghun Mountain, he wanted to give up countless times, but he persevered countless times. Every time he thought of Fang Yuan, there would always be a strong force in his heart that supported him and allowed him to continue climbing. He was determined to obtain Hu Immortal Inheritance, not only because he did not want to disappoint his master and the sect's expectations, but also because Hu Immortal Blessed Land increased the possibility of his revenge by several times. However, he never expected that the blow of fate would come so suddenly and so heavily. Guyue Fang Yuan, his biological brother, the protagonist of countless nightmares, had suddenly appeared on top of the mountain. Then, in front of everyone, he seized the inheritance, and even Gu immortals could do nothing about it. The defeated Fang Zheng returned to the sect. Shock, pain, bewilderment, fear. He knew the sect's lies, he was an insider, and knew the truth of the matter. But it was precisely because of this that the shadow in his heart grew even larger. This shadow was something Fang Yuan had cast on him since he was young. Why is Big Brother so smart? But I am stupid. Why did I still lose to Fang Yuan despite cultivating so hard? Why was it like this in Southern Border and now in Central Continent? Don't tell me that I, Guyue Fang Zheng, will have to live under his shadow for the rest of my life and never be able to defeat him. Every time Fang Zheng thought of this, an unwillingness would rise up from the depths of his heart, giving him even more motivation to cultivate even harder. But this time was different. It was different. Thinking of the mission given to him by the sect before he came, Fang Zheng's body could not help but shiver. The blessed land was in Fang Yuan's hands. The sect had to recruit Fang Yuan in order to obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land. As long as he was willing to hand over Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he would become an elder of Crane Gate. In Central Continent's sects, from bottom to top, they were outer disciple, inner disciple, elite disciple, and true disciple, rising through the ranks. Above the disciples were elders. Their cultivation was rank 4, and they were in charge of all aspects of the sect. Above the elders were sect leaders. Their cultivation was at least rank 5 middle stage, and they were in charge of the sect's affairs. Above the sect leader was the Grand Elder. These supreme elders were all Gu immortals. They were usually secretive and rarely seen, cultivating in seclusion. When the sect was on the brink of destruction, or when a major event occurred, they would come out and let the world know of the deep foundation of Crane Gate as one of the 10 great sects. Ever since I joined Crane Gate, I have been cultivating hard all these years, from outer disciple to inner disciple, then from inner disciple to elite disciple. During the sect assessment, I obtained the first place among the elite disciples with great difficulty. As for him, Feng Yuan, as long as he said a word, he could easily become an elder of the sect. Any disciple who sees him would have to bow and greet him. Every time Feng Jing thought of this, he would feel an incomparable pain in his heart. If Feng Yuan really became an elder, then he, Feng Zheng, would have to bow and greet this great enemy of his in the future. What fun would there be in such a life? What meaning would there be? Master, could it be that all the efforts I've put in have been meaningless? At this moment, Feng Jing stood at the foot of Tian-Ti Mountain, waiting for Feng Yuan to summon him. He could not help but fall into deep self-doubt. Master Tenchiru immediately consoled him. Feng Zheng, you need to correct your mentality. Crane Gate sacrificed a lot for Hu immortal inheritance, including an immortal Gu. For the sake of the sect, we need to look at the big picture and temporarily put down our personal grudges. Feng Zheng, you need to understand, it was Crane Gate who nurtured you. Now the sect needs you to make some sacrifices. You need to look at the big picture. You cannot be ungrateful. Saying this, Master Tenchiru sighed in his heart. He understood Feng Jing very well, thus he was even more worried. All along, the thought of revenge was like a pillar that supported Feng Jing forward. It had already become his cultivation obsession. But now the sect's order was to destroy this obsession of Feng Jing's. This was more fatal than any injury. It was very likely that Feng Jing would suffer such a blow and become dispirited, unable to recover from this setback. But what can we do? After all, that is a blessed land. And at the same time, there is a forbidden land like Danghun Mountain. The gut stones on the mountain will be supplied to the sect's disciples, and the whole sect's strength will rise sharply. Besides this, Feng Yuan has Blood Skull Gu, and even fixed immortal travel Gu. The value of these things is too great. How can a mere elite disciple compare to them? Master Tenchiru sighed in his heart, but on the surface he said to Feng Zheng, My good disciple, you need to restrain your desire for revenge. A little impatience will spoil great plans. Treat this as a tempering of your nature. When you see your brother, do not attack. In the blessed land, you are not your brother's match. Saying this, Master Tenchiru could not help but think of He Fingyang's instruction before they set off. I know the grudge between the two brothers, Feng Yuan and Feng Jing. If there is a need, we can sacrifice Feng Jing. You can negotiate on behalf of Feng Jing. He Fingyang was under a lot of pressure. All the supreme elders were paying attention to this matter. Master, you want me to treat this as a tempering of my nature? I will try my best. Feng Jing's fists loosened and loosened, showing the struggle, pain, and anger in his heart. Some people were determined to take revenge, and trained bitterly, only to find that their enemy was dead. This was pain. Some people were determined to take revenge, and trained bitterly, only to find their enemy, but they could not defeat him, and his enemy was still living happily. This was even more pain. Some people were determined to take revenge, and trained bitterly, only to find that they could not defeat their enemy. They even had to negotiate in a friendly manner, hoping that their enemy would become their superior. This was the greatest pain of all. Feng Zheng, don't be too conflicted. Feng Yuan is not having a good time either. The blessed land has an earthly calamity. You cannot imagine the might of an earthly calamity. Even if your brother has immortal Gu, he is still immortal. In a while, he will deeply understand the terror of an earthly calamity. By then, the earthly calamity will be full of loopholes, and the losses will be severe. This trip of yours has a high chance of success. Master Tenchiru consoled him. Feng Zheng heard this, and his mood relaxed a little. The earthly calamity has started. Feng Yang muttered. He lived in seclusion behind the scenes. 1 was to protect these elite disciples. 2 was to prevent other Gu masters from plotting against them. And 3 was to help Feng Yuan at the crucial moment if he could not resist the earthly calamity. At this moment, he stared at the location of Hu immortal blessed land hidden on Tianti Mountain, and sensed the destructive aura unique to the earthly calamity. Soon his lips curled up, because on Tianti Mountain there was a phenomenon. Piece after piece, the phantom image of a grassland appeared on Tianti Mountain. It was like smoke or fog, illusory and not real. How could there be a grassland on the mountain? This was the loophole of the blessed land, and it was a rather large loophole, allowing outsiders to peek at the scene inside the blessed land. Such a loophole could only be stuffed in some Gu worms. There was still some distance before Gu masters could enter. Master Tenchiru had already shouted, "The loophole has appeared. Quick! Send the lightning symbol paper crane Gu in." Feng Zheng gritted his teeth, and under everyone's gaze, he injected his primeval essence and activated his Gu worm. The lightning symbol paper crane Gu shot into the loophole like a bolt of lightning. But soon, the phantom image of the grassland turned into a lump of primeval chi, dissipating from heaven and earth. The lightning symbol paper crane Gu flew 2 rounds before returning to Feng Zheng's hand. This is Feng Yuan. He gave up the blessed land on his own accord, completely abandoning it. It seems he is worried that the loophole will form a passage and allow outside Gu masters to enter. Feng Yang was slightly shocked, but soon sneered. "I'll let you cut it. Let's see how far you can cut it. Every piece of blessed land you give up is the same as cutting your own flesh." However, after a while, Feng Yang's expression changed completely. He is still cutting the blessed land? It is probably several thousand mu. He has some courage. No wonder he could take the risk to snatch the inheritance. After a while, Feng Yang's expression turned ugly. Chapter 4:25. On Tianti Mountain, the holes were densely packed and were appearing frequently. Not only the elite disciples of Crane Gate were watching closely, there were also many Gu immortals hiding behind the scenes, paying close attention. Using this time, Feng Zheng tried 3 more times, finally successfully sending the lightning paper crane Gu into the blessed land. A green bird spread its wings and flew over, following the hole and entering Hu immortal blessed land. This is letter sending green bird Gu. What is Feng Juga trying to do? Feng Yang saw this, and his expression turned grim. But at the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size, his mouth opened wide, and his face was filled with extreme shock. Oh my God! He actually cut off such a big piece of blessed land. Feng Yang was tongue-tied. He was like a stone statue. Feng Yuan gave away a whole 500,000 square kilometers of blessed land. The entire mountainside of Tianti Mountain was filled with the shadows of the blessed land. A large grassland covered everyone's vision. A Gu immortal reacted the fastest. His sword light flashed, and he revealed his true body. Ha ha ha! Such a huge blessed land. It is mine. No one can snatch it from me. Zhen Yisheng shouted excitedly. He wanted to pull this territory into his own blessed land and expand his territory. But right at this time, a lightning light shot out. Fuck me. Zhen Yisheng was caught off guard. He cursed and was sent flying by the blue charm lightning shadow like a cannonball. Zhen Yisheng was not easy to deal with. He immediately fought with the blue charm lightning shadow. The commotion was intense. The mountains shook. The elite disciples of Crane Gate were all dumbfounded. What made them even more shocked was more than 10 figures appeared on the battlefield like a pack of hungry wolves. They split up this 500,000 square kilometers of Hu immortal blessed land at lightning speed. You damned bitches! I lured the monster away. I worked hard and did a great job, but you didn't leave anything for me. I am your ancestor. I curse you to have your assholes blocked when you shit, and to have sons that grow on your heads." One sword was so angry that he shouted. He had never suffered such a huge loss in his life. He was in a sorry state after being chased by the blue charm shadows. There's also that little thief Fong Yuan. He's truly vicious and audacious, actually scheming against me. Fight me if you have the guts. He shot out the flying sword Lettergu. The flying sword Lettergu's speed was extremely fast. Furthermore, it had the ability to pierce through space. Even if there were no loopholes, it could still shoot into the blessed land. Everyone at the crane gate was dumbfounded. Is this the demeanor of a Gu immortal? This Jian Yisheng is truly an embarrassment to us Gu immortals. He Fengyang could not help but cover his face with his hands. At this moment, it glowed with a platinum light. There was a vermilion gate tower within the light. It was 30 meters tall and had a 9-colored plaque on it. The pink auspicious clouds gathered, and the rainbow light shone on Fengzheng's body. In the blink of an eye, Fengzheng disappeared from where he stood. Moving the blue charm shadow or the desolate beast swamp crab out of the blessed land was beyond little Hu immortal's abilities. But to move a Fengzheng, it was still possible. Therein, He Fengyang's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. It was the blue charm shadow, but the platinum radiance brought along the vermilion door. It suddenly retracted. The blue charm lightning shadow's attempt to charge into Hu immortal blessed land failed. Fengzheng felt his vision blur for a moment before he focused his eyes again. The scenery around them had changed drastically. He was on the grassland, and the grass was all around his feet. The sea of clouds above their heads cast a thick shadow. Not far away, there were a few lakes with clear and crystalline waves. We've reached Hu immortal blessed land. Fengzheng reacted quickly. The goo worms on his body were all sealed, just like when he first entered the blessed land. A cloud of smoke rose in front of him and expanded to the size of a floor mirror. Feng Yuan's figure appeared in the mirror. He was sitting, leaning against the back of a chair. His legs were crossed, his left hand was placed on his raised knee, while his right elbow was placed on the large armrest, and his palm was supporting his face. His black hair hung down freely, and his eyes were half squinted. His leisurely and languid movements and demeanor gave off a dangerous, demonic, and dark feeling. "My adorable little brother, to think I could see you in Central Continent." Feng Yuan spoke. His voice was so foreign to Fengzheng, yet so familiar. Fengzheng's body shook. His eyes were filled with intense hatred as he growled. "Guyue Feng Yuan, you are a deranged demon, an executioner who slaughtered my kin. I will kill you with my own hands." Saying so, he charged towards Feng Yuan, but this Feng Yuan was just an image formed by a cloud of smoke. Fengzheng dispersed the smoke. Soon, the dispersed smoke gathered again, forming a perfect image of Feng Yuan. Fengzheng pointed at Feng Yuan and shouted, "Feng Yuan, you don't even have the courage to meet me? You coward, shameless traitor, inhumane bastard. The worst that could happen was death. Yet, in order to drag out an ignoble existence, you killed your entire family. How could you do such a treacherous thing? Are you still human?" He. Feng Yuan laughed heartily and leaned against the back of the chair in satisfaction. "My dear little brother, I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Whether I did it or not, they will die. If that's the case, why can't I live? Without my counterattack, do you think you will be brought back to Central Continent? On the contrary, I am the one who saved you. I'm your savior after all." Bullshit. Preposterous and shameless. Fengzheng heard Feng Yuan call himself his savior, and his nose became crooked. The smile on Feng Yuan's lips gradually disappeared, and he sighed. "Fengzheng, my little brother, you really disappoint me. You haven't improved at all these years. No matter how high your cultivation is, you are just someone's pawn. All right, let's get down to business. I have read the letter from Crane Gate. Don't talk nonsense about promising me the position of an elder from now on. Instead, we can make a deal. Feng Jing's chest heaved up and down, and his breathing was heavy. He stared at Feng Yuan's image with hatred in his eyes. This pair of brothers looked so similar, almost identical, and they had the most intimate blood connection. Unfortunately, they were mortal enemies. Feng Zheng breathed roughly a few times and finally restrained his surging killing intent towards Feng Yuan. Thinking of the sex orders, he said, "Our sect is not interested in the fox groups or gu worms in whom immortal bless land. But the guts gu on Dang Hun Mountain have some value. Our sect will send more disciples here. Bring them to Dang Hun Mountain." Stop. Before Feng Zheng finished speaking, Feng Yuan interrupted. "I still don't believe your Crane Gate's sincerity. This is what I want. Prepare it for me first, and give it to me as soon as possible. I don't have Yuan stone, but I have the corpse of the desolate beast swamp crab that can be used for the transaction as Yuan stone. The details are in the letter. Go back and take a good look." The moment he said that, a tiny lightning bolt flew over, landing in Feng Jing's hand. It was that electric paper crane goo. This electric paper crane goo had already been refined by Feng Yuan for his own use. The contents were the goo worms that Feng Yuan wanted, all kinds of materials, as well as the swamp crab's blood, meat, bones, carapace, and so on. Feng Zheng raised his head and was about to speak when the scene in front of him changed. He was transported out again. "Check it. Is there anything wrong?" After Feng Zheng left, Feng Yuan did not relax and instructed the land spirit. Blessed lands could not imprison immortal goo. Feng Yuan did not meet Feng Zheng personally because he was worried that there was an immortal goo hidden on him. Crane Gate was a huge clan. They would not lack immortal goo. Although Feng Jing's aperture could not hold an immortal goo and could easily leak the immortal goo's aura, but the goo master world was full of strange things. There were many methods to hide the immortal goo's aura. Feng Yuan had to be on guard against this. The land spirit checked it several times, and after confirming there was no problem, Feng Yuan relaxed. "I passed the earthly calamity. Is this considered a blessing in disguise?" Feng Yuan squinted, considering his situation. The situation in front of him. It was much more advantageous than what he had expected. In order to swallow who immortal blessed land, Crane Gate actually covered for their enemy, Feng Yuan. Such boldness, as expected of one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Everything was based on benefits, enemies, friends. Everything was built on this foundation. In other words, this was the so-called big picture view. Under the restrictions of the system, under the requirement of the big picture view, even if Feng Zheng hated him, so what? Wasn't he still obediently negotiating with him? Once they realize that they cannot control me, they will lose everything if they attack forcefully. So Crane Gate will come to negotiate and trade. Even if they find out, they won't say anything about the righteous and demonic factions colluding. Because Crane Gate has already admitted that I am their disciple. This is a meticulous plan, but this is what I need. Even if this disciple's identity is fake, it is enough to intimidate other forces. Looking at Jian Yisheng and Feng Zhuge's letters, I will know how precious this identity is. Feng Yuan thought. He did not mind this identity. In essence, he was still a demonic path cultivator. He was still a human. He could still do things freely. Nobody could restrict him. But at the same time, he could trade for other resources he needed. Come, I still want to go to Langya Blessed Land and snatch Connecting Heaven Goo. Now that I have Crane Gate to trade, I do not need to do so. But Crane Gate will not let me go after I snatch Who Immortal Blessed Land. Negotiating now is because they are afraid of me. There is no choice. I cannot be careless and give them a chance. Feng Yuan warned himself. As for his brother Feng Zheng, he was secondary. Killing him would at most raise his aptitude by using blood skull goo. But the disadvantage was that he would become enemies with Crane Gate and put himself in a dangerous situation. Killing his own brother. This was a pure demonic act. If outsiders knew about it, they would think that Feng Yuan had betrayed Crane Gate. By then, the 10 great sects and countless demonic path Gu immortals would place their greedy gazes on Hu immortal blessed land. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Once this matter was exposed, even if Crane Gate wanted to put on a show, they would not be able to do it. In Feng Yuan's current situation, raising his aptitude was secondary. No matter how much he raised his aptitude, he needed resources to cultivate. Chapter 4:26. Feng carefully looked at the densely packed letter that was flickering with lightning. Feng Yuan only wanted 3 things: yuan stone, gu worms, and materials. 5 million yuan stone? Sure, not to mention 5 million. Even 10 million or 50 million would be fine. Feng sneered. At the level of Gu immortals, immortal essence was the most important. They could have as many yuan stone as they wanted. They did not care. Oh, and 5 spring egg Gu? Feng was slightly stunned. Spring egg Gu was a rank 5 Gu. It looked like a white goose egg and was obtained by killing specific eggmen. If the spring egg Gu was planted deep underground, it would form a primeval water spring. This meant that a spirit spring could be grown. Every spring egg Gu represented a small-scale spirit spring. Every small-scale spirit spring, from the moment it forms to the moment it disappears, could produce at least 100 million yuan stone. But spring egg Gu's value was much higher than 100 million yuan stone. Gu immortals often bought them and planted them in their blessed land to form a spirit spring that could nourish all living beings. With a sufficient spirit spring, the primeval energy in the blessed land would be denser, and it would be beneficial for nurturing and strengthening Gu worms. On the contrary, without a spirit spring, the primeval energy in the blessed land would be diluted by immortal essence and produced. In a sense, spirit springs could save immortal essence. To think that this Feng Yuan, a mere mortal, also knows the importance of spring egg Gu. But this Gu is in short supply even for Gu immortals. How could we give you 5 at once? 3 is more or less enough. Your Hu immortal blessed land will belong to our Crane Gate sooner or later. Feng shifted his gaze and looked at the contents below. Below, Feng Yuan listed many Gu worms. What does he want so many low-rank Gu worms for? Feng was puzzled. If Feng Yuan wanted those rank 5 high-quality Gu worms or rare and powerful ones, then so be it. But what he wanted to trade were some rank 2 and rank 3 Gu worms, although there were rank 4 ones. Their numbers were few. I understand. This kid's wariness was really strong. He is afraid that if he directly asks for a rank 5 Gu, we will tamper with the Gu worms, so he plans to refine the Gu himself. The process of Gu refinement had to be precise and meticulous. If a Gu worm was tampered with, it would destroy the entire refinement process. Conversely, successfully refined Gu worms are all safe and clean. Feng suddenly felt a little troubled. It turned out that he did have such a plan. Now that he saw this, he understood that this plot had failed before it could even be carried out. This kid is not easy to deal with, but how does he know so many Gu refinement recipes? Looks like his background is definitely not simple. Feng was secretly shocked, but on second thought he smiled again. This Feng Yuan, you don't know what's good for you. Was Gu so easy to refine? Every Gu refinement was a huge investment. The higher the rank of the Gu, the higher the failure rate and the greater the loss. How old are you? Gu refinement is not something that can be done with just talent. The most important thing is the accumulation of experience. Feng did not know Feng Yuan's background, nor did he know that fixed immortal travel Gu was refined by Feng Yuan. If he knew, he would not be able to laugh. Feng continued to read. Oh, among them he also asked for relic Gu. 1 yellow gold relic Gu. 3 purple crystal relic Gu? He Fengyang's gaze paused, knowing what Fang Yuan was planning. Fang Yuan had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. This was already known to the Gu immortals of the 10 sects. It was not a secret. Fang Yuan used a yellow gold relic Gu. That was rank 4 peak stage. After advancing to rank 5 initial stage, he could use 3 purple crystal relic Gu to jump to rank 5 peak stage. Crane Gate was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. It had a huge business. They naturally had these relic Gu. Every year, there would be disciples and elders who would unexpectedly obtain relic Gu and offer them to the sect in exchange for contribution points. And the sect would also give the bronze to purple crystal relic Gu. As the sect's mission rewards, they would be given out. He Fengyang could take out these relic Gu, but letting Fang Yuan advance to rank 5 so quickly was not in line with Crane Gate's benefits. This time, I will first trade a purple crystal relic Gu to make this Fang Yuan covet it. These relic Gu are what he wants the most. I need to stop him and make him trade the guts Gu. He Fengyang continued to read. Other than Gu worms, there were some materials. Most of these materials were very common. There were some rare Gu refinement materials, but they were not in large quantities. It seems this kid has made up his mind to refine Gu. Refine. But why does he want star heron bile, toadstone, ascension wine, and so on, these extremely uncommon materials? There were very few recipes that could be used for these materials. Some of them were as valuable as the parts of desolate beasts. Even He Fengyang had to spend a lot of effort to get these things. No matter if this kid is deliberately mystifying me or trying to divert my attention or refining some rare Gu worm, I cannot give him all these materials at once. By making him anxious, he would be able to find out his true intentions. I will give him a jar of ascension wine this time. This ascension wine was a top-quality wine, brewed by Crane Gate's 3rd Supreme Elder. It was He Fengyang who had joined the 3rd Supreme Elder over 100 years ago. During the banquet, the 3rd Supreme Elder was in a good mood and rewarded him with 3 jars of ascension wine. The 3rd Supreme Elder liked to drink wine. It was one of the pleasures of life. But He Fengyang did not like it. Ascension wine was the most worthless to him. At the end of the letter, He Fengyang saw the parts of the desolate beast swamp crab. He licked his lips. This was a desolate beast, an existence comparable to Gu immortals. So many desolate beast corpses. It seems this earthly calamity is a desolate beast calamity. This kid Fang Yuan's luck is really good. He used Dang Hun Mountain to kill the swamp crab soul and obtained such a complete swamp crab corpse. He Fengyang only needed a moment to guess the earthly calamity's situation. This swamp crab can be eaten completely, but did Fang Yuan ask for any rockmen in this letter? Is it because he does not know about rockmen and has limited knowledge? Or is it because the group that migrated there are still alive? There is too little information. What was the situation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land? How did Fang Yuan obtain fixed immortal travel Gu, and who was behind him? He Fengyang did not know these questions. Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea. These 5 regions were independent. They each had their own barriers and were extremely vast. Crane Gate did not even have complete control over Central Continent, not to mention extending their tentacles into Southern Border's various regions. However, ever since Fang Yuan snatched to immortal inheritance, Crane Gate had already sent elders to Southern Border to investigate. Several days later, "We're here. Let's plant the spirit spring here." On the grassland, Fang Yuan stopped and said to Little Hu Immortal, who was following behind him. Little Hu Immortal nodded her small head. She waved her hand, and spring egg Gu flew out. The spring egg Gu landed on the ground and drilled deep into the soil. In just a moment, Fang Yuan felt the ground shaking and the sound of flowing water. It became louder and louder. Next, with a bang, spring water spurted out of the ground. reaching a height of 20 to 30 feet. The spring water was milky white in color. Water vapor dissipated. After a few breaths of time, Feng Yuan could feel the primeval qi in the air. It had become extremely dense. Primeval qi is the source qi of all living beings. The more abundant the primeval qi, the more fertile the land, and the more lush the vegetation. The more prosperous the beast groups will be, the more benefits the rock men will gain. Feng Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The transaction with Crane Gate was a success. Feng Yuan sold all the swamp crab corpses. At the same time, he obtained a large portion of the things he wanted. Among them, there were 3 spring egg goo. This spring egg goo was rank 5. It was rank 5 and could only be used once, turning into a small spirit spring. Activating it had a high requirement on the Goo Master's primeval essence. At least a rank 5 upper stage Goo Master had to expend all their primeval essence to successfully activate it. Feng Yuan only had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. He could not activate the spring egg goo. But fortunately, he had the land spirit Little Who Immortal as Feng Yuan's helper. These 3 spring egg goo were buried by Feng Yuan near the Rockman tribe's homeland. After the 6th earthly calamity, the fox groups in Who Immortal blessed land were pitifully few and not worth nurturing. Feng Yuan placed all his attention on the Rockman tribe. Now, there were only a few hundred Rockmen left. They were even rarer than the foxes. But with Dang Hun Mountain and these 3 spirit springs, the Rockman tribe would rapidly grow stronger. Hee, Master, this is great. With these 3 spirit springs, the expenditure of green grape immortal essence will be reduced. Little Who Immortal smiled happily as she looked at the spring water spurting into the sky. These 3 spirit springs can produce at least 300 million yuan stone. It can last for 50 to 60 years. But for the entire blessed land, it is far from enough. Even the southern part of the blessed land is lacking. Feng Yuan said, Spirit springs were divided into small, medium, and large. Small spirit springs could last for 50 to 60 years, medium spirit springs could last for over 100 years, and large spirit springs could last for hundreds of years. The gushing spring water pushed the surrounding soil away, and the spring mouth gradually expanded. The spring water's momentum was not strong enough, and the height was slowly decreasing. After 4 to 5 days, the spring mouth would officially form, and the spring water would flow, soaking the surrounding soil. In the next few months, the dense primeval energy would condense into the first batch of Yuan stone. Let's go back first. The Rockman tribe over there should be overjoyed. Feng Yuan ordered the land spirit. In the next moment, the 2 teleported to Dang Hun Mountain. Heavens, so many gutstones. This place is a mess. There was indeed a huge battle. Maybe that male immortal is already dead. Our Rockman tribe will usher in a glorious tomorrow. Our descendants will be endless, tribe leader Yen Yong. We can build the largest Rockman tribe in the world. The stone men cheered and shouted, venting the excitement and happiness they felt at this moment. Dang Hun Mountain was filled with gutstones. Within 5 steps, there would definitely be one. The Rockmen enthusiastically crushed the gutstones, strengthening their souls. Many small Rockmen were already born, and they were also beating the gutstones. The new souls quickly grew stronger, allowing them to control more stones as their bodies. There were originally only a few hundred Rockmen left, but in just a day, their population expanded by 10 times. The larger the population, the faster the growth. On the second morning, their population broke 10,000. On the third evening, they had 300,000 tribesmen. All the gutstones on Dang Hun Mountain were also harvested. On the 4th day, Dang Hun Mountain started to show its might. The Rockmen could only reluctantly leave, majestically returning to their homes. Chapter 4:27. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. In the huge stone cauldron that was as tall as 5 people, The green-blue liquid was bubbling continuously. All in the water looked like it was boiling, but it was actually overflowing with cold air. Even if a rockman were to put his hand in, he would instantly turn into a popsicle. Fang Yuan stood in front of the cauldron, splitting his attention to control it while taking out the primeval elder goo. He multitasked, activating the primeval elder goo as pieces of yuan stone flew out. Plop, 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 yuan stone fell into the cauldron, splashing water. Primeval elder goo was a rank 3 storage goo. It could store 1,000,000 yuan stone at most. It was like a crystal ball, translucent. The clouds in the ball condensed into Old Man Cloud. There were a lot of yuan stone stored inside. Old Man Cloud was smiling. When yuan stone was little, it was a crying expression. When large numbers of yuan stone were thrown in, Old Man Cloud's smile gradually disappeared, turning into a bitter melon expression. Fang Yuan had used over 500,000 yuan stone in this goo refinement. If it was before, he would not have been able to afford it. But now he was rich and imposing. After selling the desolate beast swamp crab and buying a lot, he still had over 6,000,000 yuan stone left. Yuan stone was thrown in, forming a whirlpool in the cauldron, causing the liquid to spin rapidly. The cauldron was shaking slightly. The goo refinement was at a crucial moment. Fang Yuan was completely focused. He could not be distracted anymore. His forehead was soon covered in sweat. He could only call out softly, "Land spirit!" "Yes," Little Who Immortal answered crisply, quickly throwing silver ingots into the cauldron. The silver ingots fell into the water, causing the whirlpool to slow down. The silver ingots finally calmed the water in the cauldron, turning into solid silver ice cubes. Finally, the liquid in the cauldron completely froze. Large amounts of silver fog spread out. It froze the cauldron, even spreading 5 steps away, dyeing the ground silver. Fang Yuan breathed heavily. The goo refinement has been going on for 3 days. It is finally over. Rise. The silver ice cubes cracked. Goo worms flew out. These goo were all rank 3, shaped like small cups or trumpet flowers. His palm was wide enough to hold 3 of these goo. Their entire bodies shone with a brilliant silver light. Used to store liquids, they were used to store goo worms. Little Who Immortal counted carefully and beamed. She clapped her hands and said excitedly, 137, 146, 159. Master, you are amazing, refining 159, rank 3 goo at once. We can sell it for a lot of money. What are these goo worms? Hee, these are all silver light cup goo. I still need to use them to refine goo, so I won't sell them. Fang Yuan smiled. This silver light goo was refined by a goo immortal 380 years after Fang Yuan's previous life. The fusion continued. After reaching rank 5, it would be the goo Fang Yuan needed. Of course, it was impossible to sell it now. These days I have used large numbers of guts goo to strengthen my soul to 52 times that of a normal person. That was why he wasn't too tired. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with the result of this goo refinement. The benefits of strengthening the soul foundation were starting to show. If he Fengyang saw this, he would not dare to underestimate Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's goo refinement attainment. It was already much higher than him, but his head was still slightly dizzy. Every time he refined goo, his soul would be burdened. Not to mention Fang Yuan's large-scale goo refinement. If it was before, Fang Yuan could only rest and sleep to recover his soul. But now he had a better method. Land spirit, this cauldron is already useless. Get rid of it. I will take a walk outside. Yes, master. Little Who Immortal immediately started working. 3 to 4 days had passed. Large numbers of gut stones condensed on Dang Hun Mountain again. Fang Yuan casually stepped on a few pieces, and the flying guts goo immediately recovered his soul and even strengthened it a little. Fang Yuan immediately felt that his head was no longer dizzy, and his thoughts were as fast as lightning. He laughed heartily. This guts goo is indeed a legendary goo. Its effect is amazing. I might as well strengthen my soul to the limit today. 68 times. Fang Yuan felt refreshed, and his movements were light and quick. 77 times. Fang Yuan's thoughts were like lightning, every thought flashing like sparks. 85 times. The strength of Fang Yuan's soul had already surpassed the limit of his body. 92 times. Fang Yuan could clearly feel his soul. In his senses, his soul was grayish-white, and its appearance was no different from Fang Yuan's, except that it was extremely strong, with bulging muscles and a body like a bear or a tiger. And although Fang Yuan's body was strong, he only had the back of a wolf and the waist of a bee. His soul was stored in this body, and there was a feeling of pressure. Had he reached the limit? 93 times. Fang Yuan stored another guts goo, and his soul was strengthened again. This time, Fang Yuan felt an unprecedented carefree and comfortable feeling. This kind of pleasure was 100 times better than taking drugs, tasting delicacies, or even having intercourse. Even a tough man like Fang Yuan could not help but let out a moan of pleasure. The indescribable comfort and intoxication made one forget to return and enjoy the endless taste. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, but his heart was on high alert. He crushed the gutstone again, and his soul became stronger again. This time the feeling of comfort was several times stronger than before. 97 times, 98 times, 99 times. The feeling of comfort that came from the depths of his soul was so strong that Fang Yuan's whole body was trembling. His muscles and bones were numb, and the feeling was indescribable. 100 times. The intense intoxication was like a hurricane, and Fang Yuan almost fainted. This is the limit. I can't use guts goo anymore. Fang Yuan bit the tip of his tongue and used the pain to keep himself awake and not lose himself in it. Ordinary people could only raise their soul by 100 times, and it was commonly known as 100-man soul. This was also the limit of life and death. If the soul was strengthened even a little, the whole soul would explode with a loud bang. It would be like eating too much and causing the stomach to burst. But the explosion of the soul was countless times more serious than a bloated stomach. The soul would completely dissipate, instantly destroyed, and after being preserved for a period of time, it would slowly rot into white bones. If Fang Yuan was immersed in the pleasant feeling, he could not help but use another guts goo. He did not even have the chance to activate Autumn Cicada, and directly died, completely vanishing from this world. It is a pity I do not have Luo Pa Valley. In Luo Pa Valley, there is bewilderment fog, which can make the soul loose. There is also Luo Pa Wind, which can cut the soul. When the soul is tortured like this, it will become even more condensed and refined. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The strengthening of the soul was only an advantage in terms of quantity. It had to be refined and condensed. That was the advantage in quality. In this world, there were many goo masters who focused on soul cultivation, and they were collectively called Soul Path Goo Masters. Soul Path and Strength Path were equally famous. They were also the glory of the olden antiquity era. It was just that Strength Path had declined by now, but Soul Path had not declined. It was still a major path in the current era. The Goo Master who created Soul Path. In the entire history of the world, he was extremely famous. He was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, a rank 9 Goo Immortal who looked down on the universe and ignored all living beings. He was truly invincible in the world, a legend that dominated an entire era. At the same time, he was also the rank 9 Goo Immortal with the greatest killing intent. Among all the Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables, he killed the most people. In his dark era, he treated the 5 regions as his slaughterhouse. All living beings were silent. He could slaughter them as he pleased. They were powerless to resist. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once said, "In this huge world, Dang Hun Mountain is the best choice for strengthening the soul, and Luo Pa Valley is the best choice for refining the soul." If one could obtain a mountain and a valley, they would definitely achieve great success in soul path. They would be able to roam the world unhindered. Thus, Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were soul path gu cultivators, two sacred lands that were equally powerful. Fang Yuan was extremely fortunate to obtain Dang Hun Mountain. It was a great benefit from his rebirth. But the chances of obtaining Luopa Valley were very slim. He did not even know where Luopa Valley was. However, even though I do not have Luopa Valley, I can use other soul path gu worms to replace it. Divine Soul Gu, Dragon Soul Gu, Ice Soul Gu, Dream Soul Gu, Moon Soul Gu, General Soul Gu, Resentful Soul Gu, Poem Soul Gu, and others can refine my soul, allowing me to continue strengthening my soul and break through 100-man soul to 1,000-man soul, or even 10,000-man soul. He could not use Crane Gate to obtain these gu worms. If Crane Gate tampered with the gu worms that directly affected the soul, it would be too dangerous. But Fang Yuan knew very little about the refinement recipes of these gu worms. Most importantly, he had not considered which gu worm was most suitable for him. For now, 100-man soul is enough to deal with the situation. I should focus on how to trade rockmen. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered for a while before coming back to his senses. The desolate beast swamp crab had already been sold, but Fang Yuan did not intend to sell the gutstones for the following transactions. Selling the gutstones would strengthen Crane Gate. This was not something he wanted to see. In the following days, Fang Yuan continued to refine gu and cleanse his aperture. A month's time passed quickly. Because of Nine Eyes Liquorworm's help, Fang Yuan successfully advanced to rank 4-peak stage. At the same time, he refined 155 Golden Cup Gu. Golden Cup Gu and Silver Cup Gu were not much different. They were both rank 3 Gu used to store liquid. Next, he used Golden Cup Gu and Silver Cup Gu to refine together. After spending 7 days and 6 nights, with good luck, he finally obtained 3 rank for Golden Cup and Silver Cup Gu. He put down his work and looked at the Rockman tribe. So many days have passed, the Rockman tribe should have split up. Most of the stone man's life was spent sleeping. Normally speaking, when a Rockman is close to 300 years old, their soul will accumulate to a certain extent and they will be able to produce a descendant. After that, every 200 years, a young Rockman will be produced. If nothing goes wrong, when a Rockman lives to 1,000 years old and dies of old age, he will have 4 descendants. But because of the gutstones, the Rockman tribe's population increased rapidly, from a few hundred to over 300,000. The rapid increase in population caused the Rockman's internal conflicts to increase, intensify, and erupt. The Rockman's social structure was very loose. They could only organize 100,000 people at most. Sure enough, after the coup d'etat, the Rockman tribe split into 3, each tribe having an average of 100,000 people, each with a spirit spring as the center, settling down. Fang Yuan took out the newly refined slavery gu and gave it to Little Who Immortal Land Spirit. Slavery gu, from rank 1 to rank 5. Fang Yuan refined all rank 3 slavery gu. It was enough to control the Rockman tribe. Little Who Immortal moved the slavery, gu 10,000 li away, and directly used it on the crucial Rockmen. How could the Rockmen's souls be the match of Fang Yuan's 100-man soul? They were easily enslaved. In an instant, Fang Yuan controlled 3 Rockman tribe leaders, including Yen Yong, as well as more than 10 Rockman elders. At once, the 300,000 Rockmen were under his control, turning one's hand into rain. This move already had a trace of a gu immortal's elegance. Pure sight. Chapter 428. Not selling gutstones but rockmen? Feng looked at the letter in his hand with a dark expression. In Who Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain's guts gu was what Crane Gate needed the most. Once they had the guts gu to increase their soul foundation, the strength of all Crane Gate disciples would increase by 30%. Moreover, gutstones could not leave Dang Hun Mountain. that could only be mined on the spot. This way, using this excuse, Crane Gate's disciples could enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land. As time passed, Feng Yuan's vigilance would gradually decrease, and it would be much easier for Crane Gate to secretly tamper with him. But Feng Yuan refused to sell gut stones no matter what. He Feng Yang was gloomy. Since when did I, a grand Gu Immortal, have to be troubled by a mortal thief? He gritted his teeth as he thought. His handsome young face was now somewhat distorted. He had battle strength, but he could not use it. Feng Yuan was holed up in Hu Immortal Blessed Land like a tortoise, and with fixed immortal travel Gu he could leave at any time. He Feng Yang, and even the entire Crane Gate, were afraid of harming him, and did not dare to touch him for the time being. It seems that the rockmen that Hu Immortal moved in back then are still alive. But this thief Feng Yuan sold so many rockmen at once. How many guts Gu did he use to nurture them? Thinking of this, he Feng Yang felt his heart bleeding. Several months had passed since the last transaction. The time in Hu Immortal Blessed Land had been extended by 5 times. That was only about a year. Feng Yuan nurtured so many young and strong rockmen. If he gave these guts Gu to Crane Gate to nurture disciples, how good would that be? But this scoundrel Feng Yuan would rather nurture the rockmen than let immortal Crane sect use them. His heart could be destroyed. He could be destroyed. What made he Feng Yang angry was not just this. More importantly, he was still angry at himself. Feng Yuan sold so many rockmen. Even if he was a Gu Immortal, he could not help but be moved. In the Blessed Land, if there were enough rockmen, Gu Immortals could excavate underground and extract large amounts of underground resources. All kinds of metals, gems, ores, as well as Gu worms, underground creatures, and so on, came in an endless stream. Other than that, if there were more stone men, they would be able to build an underground city. This would indirectly expand the space of the Blessed Land. There was no strength in the Blessed Land. The resources that Gu Immortals excavated mostly came from the surface. This is just a flat surface. However, with the addition of the stone men, they could even use the underground. The benefits would definitely multiply, and on the market, the supply of stone slaves could not meet the demand. The stone man spent most of his life sleeping. An ordinary stone man would die at 1,000 years old. In his life, he could only produce 4 descendants. If he used soul path Gu worms to strengthen the rockman's soul, it was not impossible. Many Gu Immortals had tried but had never succeeded. There was only one reason. That was the cost. The value of a soul path Gu worm was much higher than a single rockman. Unless there were some Gu Immortals who had special needs for the rockmen, the losses would outweigh the gains. In this world, only Feng Yuan, who controlled Dang Hun Mountain, could do this. He could raise so many rockmen without restraint, and in this transaction, the price that Feng Yuan gave in the letter, it also moved he Feng Yang quite a bit. Even if Crane Gate did not use it himself, he could sell it for a profit. But even if there was a bargain in this transaction, he Feng Yang was still unhappy. He knew that this was the bait that Feng Yuan threw out. He was not afraid that you would not be moved. He was not afraid that you would not eat it. And just like what Feng Yuan expected, he Feng Yang was moved. Crane Gate would also be moved, and the other Gu Immortals would also be moved. The rockman slave trade would be popular for at least 100 years. Feng Yuan, this despicable thief, he is truly crafty. But with this batch of rockmen, first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, and third Supreme Elder could see the results. It can also make that Lei Ten shut his mouth, and I can finally let out a sigh of relief. He Feng Yang took a few deep breaths and calmed his heart. He squinted his eyes, and his lips curled into a cold smile. But Feng Yuan, don't be too smug. Since you don't want to sell Guts Gu, I won't sell Relic Gu either. Don't you want yellow gold Relic Gu and purple crystal Relic Gu? No way. Feng Yuan was lying on the chair, looking at Crane Gate's reply. Because the blue charm lightning shadow was still guarding Tianti Mountain, little Hu Immortal did not dare to open the Blessed Land's entrance. So Crane Gate used flying sword letter Gu. Fong Yuan took a look and saw the contents. He Fingyang's letter. Other than agreeing to the transaction, he also clearly stated he wanted to trade Guts Gu. For Guts Gu, he could sell Relic Gu. He could even personally help him pass the 7th earthly calamity. Fong Yuan laughed coldly. Letting He Fengyang enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land was much more dangerous than the earthly calamity. It was impossible. As for blocking Relic Gu, could it block Fong Yuan's lifeline? What a laughable plan. I will definitely not trade Guts Gu, but I can sell the Rockmen, and at the same time, I am not afraid Crane Gate will not be moved. But from now on, I can't always transact with a mortal crane sect. I need to expand. Fong Yuan pondered. With his 500 years of experience in his previous life, Fong Yuan knew that his selling price was slightly lower than the Gu Immortal market. Crane Gate would definitely make a profit from this transaction. But this was also Fong Yuan's intentional arrangement. Right now, he needed the identity of Crane Gate's disciple and also needed to stabilize and protect this weak and fake relationship. With this benefit in hand, the pressure on He Fengyang has eased. He wants to slowly scheme for my blessed land, and I also need this slowly. When I become a Gu Immortal in the future, would I still be afraid of Crane Gate's attitude? Fong Yuan smiled lightly. He looked at the letter again. At the end of the letter, He Fengyang had set a time, asking Fong Yuan to open the door and send in the whole Earth Gu. The scale of this transaction was huge. Fong Yuan wanted to sell 60,000 Rockmen. But these Rockmen could not leave through the Blessed Land's door. Right now, that blue charm lightning shadow was still roaming around Tian-Ti Mountain. If the door was opened and it charged in again, Fong Yuan would be in huge trouble. In this situation, he had to use the whole Earth Gu. This Gu was a rank 5 Gu. There were 2 of them, a Mother Gu and a Child Gu. Its use was to set up a space path passage between 2 places. A Gu Master could enter from the Child Gu and exit from the Mother Gu. Similarly, from the Mother Gu, they could instantly reach the Child Gu. Whole Earth Gu was often used to connect 2 blessed lands. Normally, Whole Earth Gu was used to transport all kinds of resources. During battle, reinforcements could use Whole Earth Gu to quickly reinforce the Blessed Land. To carry out the transaction and transport these Rockmen, it is unavoidable to use Whole Earth Gu. But I am worried that your Whole Earth Gu will be tampered with. It is better for me to refine it myself to protect myself. Fong Yuan thought of this, and a trace of spring-autumn cicadas aura leaked out as he casually refined the flying sword letter Gu in his hand and quickly sent a reply. Half a day later, He Fengyang received the reply letter and opened it to see a large number of Gu worms listed, as well as all kinds of materials. Oh, you don't want to use the Whole Earth Gu I gave you, but instead modified the recipe of the Whole Earth Gu and want to refine a new Gu worm yourself? He Fengyang showed anger. Bullshit. Whole Earth Gu has been widely used for over 500 years. The recipe has long been known to Gu Immortals. How can you modify it? This little thief Fong Yuan is too vigilant. He wants to use this to extort a sum of money from me, so that I will not dare to reject his transaction. I don't need to look to know that among these Gu refinement materials, there must be a Relic Gu, or a Spring Egg Gu, or a Rare Strength Path Gu worm. Nothing? He Fengyang took a few glances, but did not find any Relic Gu, Spring Egg Gu, or Strength Path Gu worms. Instead, there were large numbers of unorthodox materials and low-ranked Gu worms. The highest rank 5 Gu worm was the Earth Path Gu worm Mountain 9 Rin Gu, used to increase the success rate of the Gu refinement. Other than that, there were also many rank 4 Gu, like the common Move Position Gu and the extremely useful side Push Guide Gu. He Fengyang's thoughts wavered. Looking at this, it seems like he really wants to refine Gu. As long as his luck is normal, these materials can already refine 3 Whole Earth Gu. Don't tell me He really modified the recipe of the whole earth goo? No, Fang Yuan is only immortal. How can it be? But what if it is the goo immortal behind him? If it was a modified recipe, then the new goo would definitely be stronger than the whole earth goo. Feng could not help but feel a rush of excitement. Even if he could not get the recipe, after Fang Yuan refines it, he would definitely hand over the child goo to him. At that time, as a grand goo immortal, he would be able to reverse deduce many things from the child goo, and even restore the recipe. 2 days later, Fang Yuan received a letter. Fang Yuan opened it, and as expected, Feng found all sorts of excuses in the letter. Purposely cutting off many materials and goo worms, the motive was obvious. He was trying to probe Fang Yuan's true recipe. Fang Yuan could not help but shake his head and laugh. Feng was too meticulous. This was his strength, but also his weakness. Although the number of times they interacted was pitifully small, Fang Yuan had already seen through most of Feng's character. He immediately replied righteously, requesting Feng not to cut anything. Otherwise, he would not be able to refine the goo worms. But Feng feigned civility, continuing to make excuses until Fang Yuan almost believed him. After a few letters, Fang Yuan helplessly chose to compromise and listed another list. Lad, you are still too inexperienced to compete with me. Feng received the letter and handed over a portion of the items listed on the list. Then, he continued to find excuses to delay. In the end, he wasted a whole day. When Fang Yuan showed extreme helplessness and anger, Feng finally stopped. Feeling that the time was right, he held on to the 6th list that he had cut off and went back to study it. But his refinement path attainment was not good. After painstakingly researching and refining many times, he could not see any results. Half a month later, in Central Continent time, he received the whole earth goo from Fang Yuan. He acted like he had obtained a treasure and continued to study it patiently. This time he studied for 3 whole days and finally succeeded in reverse deducing the recipe. Seeing this recipe, Feng shouted furiously, "Fang Yuan, you little bastard! This is clearly an ordinary whole earth goo recipe." Chapter 429. Who Immortal Blessed Land, a vast grassland in the west. Literature Hall. A vast expanse of green land stretched out continuously. A newborn little fox was playing with a fluttering butterfly. In Who Immortal Blessed Land, foxes were the strongest predators. Thus they lived without worries. Although the 6th earthly calamity had a disastrous loss, they still managed to preserve their fire. On the vast grassland, the fox group slowly but steadily continued. Suddenly, the space fluctuated and 2 figures appeared, scaring the little fox away. Of these 2, one was a black-robed man, tall and handsome, with black hair and eyes as deep as ink. The other was a cute and tender little girl, wearing a colorful dress. Her eyes were like stars, and her snow-white foxtail was fluffy and soft, the fine fur at the tip of the tail slightly trembling in the wind. They were none other than Fang Yuan and Little, Who Immortal Land Spirit. The location is not bad, let's do it here. Fang Yuan looked around and took out whole earth goo from his aperture. This goo is shaped like a walnut, it looked like wood, hard and uneven, and was as big as a watermelon. Whole earth goo was a rank 5 goo master. At least a rank 5 peak stage goo master could activate it with all their strength. Fang Yuan naturally could not do it, so he handed the goo to the land spirit. After Little, Who Immortal activated it, whole earth goo immediately burst out with an intense red light and plunged into the grassland. In an instant, the red light soared to the sky and the surrounding 100 li of earth trembled. In a flash, the red light disappeared and a crack that was 270 feet long appeared on the ground. The soil on both sides of the crack bulged. If one looked down from the sky, it would look like a person's lips. Next, the crack slowly opened to 2 sides, revealing 2 rows of compact square rocks that looked like human teeth. The teeth also opened. A huge dark hole was revealed. "Master, I'm hungry." The crack Earth's mouth opened and closed, producing a loud sound that caused the surrounding ground to tremble. Fang Yuan laughed and took out the primeval Elder Gu. Activating his primeval essence, the amiable-looking old man Yan's joyous expression gradually disappeared, because large amounts of Yuan stone were taken out and thrown into the crack Earth's mouth. After throwing in 200,000 Yuan stone, Fang Yuan stopped. He placed the primeval Elder Gu back into his aperture. The huge mouth slowly closed, and the 2 rows of stone teeth continued to grind against each other, crushing the primordial stones into powder. Then there was a loud gulp, like the sound of a person swallowing food. The surface of the earth shook. After swallowing these Yuan stones, the earth-splitting mouth calmed down and no longer made any noise. At this step, the whole Earth Gu was completed. Once it landed here, it could no longer move. When Hifengyang's child Gu was successfully activated, both sides could communicate with each other. The cost of feeding whole Earth Gu was extremely high. Within a year, it had to be fed with 200,000 Yuan stone, and every time he used it, it also consumed a large amount of Yuan stone, which mortal Gu master could afford to use it alone. Other than large sects and clans, only Gu immortals with large businesses could raise and use these whole Earth Gu alone. Land spirit, this place must be heavily guarded from now on. Enslave some foxes. We will live in this area. Fang Yuan looked at the earth fissure in front of him as he arranged. Yes, master. To protect our homeland, we need to fight. That damned immortal is making a comeback. They're coming back, and we have to face them head-on. For a beautiful future. Tribesmen, raise your fists. Although we have some grudges with the other 2 tribes, these are small internal conflicts of our Rockman tribe. This time, our 3 tribes will each send out 20,000 warriors to form an alliance army and march towards the west, directly attacking the immortals' nest. This is a great war. Everything is for the benefit of the people. Our fathers and ancestors sacrificed their lives and scattered their souls to defeat the immortal. Only then can we live in peace now. We need to follow in our ancestors' footsteps and fight bravely. The land spirit mobilized the fox groups and appeared around the Rockman tribe. The Rockman higher-ups took the chance and quickly formed an alliance army. The alliance army moved majestically towards the western part of the Blessed Land. Along the way, there were 5 to 6 small-scale battles. The Rockman army won all of them, while the fox groups retreated in defeat. Look there. That is the demon's nest. Yan Yong stood up and arrived in front of the whole Earth Gu. Earth, you are our mother. You raised our Rockman tribe. Why are you protecting that damned immortal? Yan Yong shouted in pain. At this time, the earth crack opened its mouth, and little Hu Immortal used a Gu worm to change her voice. The Rockman army heard a gentle female voice. Oh, Rockmen, my children, it is not that I want to protect that immortal, but that immortal entered my stomach and is residing in my heart, threatening me to protect him. I will open my mouth now and ask you to destroy him. I will give you my blessings. The Rockmen were shocked before cheering loudly. Mother Earth has spoken. We are warriors blessed by Mother Earth. How despicable is that immortal? He actually threatened our benevolent and gentle Mother Earth. We will definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces. The morale of the Rockman Alliance army rose greatly. The earth crack opened its mouth, and Yan Yong took the lead, shouting, Rockmen, charge! Saying so, he jumped into the hole. Charge! We cannot let our tribe's hero fight alone. Charge! We have no fear. We are omnipotent. We want to slaughter the immortal. Mother Earth is on our side. We will definitely win this battle. The Rockmen jumped into the earth crack like dumplings. In the deep and dark tunnel, they fell down. After a while, they landed on solid ground. Where is this? Why is it so dark? This place is darker than underground. We cannot see anything. How can we fight if we can't see? The Rockmen were confused. when they suddenly heard loud coughing sounds. A lump of light suddenly split above their heads. Rapid air currents formed and enveloped them, shooting them out. 230, 240. The Crane Gate disciple stood beside the whole earth, Goo's child Goo, carefully counting the rockmen that were shot out. The rockmen fell to the ground after being shot out of the earth crack. They were immediately restrained by the Crane Gate disciple, unable to resist or move. Yen Yong and some rockmen elders stood at the side, lowering their heads as they looked at this scene, keeping quiet out of fear. He Fengyang, who was furious after being tricked by Feng Yuan, considered the big picture and did not destroy the whole earth Goo's child Goo in a fit of anger. He planted it on Fei He Mountain. As for the rockmen, Feng Yuan only used their tribe's belief in Mother Earth, then used the Fox Group and the cooperation of the rockmen higher-ups to successfully lure 60,000 young rockmen to Fei He Mountain and sell them. Man is the spirit of all living beings. In this world, other than the Orthodox Rin Zhu bloodline, there were also variant humans. Although variant humans were smarter than other life forms, they could not compare to humans. Hairy men were ignorant, eggmen were innocent, rockmen were crude. Even a 7 or 8-year-old smart child could be tricked, be it southern border or central continent. Such things often happened. Some child would meet a hairy man or rockman and be tricked into the market. After the variant humans were sold, they would still be ignorant. They would count the child's money. After this transaction, Feng Yuan only received 1,600,000 yuan stone. Although the 60,000 rockmen were young and strong, they were not as valuable as a swamp crab. Feng Yuan still had to pay for the Goo refinement materials, and using whole earth Goo cost 65,000 yuan stone. At the same time, he bought some ordinary materials. To take revenge on Feng Yuan, He Fengyang raised the price by 10%. The things that Feng Yuan wanted were also reduced by a lot. Feng Yuan did not mind. He had already gotten what he wanted. After the transaction was completed, Yen Yong and the other rockmen returned to Immortal Blessed Land using whole earth Goo. Feng Yuan had already arranged the explanation for them. He believed the rockmen tribes would not retaliate. Even if they retaliated, he would kill them and raise another batch. There were still many gutstones on Dang Hun Mountain anyway. Feng Yuan calmed down and continued to cultivate. But when he reached rank 4 peak stage, Nine Eyes Liquorworm lost its effect. Liquorworm could refine the quality of primeval essence, but it could only raise it by a small realm. When Feng Yuan reached rank 4 peak stage, he already had peak stage true gold primeval essence. He had already reached the peak. If he went any higher, it would be rank 5 initial stage light purple primeval essence. Feng Yuan sealed Nine Eyes Liquorworm. This was the Goo worm that had accompanied him all the way from Qingmao Mountain. From rank 1 Liquorworm, it fused all the way to rank 4, and now it was finally retiring. Relying on true gold primeval essence to refine his aperture, Feng Yuan's cultivation speed slowed down. Of course, because he was in Immortal Blessed Land, compared to ordinary Goo masters in the outside world. Feng Yuan's cultivation speed was at least 5 times faster. If I continue cultivating like this, by the 7th earthly calamity, I will have at least rank 5 middle stage cultivation, close to upper stage. Feng Yuan had a great aptitude now. It was not a problem to break through to rank 5, but the higher a Goo master's cultivation, the longer it would take to advance. Rank 5 middle stage, and this was after including the purple crystal relic Goo in his possession. This level was many times better than the 500 years of his previous life. Right now, he was over 30, but was already rank 4 peak stage. In his previous life of 500 years, he was still struggling in rank 2 realm at this age. But this speed is still too slow. The Blessed Land has the 7th earthly calamity, and I have the internal threat of spring-autumn cicada. Feng Yuan calculated, In at most 3 years, he would have to leave the blessed land and go through a series of adventures. At least he would have to find smooth success goo or instant success goo to use spring-autumn cicada and obtain more chances of survival. Sigh. If possible, I would like to be like Fong Juga, cultivating in Hu Immortal Blessed Land until I reach Gu Immortal Realm and then roam the world. Spring-autumn cicada could allow a Gu master to revive, but there were many restrictions. Even if they succeeded, they would have to guard against it bursting their aperture. Without this major flaw, Fong Yuan's cultivation would be much easier. For the next 3 years, I will refine Gu while using gut stones to strengthen the rockmen and sell them to exchange for all kinds of resources. But although Fong Yuan's plan was good, it could not compare to the teasing of fate. Chapter 430. Crack! Fong Yuan crushed the gutstone with one hand. Immediately, a lump of mud flowed out and stained his hand. Fong Yuan's gaze was extremely solemn as he casually picked up a pebble from the mountain and held it tightly in his hand. The yellow mud on his hand melted the pebble at a slow speed, turning the sturdy rock into even more mud. After a while, Fong Yuan could clearly feel the pebble in his hand shrinking. About 15 minutes later, the pebble completely turned into mud and disappeared. The yellow mud flowed through the gaps between Fong Yuan's fingers and onto Dang Hun Mountain, causing continuous damage to Dang Hun Mountain. Fong Yuan was silent for a while before slowly asking, "How serious is the situation?" Little Hu Immortal wiped her tears and replied while sobbing, "Right now, most of Dang Hun Mountain has already been corroded by the yellow mud. 6 out of 10 gutstones below the mountain waste are yellow mud. Master, what do we do? Dang Hun Mountain is going to die. Sob, sob, sob. It's all my fault. I did not detect it in advance." Fong Yuan patted Little Hu Immortal's head and consoled, "This is not your fault. No need to blame yourself. The culprit is that swamp crab. It is truly a desolate beast, truly an earthly calamity." Land spirits had different abilities. They were all related to the Gu Immortal and the Blessed Land. He sighed and continued, "I was feeling lucky that the desolate beast did not have an immortal Gu. It turns out that this swamp crab had already used an expendable immortal Gu. The immortal Gu's power is hidden in the mud. Flesh and blood are fine, but the mountain rocks will suffer and will gradually be assimilated into mud. In the earthly calamity earlier, the swamp crab spat out large amounts of mud, from which a crab army emerged. Fong Yuan killed a vast number of crabs, but in fact, his true trump card was this yellow mud. Fong Yuan guessed that this should be the effect of the rank 6 Gruel Mud Gu. Gruel Mud Gu was a naturally formed Gu. There were many rank 1 and 2, while rank 3 and 4 were also common. They were often used by Gu masters to construct cities. Rank 5 Gu masters were rare, and when many rank 5 Gu masters did not have a powerful rank 5 Gu, they would often choose the Gruel Mud Gu and use it temporarily. At rank 6, there was only one in the entire world. Moreover, Gruel Mud Immortal Gu could only be used once. The Gruel Mud Gu could only be used on soil, so the swamp that swamp crabs lived in must have been affected by the immortal Gu. The swamp crabs spat out mud from the swamp every day. Thus it brought the power of the Gruel Mud Gu to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After the mud crab died, although the battlefield had been cleaned, a large amount of yellow mud had seeped into the mountains and the earth. The immortal Gu Gruel Mud's power was so concealed, the yellow mud naturally did not have the slightest aura of the immortal Gu. If Fong Yuan had not arranged for the rockmen to enter the mountain to knock on the rocks, they might not have found any clues. However, even if he discovered the truth in advance, when the earthly calamity arrived, he would not be able to escape. He did not have the ability to stop it. Fong Yuan's face darkened. Dang Hun Mountain was being corroded by the power of the immortal Gu, gradually turning into yellow mud. This was a grievous news. In the entire Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the most valuable thing was this mountain. He planned to use this mountain to nurture rockmen and sell them. From now on, he would strengthen his soul. He still had to rely on this mountain. He could not sit back and watch the situation worsen. Immediately, Feng Yuan ordered Little Hu Immortal, try to get rid of the yellow mud. This way, the danger would be greatly alleviated. But Dang Hun Mountain's interior was also being corroded. This method could not cure the root of the problem. This was the power of the Gruel Mud Immortal Goo. To get rid of it, Feng Yuan had to borrow the power of other immortal goo. I took such a huge risk and luckily obtained a sacred land for strengthening my soul. Even if I become a goo immortal in the future, this Dang Hun Mountain will be of great use. I cannot let it be destroyed like this. Heaven does not want this sacred land to fall into the hands of humans. Thus it sent down such an earthly calamity. Thus I will go against heaven. Hee, fighting with humans, fighting with heaven. This is the joy of life. With Feng Yuan's knowledge, he was not at a loss of what to do. He thought of more than 10 solutions, eliminating the unrealistic ones. More than half of them were eliminated. After eliminating the more difficult ones, only 3 were left. The first was Earth Path, rank 6 turn into rock goo. This goo was currently in Western Desert, controlled by rank 6 goo immortal Sun Qin. Sun Qin was a righteous path goo master. He used this goo to turn sand into rock, allowing mortals to build cities in the desert. He was deeply grateful to mortals. He was soft-hearted and valued kinship, doting on his great-granddaughter the most. If Feng Yuan could capture his great-granddaughter as a hostage, he would definitely be able to make him submit. The second was also an Earth Path, rank 6 immortal goo, called Comeback Mountain. This goo had already appeared in the world, hidden in Eastern Sea's high, sure blessed land. Feng Yuan could enter the blessed land and use another immortal goo to exchange for this goo. The third was the Time Path, rank 6 immortal goo landscape as before. This goo had not been born yet. It was not formed naturally. Its owner, Taibai Yunsheng, was only a rank 5 goo master in Northern Plains. I refined fixed immortal travel immortal goo in front of everyone at Southern Borders, Sancha Mountain. Needless to say, Southern Border is in an uproar right now. A mortal with an immortal goo. I'm afraid Southern Border's goo immortals have been alerted and are searching for me everywhere. Before Feng Yuan became a goo immortal, he would not even think of stepping into Southern Border. Although the 5 regions are independent, Southern Border's super clan, E-Clan, has connections with a mysterious force in Eastern Sea. It will take at least 2 to 3 years for the news of me refining an immortal goo to spread to Central Continent and other places. But Eastern Sea might not be the same. Feng Yuan first eliminated Eastern Sea. As for Western Desert, it is the most developed place in the world. Cities depend on the oases in the desert to survive. If I can sell the rockmen there, I will definitely make a huge profit. Unfortunately, the development of trade means the development of information and intelligence. I am a Southern Border goo master. I am definitely a fat sheep. If I go there, I might be noticed the moment I enter the city. In his previous life, Feng Yuan roamed the 5 regions for 500 years before finally choosing to settle in Central Continent and become a goo immortal. He had a good understanding of Western Desert's situation. Compared to Western Desert, Northern Plains is a huge grassland. The large tribes graze, migrate, fight, and reproduce on the grassland. Their mobility is very high. Some small and medium-sized tribes have even more chaotic management. I can take advantage of this situation. Western Desert was different from Northern Plains. In Western Desert, humans relied on oases to live. Many of them gathered together all year round. As long as the oases were not lost, no one would be so bored as to travel long distances in the vast desert where danger lurked everywhere, to search for another oasis. But in Northern Plains, tribes had to migrate from time to time in search of fertile and fresh grassland. The climate there was constantly changing. From time to time, there would be strong weather changes that could destroy their homes overnight. forcing the tribes to migrate again. This way, tribes would move all over the place, conflicts were unavoidable. Thus, Northern Plains had the most Gu masters, and was also the most proficient in fighting among the 5 regions. If Fang Yuan chose Western Desert and kidnapped hostages to threaten Gu immortals, it would definitely cause a huge and lasting commotion in the peaceful Western Desert. But if he chose Northern Plains, even if he killed the rank 5 Gu master Tai by Yinsheng, the commotion would only last for a while. After a few months, people would forget about him. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan felt that the chaotic Northern Plains was more suitable for him to act in. Western Desert Sun Chue was already a Gu immortal, while Northern Plains Tai by Yinsheng was only rank 5 peak stage. After deciding on a direction, Fang Yuan racked his brains, searching for all kinds of useful information from his memories to weave his plan for Northern Plains. Plans could not keep up with changes. Since rebirth, his plans had been constantly changing. The first time on Qingmao Mountain was when he obtained a great aptitude. It was a huge breakthrough, and thus changed. The second time on Sancha Mountain was when Fang Yuan soared to the sky in one step. His original plan became even more unrecognizable. Although there were still benefits in the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan could no longer stay in southern border. As for Central Continent, it was even more impossible. He was immortal, famous in the Righteous Path's 10 great sects. He was targeted by the entire Crane Gate and many demonic path Gu immortals on Tian Ti Mountain. As long as he did not become a Gu immortal, he would have to hide in the Blessed Land, unable to come out. He had originally planned to live well in Hu immortal Blessed Land. There were sufficient resources in the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan wanted to imitate Feng Zhouge and cultivate hard to reach Gu immortal realm as soon as possible, and get rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada, his biggest internal threat. Fang Yuan was a risk-taker. He liked to use small means to win big, and often struggled on the line between life and death. But this did not mean he rejected a peaceful and stable life. If he did not use a safe and stable cultivation method, instead, he liked to jump around and cause trouble everywhere, taking risks and trying things recklessly. That was a problem for his brain. Loneliness, solitude, boredom. These had never been an obstacle to Fang Yuan's cultivation. If his temperament was so shallow that he could not endure these, how could he successfully walk down this path? However, the world changed. Things did not go according to one's wishes. That was the nature of life. Fang Yuan wanted to cultivate hard, and the Blessed Land's development was fast and good. Crane Gate might be an external threat, but Fang Yuan held the initiative. The other party might be powerful, but they could not control him for a period of time. His future prospects could be said to be good. Everything was going smoothly and everything was changing for better. But right at this time, Dang Hun Mountain had a problem. To Hu immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain's importance was self-evident. Once this mountain had a problem, Fang Yuan's business plans collapsed, and his cultivation plans also went up in smoke. Because of this, Fang Yuan had no choice but to change his plans again. He left the Blessed Land and went on an expedition to Northern Plains. Fortunately, I planned ahead and made some preparations. Otherwise, I would be in a passive position now. In the next few months, Fang Yuan put all his energy into Gu refinement. He used rank 4 Golden Cup Silver Light Cup Gu, combined with rank 4 Side Push and Side Guide Gu, and rank 4 Shift Form Gu, to refine rank 5 Moving Cup Gu. He then refined Dusty Gu, Bright Pearl Gu, Dark Cast Gu, and Earth Treasury Flower King Gu. Land Spirit, when I am not around, follow my arrangements. Before leaving, Fang Yuan instructed. Little Hu immortal's eyes were red. She was reluctant to part. Master, I will wait for you here. You must return quickly. Saying so, she activated her green grape immortal essence and poured it into fixed immortal travel Gu. Chapter 431. Hell! In the dark grassland, the poison-beard wolf king raised its neck and let out a long howl. The ears of the hundreds of poison-beard wolves around it twitched, and their bodies shot out like arrows. The wolf group split into two groups. They were organized like an army. The young girl Gu Yao ran with all her might, but her horse had died long ago. Her little red leather boots stepped on the muddy swamp, already as heavy as lead. The stampeding poison-beard wolves successfully surrounded her and then quickly closed in. But they were wary of the girl's powerful goo worms. They only circled around her and did not dare to attack. Suddenly, one of the poison-beard wolves became impatient and charged out. It moved quickly. Its body turned into a black shadow as it pounced towards Gu Yao. Gu Yao shouted and activated her goo worm, pointing with her finger, and a light blue water arrow flew out. The water arrow shot out in a spiral and accurately pierced the poison-beard wolf's head. This bold poison-beard wolf died on the spot. Its corpse fell on the rotten grassland and rolled for a while before stopping. Blood flowed out from the wound and dyed the surrounding grassland red. The restless wolves paused for a moment, but soon the smell of blood in the air stirred up the savagery and cruelty in their bones. At once, hundreds of poison-beard wolves howled. Gu Yao's beautiful face was filled with despair and regret. He really shouldn't have come to this poison grassland alone to search for some snow willow. Right now, she was in a desperate situation and was about to be torn to pieces by the wolf group. She swallowed it. "Father, I am sorry. I cannot be filial to you any more. I know. You arranged a marriage for me. It is for my own good. But I really do not want to get married. Ancestor in longevity heaven, if you can hear my prayers, please send a brave warrior to save me." That attack earlier had already used up the last trace of white, silver primeval essence in Gu Yao's aperture. All Gu Yao could do was to pray. The wolf group finally lost their patience. The wolf king howled, and all the poison-beard wolves charged towards the girl in the center with terrifying momentum. "I am going to die." Gu Yao's face was pale. She was at a loss as she looked at the wolf group's advance. At this moment, an intense green light suddenly flashed. When the light shone on the poison-beard wolves, they all closed their eyes. It let out a howling sound. A charging pack of wolves. They collided with each other. One fell down, implicating the other. Their momentum instantly collapsed, and the scene became chaotic. "What's going on?" Gu Yao was shocked. Ignoring her tears, she tried her best to look. The figure of a young man appeared in the green light. After the green light dissipated, a naked man appeared in front of Gu Yao. "One, alone?" Gu Yao's eyes widened, and her mouth formed an O shape. She thought incredulously, could it be that my ancestors in the longevity heaven heard my prayers and sent reinforcements? But why was this reinforcement not wearing any clothes? Gu Yao suddenly had a big question in her heart. "We've reached the northern plains," barefooted on the grass. Fong Yuan quickly looked around. Why are there people and wolves? Fong Yuan narrowed his eyes. He did not expect to encounter an accident the moment he stepped into the northern plains. He had to keep his trip to the northern plains a secret, but he was exposed the moment he arrived. The wolf king roared. It suddenly jumped and opened its mouth, its sharp teeth biting towards Fong Yuan's neck. A mere 100-beast king. Fong Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light. He pushed out a golden dragon. "Rank 4 golden dragon Gu. Roar." The 4-clawed golden dragon roared. It bared its fangs and claws as it flew out, crashing into the poison-beard wolf king. This 100-beast king's bones were instantly shattered. It was sent flying like a broken sack. After it landed on the ground, it howled and struggled, but it could not get up. Fong Yuan frowned slightly. He sent out another golden dragon. Only then did the poison-beard wolf king die. Once the wolf king died, the wolf group collapsed. In a few breaths of time, they escaped 100 li away. Only the Wolf King's corpse was left, and the young girl Gu Yao looked at Feng Yuan blankly. Feng Yuan turned his deep and serene gaze towards this young girl. The young girl was wearing a leather robe unique to the northern plains. The long-sleeved robe was blue and white, the edges were embroidered with gold. It looked pure and noble. She had a purple gold belt around her waist. Her thick black hair was adorned with many fine and beautiful hair accessories. His feet were clad in scarlet leather boots. Her skin was slightly dark with a hint of red. It was the unique skin color of northern plains. Her figure was slim and fit like a cute deer. Gu Yao was forced to take a step back by Feng Yuan's gaze. She asked curiously, "Who are you? Are you the hero who came down from the longevity heaven to save me?" Before Feng Yuan could reply, she continued, "I am a member of Gu tribe. My name is Gu Yao. My father is the tribe leader of Gu tribe. Young warrior, you saved my life. You will receive the warmest welcome from Gu tribe." "Oh, I have not asked for your name." Feng Yuan laughed. "Beautiful grassland girl, you can call me Changshanin. The longevity heaven is where giant sun immortal lives. How could I come from there? I am only an ordinary Gu master." Saying so, he took out a wine cup from his aperture. The top half of the cup was gold, while the bottom half was silver. It was rank 5, used for storage. It was the moving perspective cup Gu that Feng Yuan refined in the blessed land. Immediately, Feng Yuan poured his primeval essence into it and took out a set of clothes. This was a black, tight-fitting battle attire. After Feng Yuan wore it, he gave off a heroic and steady aura. During the whole process, Gu Yao stared at him without blinking. Her heart was pounding, and her face was flushed red. The young girls of the grassland were so passionate. Feng Yuan wore his clothes and walked towards the poison-beard wolf king's corpse. Poison-beard wolves were a common type of wolf in northern plains, but different from other wolves. It did not have a single hair on its body. Its body was black, and its skin looked like it was coated with a layer of enamel. It did not have ears and had 2 5-inch long feelers. When it ran, the feelers would hang at its sides. When it fought, the feelers would stand up high. Feng Yuan searched for a while, but did not find anything. This poison-beard wolf was a 100 beast king and had a rank 2 gu worm in its body. This wolf had 2 rank 2 gu on it, acid water gu and poison needle gu. Acid water gu could make it spit out green acid, corroding flesh, and even iron and stone. Poison needle gu could shoot out poison needles to attack the enemy. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan only obtained the fragments of these 2 gu worms. The Wolf King did not have a defensive gu. No wonder it was easily killed by Feng Yuan. Normal beast kings could have a beast enslavement gu. For example, the dog enslavement gu on the Dog King. The Wolf King had a wolf enslavement gu. Even if it was a rank 2 wolf enslavement gu, Feng Yuan needed it. Just as Feng Yuan was searching the wolf corpse, Gu Yao walked over. "Chang Shanin, your name sounds familiar. Are you a member of the Chang clan? But looking at your clothes, you seem to be an outsider, right? Are you from Eastern Sea, Central Continent, or Western Desert?" Feng Yuan stood up. "I am from Northern Plains." The young girl grinned, revealing her pearly white teeth. "You liar! How can we have such an accent in Northern Plains? Warrior Changshan-in, don't worry. You've saved my life, so you're the benefactor of our Gu tribe. Our Gu tribe will not reject you. Be it Central Continent, Southern Border, or Northern Plains, as long as one was an outsider, they would be ostracized." Not waiting for Feng Yuan to reply, the lively young girl pointed at the fixed immortal travel gu on Feng Yuan's shoulder, asking, "Warrior Changshanin, the gu on your shoulder is really beautiful. What gu is this? Is this the gu that brought you here?" Feng Yuan's gaze concentrated, carefully observing the young girl's expression. He found that she did not seem to be faking it, and was truly ignorant, not recognizing this fixed immortal travel gu. Only then did he relax. Killing intent surged in his heart, but on the surface he showed a sincere and kind smile. "Beautiful girl, are you Tian Ke? Why are you always chirping? He he he. All right, I have to go now. See you again." Fang Yuan raised his head, using the stars in the sky to determine his direction. Next, he walked past Guyao, towards the depths of poison grassland. The young girl quickly chased. "I am not Tian Quebec. Who asked you to be so mysterious?" Suddenly appearing again. "Hey, hey, hey, don't go that way. That direction is the only way to get out of poison grassland." "I am going in," Fang Yuan said without turning his head. "Why do you want to go in?" "The deeper you go into poison grassland, the more dangerous it is. Although you are rank 3 peak stage, a strong man's fists cannot hold off a pack of wolves." Gu Yao jogged over to Fang Yuan, persuading him. The 5 regions of the Gu Master world were independent. When Gu Masters crossed regions, their battle strength would be suppressed by a rank. Fang Yuan was a southern border Gu Master, but when he went to northern plains, he would be suppressed in a different place. Although he still had rank 4 peak stage true gold primeval essence in his aperture, its effect was only equivalent to rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence. Thus, Guyao could sense that his aura was rank 3 peak stage, and the rank 4 golden dragon Gu from southern border only had the power of a rank 3 Gu. If it was in southern border, golden dragon Gu would definitely be able to kill the poison beard wolf king with one strike. But in northern plains, Fang Yuan had to use it twice to kill the poison beard wolf king, and even leave the wolf king's corpse intact. Fang Yuan slowed his steps, looking at Guyao with a solemn expression and firm gaze. "I have my reasons for going to poison grassland." Guyao was stunned by his bearing, and only reacted after Fang Yuan took a few more steps. The young girl quickly chased. "Warrior Changshanin, let me go with you. We can take care of each other." She took the bait. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. His current battle strength was only equivalent to rank 3 peak stage. It was not enough to enter the depths of poison grassland. Thus, he urgently needed northern plains Gu worms to arm himself. But even if he killed Guyao, he might not be able to get all her Gu worms. Thus, Fang Yuan used a small scheme, loosening the reins only to grasp them better, and easily lured Guyao to his side. Chapter 432. Even though this was Fang Yuan's intention, and Guyao also volunteered to join, Fang Yuan still said to her, "Take care of me? What do I need you to take care of me for?" Saying so, he glanced at her, his tone carrying some arrogance. The young girl immediately raised her head. "Do you know, poison grassland is covered in purple poisonous fog. Breathing it for a long time will poison you. I have a Gu worm that can detoxify it. Also, the deeper you go into the grassland, the thicker the poisonous fog, and there are also ghosts and vengeful spirits. At that time, you will not be able to tell the direction. Only my return heart, Gu, can point you to the correct way back." Gulp! The young girl was speaking when her stomach suddenly made a sound. Fang Yuan looked at her stomach, and the young girl's face instantly turned red. She stuttered as she explained that my big stomach horse was eaten by poison beard wolves. Yuan stone and rations are all inside. Big stomach horse was a type of riding beast. It was very common in northern plains. It had 2 stomachs. One main stomach was used to digest food, while the other was used to store supplies. Northern plains Gu masters, when migrating, would use large numbers of these big stomach horses. Fang Yuan asked curiously, "Your father is the tribe leader of Gu tribe, and you are his daughter. Why are you using such an ordinary riding beast?" "Sai, it is because he took my Gu. I escaped alone and was able to bring along a big stomach horse and even prepare so many supplies. It is already very amazing." Gu Yao was a straightforward person, but after saying it, she felt it was inappropriate and her expression froze, realizing she had said something wrong. "Escaped? Is it to escape marriage?" Fang Yuan raised his brows. The young girl exclaimed, her eyes wide open as she looked at Fong Yuan. "You have a mind reading, Gu? How did you know?" Fong Yuan laughed. He was only guessing, but it was not without evidence. In Northern Plains, women's status was much lower than men. They could even be treated as goods in the market and be bought and sold casually. In Southern Border, there were female tribe leaders, but in Northern Plains there were no such cases. Women could not hold power. Why was it so? This tradition could be traced back to the era of the giant sun immortal. And in his memories, in these 3 years, Northern Plains was filled with heroes vying for supremacy. A storm was brewing. In the end, the He family's patriarch, He Lulan, succeeded in becoming the ruler of the imperial court for 10 years. He was also the most controversial ruler of the grassland in later generations. He Lulan was extremely lecherous. After he dominated the grasslands, he searched for beauties from all the tribes and took them into his harem. But on the other hand, he promoted new policies to raise the status of women in an attempt to make men and women equal. This severely violated the interests of all sides. It intensified the conflicts and caused the political system of Northern Plains to become unstable. Thus, He Lulan had only been the ruler of the grasslands for 2 years before she was tricked into leaving the royal court by her own people and assassinated. Soon after, all the tribes united to overthrow He, tribes rule, and fight for the throne of the imperial court again. The bloody storm lasted for 5 years before it gradually subsided. After this battle, the various clans of the grassland went through a chaotic battle, and their vitality was greatly damaged. It would also be a failure for Zhongzhou state in the battle to attack the 4 regions in the future. Thus, many young girls in Northern Plains would often choose to escape from arranged marriages. The girl in front of him was the daughter of a tribe leader, but she came to poison grassland alone. Fong Yuan naturally had such a guess. Fong Yuan took out food from moving perspective cup Gu and gave it to Guyao. This girl was clearly extremely hungry as she wolfed down the food. Her eyes turned as she said in a muffled voice, "The one who wants to marry me is Man Duo from Man Tribe. He is the 3rd son of Man Tribe leader. He is thin and small like a monkey, and his body is frail and sickly. He only has rank 2 cultivation. Normally, he uses his father to bully the men and women in the tribe. He does not have any heroic spirit. I do not want to marry such a good-for-nothing. But Man Tribe is powerful. Our good tribe has just migrated here, and our strength is greatly reduced." Man Tribe's betrothal gift was very grand. They even promised to give a piece of fertile grassland to our good tribe. Father saw this and wanted to marry me off. In a fit of anger, I escaped. "Warrior Changshan-in, why don't you kidnap me?" Northern Plains people were fierce and had a custom. That was to kidnap a bride. The bride who was kidnapped was often more precious than the bride who was officially married. Fong Yuan laughed. "I have no interest in you. Quickly eat. We will continue our journey after you are full." Gu Yao's black eyes moved. "There is another way, that is to marry into our Gu tribe. According to the rules of the grassland, only warriors can have beauties. Even if Man Tribe comes to find trouble, they will have to follow the rules and let that skinny monkey man Duo fight you one-on-one. Warrior Changshanin, you are so strong, you can definitely beat that man Duo into a pig's head." Fong Yuan stopped smiling. I said, "I have no interest in you." Gu Yao, however, was even more passionate, showing the direct and unrestrained nature of Northern Plains women. "Why not? Am I not beautiful? I am the beauty of Gu tribe. That man Duo saw me from afar and became infatuated with me, begging his father to propose marriage. Warrior Changshan-in, marrying into Good tribe is also good for you. You are an outsider. If you do not marry into our tribe, others will not treat you as one of their own. You will always be ostracized and guarded against in Northern Plains." Fong Yuan said solemnly, "I said before, I am a Northern Plainsman." Gu Yao laughed. "Warrior, you can't lie to me. Your accent betrays your background. Your food is not Northern Plains tea cakes and meat jerky." Just marry me. Don't you feel that our meeting is arranged by the longevity heaven? Feng Yuan lowered his eyelids. A cold light flashed in his eyes as the smile on his face widened. Let me think about it first. You don't have to make a decision so hastily. Feng Yuan said as he took out Yuan stone and passed it to Gu Yao. Gu Yao nodded. Then you have to think carefully, think carefully. She took the Yuan stone and said in a serious tone, I will return these Yuan stones to you. Feng Yuan nodded. Gu Yao did not speak anymore, instead concentrating on absorbing the Yuan stone to replenish her primeval essence and quickly recover her strength. As they moved deeper into poison grassland, the thin poisonous gas in the air gradually became denser. Originally, it could not be seen with the naked eye, but now they could see a faint purple color. Stop, there is a wolf group. Gu Yao, who was walking, suddenly stopped, unconcealable fear in her eyes. Evidently, the battle with the poison-beard wolf group had left a deep impression on her. Feng Yuan stopped, and after 3 breaths of time, he used his gu worm to detect the traces of the wolf group. He glanced at Gu Yao. As expected of the daughter of a tribe, the investigative gu worm she was equipped with was top-notch. Feng Yuan's rank for investigative gu was refined by him into a mortal blessed land. But in northern plains it was suppressed and could not compare to Gu Yao's rank 3 gu. The wolf group's excited howls became louder and louder. Soon, hundreds of poison-beard wolves appeared in their field of vision. So many wolves! Gu Yao's face was pale. Her body trembled as she took in a deep breath. The wolf group this time was several times more than the previous time. There were close to 1,000. The stronger the beast king, the larger the scale of the beast horde. This meant that this 100-beast wolf king was stronger than the previous one. What are you panicking for? Just protect yourself. Feng Yuan snorted, stomping his feet as he ran towards the wolf group. Gu Yao saw this and could not help but gasp, wanting to stop Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan had already charged into the wolf group. Many poison-beard wolves ran towards Gu Yao. The young girl shouted, Water armor! Immediately, water vapor condensed, forming a light blue armor that covered her whole body. Spiral water arrow gu. She stretched out her finger, and a spiral water arrow flew out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 3 poison-beard wolves were killed, while 5 or 6 were injured. But at the same time, more than 10 poison-beard wolves charged over. The young girl panicked, retreating as she tried to deal with them. Water dragon gu. She pushed with her palms, and a 3-clawed water dragon flew out, sweeping the surroundings and causing water vapor to surge. Once the water dragon appeared, Gu Yao managed to stabilize the situation. Warrior Changshanin, you cannot die. The young girl quickly looked towards the center of the wolf group. Seeing this, she was almost stunned. Different from what she had expected, Feng Yuan was rampaging through the wolf group. Each time he charged, he would send large numbers of poison-beard wolves flying. The ferocious poison-beard wolf seemed weaker than a sheep under his feet. His body was covered in a layer of shining golden armor, and from time to time he would summon a golden dragon to sweep the surroundings. There were so many poison-beard wolves, but they could not subdue him. He was fearless and fierce. His fighting style was extremely fierce. Each punch and kick created a sound of wind. His strength was so great that if the poison-beard wolves were hit by his punches and kicks, their bones would shatter and they would fall to the ground, unable to get up again. Not only that, he was fighting with the Wolf King. This poison-beard Wolf King was indeed stronger. Its body flickered with lightning, and it spat out green poison from time to time, while running extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages when it ran. This Wolf King has at least 3 wild gu. Gu Yao sensed this, and her heart sank, worrying for Feng Yuan. But soon, the young girl let go of her worries, and admiration towards Feng Yuan rose in her heart. Fong Yuan's fighting style was extremely smart. He continued to run, and did not just tangle with the Wolf King, but used the ordinary poison beard wolves to obstruct the Wolf King's movement. The Wolf King had a movement goo, but was restrained by the wolf group and could only take a beating. Fong Yuan's punches landed on flesh, his attacks were fierce, and Gu Yao's blood boiled as she watched. This is a true man. She praised in her heart, and after getting rid of the trouble around her, she shouted and summoned a water dragon, charging towards the wolf group. She was a rank 3 middle stage Gu master after all. She could not be underestimated. The wolf group was attacked, and immediately went into chaos. A large portion of them charged towards her. Fong Yuan's expression changed, and he shouted, "Who told you to come? Go to the side." The young girl's face turned pale from the wolf group's counterattack, and she quickly retreated. Fong Yuan continued to charge with boundless momentum, and after spending a lot of effort, he managed to get the wolf group's attention back to him. After a while, he suddenly erupted and sent out beast phantoms, breaking the Wolf King's defense. Taking this chance, he got close and pressed the Wolf King's head on the ground and punched it fiercely. The scene was brutal, and this Wolf King that was about to become 1,000 Beast King was beaten to death by Fong Yuan, just like that. Chapter 433. Once the Wolf King died, the wolf group's morale collapsed, and they fled. An intense battle ended abruptly. "You are injured." Gu Yao ran over, her gaze filled with concern. "It's nothing." Fong Yuan's injuries looked terrifying, but they were all under his control. He immediately activated Self-Reliance Gu, rapidly healing his injuries. But Self-Reliance Gu was only a rank 3 Gu. In Northern Plains, it could only be used as a rank 2 Gu. After Fong Yuan's injuries healed, its effect immediately weakened. "Warrior Chang Shan Yin, let me heal you." Gu Yao waved her hand. Water vapor rose and condensed into a jade green cloud above Fong Yuan's head. Green rain drizzled down from the cloud, sprinkling on Fong Yuan's body, healing his injuries. "This is spring rain Gu?" Fong Yuan frowned. "This Gu has a wide healing range. Isn't it a waste to use it on me alone? Disperse." Saying so, he waved his hand, activating Golden Wind Gu. This Gu came from Taimu Bai. It was a rank 4 healing Gu. Although it only had rank 3 effects now, it was still a top-tier Gu. Gu Yao looked at a golden whirlwind that formed around Fong Yuan. After a few rounds, all the injuries on Fong Yuan's body disappeared. "What Gu is this?" the young girl asked curiously. Fong Yuan did not answer her, instead turning around and squatting on the ground, carefully searching the Wolf King's corpse. Gu Yao followed closely behind him, bending down and looking at him, praising. "Warrior Chang Shanin, you are a true expert. Father always says that I have a body full of cultivation, but I am terrible in battles. Today, I saw you charging into the wolf group. It was such a dangerous matter, but you did it with ease as if it was very easy. Only then did I realize that what Abba said was right." Fong Yuan snorted, standing up straight. He had 500 years of battle experience. It was easy for him to do this. If not for the suppression of the region, how could this small wolf group fight for so long? He had just checked. There were 3 wild Gu on the Wolf King, but they were all dead. Without any spoils of war, Fong Yuan's expression turned ugly. He glanced at Gu Yao and said unhappily, "Oh no, you're not just terrible. It's terrible." Gu Yao was furious. "Hey, you're so direct. Humph, you attacked recklessly just now and lured away a large number of wolves, almost ruining my plan. Do you have a cow's head on your head?" Fong Yuan coldly snorted and asked. Gu Yao knew that she had indeed made a mistake. She lowered her head and looked at her toes. "You attracted most of the wolves. I know you did it for my own good, but I also want to help you." Fong Yuan sighed. "Forget it. I won't pursue it this time. For the rest of the journey, In order to prevent you from dragging us down again, I will reluctantly teach you. Who needs you to teach me? Gu Yao turned around and snorted in dissatisfaction. You need to be calm when using spiral water arrow Gu. If you shoot randomly, the biggest result is that you will quickly waste your precious true essence. Water dragon Gu consumes a lot of primeval essence. Don't use it for no reason. No wonder you don't have enough primeval essence. Don't use spring rain Gu. That is a large area of effect healing Gu. There are only 2 of us. Along the way, Fang Yuan continued to give pointers to Gu Yao. The young girl's words earlier were just out of spite. Although she had the temper of a young missy, this concerned her own situation, so she listened to his suggestions seriously and absorbed knowledge to improve herself. The 2 moved on the rotten grass, encountering several wolf groups, but Gu Yao's performance was getting better each time. Haha, are you afraid now? You hateful poison beard wolves, scram. Gu Yao placed her hands on her waist and said proudly after defeating the poison beard wolves again. So naive. Fang Yuan looked at her back as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He gave pointers to Gu Yao not only to raise her battle strength, but also to probe the Gu worms in her body. In the end, the young girl leaked all her details to Fang Yuan. Gu Yao was a water path Gu master, rank 3 middle stage. She had the rank 3 fog sparrow Gu for scouting, 3 claw water dragon Gu and spiral water arrow Gu for attacking. For defense, she had water armor Gu. For movement, she had water trace Gu. For healing, she had spring rain Gu. She did not have storage Gu, and the big stomach horse she used as a replacement had already died in the wolf group's hands. Other than that, she had cleansing Gu for detoxification, return heart Gu for direction identification. This set of Gu worms suited her identity. Fog sparrow Gu was a very rare scouting Gu among rank 3. It could condense fog into sparrows and fly around the surroundings, scouting the surroundings with a very wide range. Its defense and attack were also of high quality. Water trace Gu's growth speed could almost match some rank 4 Gu. The only flaw was that the footprints would contain water traces, making it easy to track. At the same time, it would wet the shoes. However, this Gu had a lot of potential in its development. At rank 4, it could become wave trace Gu, and its effect would be even stronger. At rank 5, there were 2 types of fusion paths. One was duck trace wave trace Gu, which could be used to dodge on the spot. The other was river wave trace Gu, which could move quickly on water. At rank 6, it would be the famous worldly wave trace Gu. These Gu were all of high quality, rank 3. Adding on Fang Yuan's careful guidance and the pressure of the wolf group, it was no wonder that Gu Yao improved so quickly, and her battle strength rose steadily. Warrior Changshanin, you are an incredible strategist. Your guidance is even more amazing than the best 3 elders in my tribe. Even if you look down on me, I will invite you to my Gu tribe as a guest. If you are interested, I will try my best to convince Father to let you become an external elder in my tribe. Gu Yao turned around and walked to Fang Yuan's side, sincerely trying to recruit him. She was after all Gu tribe's young miss and was knowledgeable. She knew Fang Yuan's value was not only his bravery, but more importantly his ability to teach others. This was the power of wisdom if he was around to nurture the tribe's next generation. The entire tribe would become stronger. I can go to Gu tribe as a guest, but I have no interest in becoming an external elder. Fang Yuan started walking again, shaking his head and refusing. Gu Yao tried to persuade him a few times, but Fang Yuan's attitude was firm. The young girl followed behind Fang Yuan gloomily, staring angrily at Fang Yuan's tall back. You think you are so amazing just because you know how to teach people. I begged you so softly, but you are not moved. You are not even interested in becoming my Gu tribe's external elder. Are you looking down on our Gu tribe? Changshan In, you scoundrel! Gu Yao gritted her teeth in hatred, but had a trace of doubt in her heart. But this name Changshan In is really familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Where did I hear of it? Poison grassland was covered in dark clouds all year round. In this dusky sky, the two trekked for a while. Fang Yuan stopped. In front of him, there was a large field of sunflowers. These sunflowers had dark purple branches, broad petals as black as ink, and at the heart of the basin-sized flower, there was a pale human face. Ghost-faced sunflowers. Seeing this, Gu Yao quickly held her breath, grabbing Fang Yuan's sleeves, saying in a very soft voice, "Many people must have died here, many ghosts wandered around. That is why so many ghost-face sunflowers grew. Every ghost-faced sunflower was a wronged soul. Let's take a detour. So many ghost-faced sunflowers must have many ghost cry goo inside them. There might even be ghost-face goo." Ghost cry goo was a rank 3-soul path goo worm. It could emit screams and cause the soul to tremble. Ghost-face goo was a rank 4-soul path goo worm. It could cause a huge impact on the soul. Such a large field of ghost-face sunflowers. How long would it take to take a detour? Fang Yuan gazed at this sea of sunflowers. He did not show it on the surface, but he was inwardly happy. This confirmed that the direction he was walking in was not wrong. As long as he walked in this direction, he would find that battlefield 20 years ago and obtain the goo worms left behind on the battlefield. Northern Plains was different from Southern Border. Southern Border had many mountains. It was easy to distinguish directions. Northern Plains was boundless. It was all grassland. It was easy to get lost. Thus, Gu Yao would carry the supplementary goo worm, Return Heart Goo. Return Heart Goo could always point to the direction of the Goo Master's home. But Return Heart Goo could only point to the direction. It could not point to the location. Fang Yuan wanted to ensure the direction was correct. He would have to take the risk to cross this sea of sunflowers. Fortunately, he was prepared. Taking out his sleeves from the girl's hand, Fang Yuan squatted down, placing his palms on the ground, then mobilized his primeval essence, activating the goo worms in his aperture. Soon, green grass grew on the ground. The lush grass grew steadily, the slender grass leaves intertwined with each other, gradually forming human-shaped puppets. Enslavement Path, rank 3 grass puppet goo. This was a goo worm that only Southern Border had. Gu Yao watched in amazement as grass puppets grew one after another, quickly gathering into a field. These grass puppets were short and sturdy. The grass leaves were tightly woven, holding a bamboo blade in one hand and a rattan shield in the other. These were the rank 3 rattan shellgrass soldiers. In the past, on Sancha Mountain, when Fang Yuan fought 1 against 7, Tai Ruanen had used this goo. Afterwards, when Fang Yuan killed a goo master in 3 Kings' blessed land, his spoils of war included the grass puppet goo. Grass puppet goo was quite common in Southern Border. Rank 3 grass puppet goo could form rattan shellgrass soldiers, having the battle strength to kill a rank 1 goo master. Rank 4 grass puppet goo could form grass sword elite soldiers, having even stronger battle strength. But in Northern Plains, the grass puppet goo would also be suppressed. The formed rattan shell grass soldiers would become weak. But Fang Yuan did not use this batch of rattan shell grass soldiers for battle, so it did not matter. After a while, close to 1,000 rattan shell grass soldiers opened up a path in front of them. Fang Yuan held Gu Yao's hand, and under the protection of another 100 rattan shell grass soldiers, entered the sea of ghost-faced sunflowers. Ah! Meh! Meh! Every time Ghost Cry Goo let out a shriek, a group of rattan shell grass soldiers would fall. Ghost Cry Goo's sounds were also different. Some were sharp screams, some were like trembling sheep's cries, and some seemed to be complaining with hidden bitterness. Ghost! There are ghost faces rising up. The girl shuddered, looking at the pale and terrifying ghost faces floating up from the sea of sunflowers, her delicate body trembling in fear. Fang Yuan gently patted her hand, then calmly mobilized the puppets. Chapter 434. The process of crossing the Sea of Sunflowers was a close shave. Gu Yao looked back and let out a breath of turbid air. Her worried heart was finally at ease. To think it was so easy to cross the sea of ghost-face sunflowers. After calming down, the young girl looked at the grass puppets around her. There were only dozens of puppets left, forming a weak defense around her. Gu Yao had never seen such a Gu in her life. Today was an eye-opener. These Gu, although their battle strength is not high, they're the best cannon fodder. Changshan really came prepared. Thinking of this, the young girl turned around and sized up the people around her. The more she interacted with Fang Yuan, the more curious Gu Yao became, and the stronger her desire to investigate became. What kind of person is he? What is his motive in entering poison grassland? Changshan. I have really heard of this name before. Ah. The young girl's face suddenly turned red. When crossing the Sea of Sunflowers earlier, Fang Yuan held her hand. Those ghostly cries and the floating ghostly faces scared her, and she unconsciously got closer to Fang Yuan, gradually hugging his arm in her bosom. But she did not even notice it. Gu Yao quickly let go of Fang Yuan's arm, breaking free from his grasp. After pulling a safe distance, Fang Yuan slowly stopped and turned around to look at the sunflowers behind him. These Ghost Cry Gu and Ghost Face Gu are good Gu, but I do not have specialized Gu worms to capture them. Capturing wild Gu worms also required special methods. These two Gu worms belonged to Soul Path, and the Gu needed to capture them were even more special. It is time. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated. Throwing away the regret in his heart, he turned his gaze to the immortal Gu on his shoulder. Fixed immortal travel. The immortal Gu's aura was too strong. It could not be stored in mortal apertures. Spring-autumn cicada could barely be stored because it was weak. Even though Fang Yuan ordered fixed immortal travel to lie on his shoulder and not move, the immortal Gu's aura was still leaking. If a Gu immortal sensed it, it would be a fatal disaster. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was prepared for this. He took out Bright Pearl Gu. Go. He injected his primeval essence, and Bright Pearl Gu immediately turned into a ball of gentle white light, floating towards fixed immortal travel and covering it. Bright Pearl Gu was a rank 4 storage Gu. It was specially used to seal Gu worms and make them hibernate, making them easy to preserve. Fang Yuan expended almost all of his primeval essence before successfully sealing Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu was shaped like a jade butterfly, sealed in a fist-sized transparent pearl. But it was an immortal Gu. Its aura was still leaking from this pearl. However, it was many times weaker than before. Fang Yuan was not surprised. This was just the first step. The rest of the journey was much smoother. Perhaps it was because of the obstruction of the Sunflower Sea. The poison-beard wolves did not appear again. As the two of them went deeper into the grassland, the poisonous mist became thicker and thicker. They could already clearly see the purple mist floating in the air. When the two started coughing, they stopped and took out their Gu worms to clear the accumulated poison in their bodies. The deeper they went into the grassland, the thicker the poisonous fog became. The two of them stopped more frequently as well. In order to avoid breathing in too much of the poisonous mist while talking, the lively Gu Yao also began to remain silent. Gradually, the purple poisonous fog started to block their vision. How much deeper do we have to go? Gu Yao could not help but ask. The depths of the poisonous grassland was a forbidden zone for life. The deeper they went, the stronger the beasts inside. Many experts who went to explore died here, never to return. Among them, there were many rank 3 peak stage and rank 4 experts. Soon. Fang Yuan replied plainly. his footsteps slowing down until he stopped. Are we there? Is it here? Gu Yao asked excitedly. Fang Yuan did not say a word. He squatted down carefully and pushed aside the twisted, poisonous grass on the ground, revealing a cave that was covered by the grass. This cave was as big as a bowl. The edges were smooth. The cave was deep and dark. Gu Yao saw this, and her gaze froze. Her breathing became rapid. This is the hole dug by the earth spike rats. There are thousands of them. They gather in groups and hide under the grass. As long as there is a slight tremor, they will attack from underground. Their heads are like steel. Once they shoot out, they can pierce through a person's feet. Even the hooves of iron-hoofed horses can be easily pierced. We cannot go any further. Once we are surrounded, we have no chance of survival. We will be drowned by the countless earth spike rats. Along the way, we did not meet any poison beard wolves. This means that the earth spike rats are the overlords here. Maybe the earth spike rat king underground is a myriad beast king. The young girl had lived in the grassland since young. She knew the strength of the earth spike rats very well. No, my destination is still ahead. Fang Yuan stood up. Changshanin, excessive bravery is courting death. You won't be able to walk through it. In fact, if you take just a few steps, you'll be surrounded by the gophers, Gu Yao hurriedly advised. But Fang Yuan smiled plainly. Who said I want to go there? The moment he said that, pitch-black bone wings grew out from his back. This is... Gu Yao stared with wide eyes. Before she could react, Fang Yuan had already carried her. As the young girl screamed, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew off the ground. Gu Yao felt her heart in her throat. The wind whistled in her ears. She felt like she was flying in the clouds. Her legs were not touching the ground. She subconsciously hugged Fang Yuan's neck tightly. After a while, the young girl adapted and smiled in Fang Yuan's embrace. Fang Yuan, to think you can fly. Father has a soaring cloud Gu. When I was young, he often brought me to play in the sky. Sigh, it is a pity that the soaring cloud Gu is a rank 4 Gu. It is not suitable for me. Even if I could use it, Father would not allow it. He is afraid I would fall from the sky. Gu Yao recalled for a while before asking curiously, Changshan-in, what flying Gu is this? Why have I never seen it before? Fang Yuan did not reply. The young girl was unresigned. Is this the rank 3 eagle wings Gu? This height and speed is about the same as the eagle wings Gu, but it doesn't seem to be. Fang Yuan sighed. You have too many questions. Rather than asking questions, why don't you use your energy on the shadow crows in front of us? Shadow crows? The young girl reacted and saw 3 shadow crows in front of her, silently approaching them. The shadow crows were as big as eagles. Their bodies were pitch black. They did not make any movements when flying, and were even more concealed in this dark poison grassland. The young girl's face turned pale, her voice trembling. Changshan-in, how is your flying skill? If it is not possible, we can fly to the grassland and defend. Don't worry. Fang Yuan's voice was still calm. I am hugging you. I cannot attack casually. Now, let's see if your spiraling water arrow is accurate. What? Ah. Before the young girl understood, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and charged towards the 3 shadow crows. Fang Yuan used his actions to give Gu Yao the answer. This is too crazy. He did not think of escaping, but instead wants to kill these 3 shadow crows. Gu Yao's heart was shaken, and she hurriedly shot out 2 water arrows. But of these 2 water arrows, one missed completely, while the other brushed past the shadow crow's wings. Too slow again. Fang Yuan made a beautiful turn and flapped his wings, charging towards the shadow crow again. What? Hey, wait, don't fight them head-on. This is not the ground. The opponent is a shadow crow that is extremely fast. Gu Yao shouted. 2 humans and 3 birds charged towards each other in the air, quickly getting closer. Gu Yao stared with wide eyes. A shadow crow was getting bigger in her vision, and as it got closer, the shadow crow flashed its blade-like claws. Seeing the sharp claws about to grab her, Guyao's body turned cold from fear. Her limbs were stiff, and she could not move. I'm going to crash. I'm going to die. Just as this thought appeared in her mind, Fang Yuan suddenly retracted his wings, and his flying altitude suddenly dropped, brushing past the shadow crow's steel claws. Then he suddenly extended his wings, and after a strong flap, he made a lightning-fast turn in the air, and flew up, scuttling behind the shadow crow. Shoot! Fang Yuan shouted. Gu Yao reacted and instinctively pointed with her finger, and a spiraling water arrow flew out. Fang Yuan's flying technique was too good, and he directly flashed behind the shadow crow. The shadow crow's back was completely exposed to Gu Yao. The spiraling water arrow successfully hit the shadow crow and passed through it, drawing out a line of blood. The shadow crow instantly died, and like a kite with its string cut, it fell to the ground with a muffled thud. The grassland was silent for a moment, and in an instant the ground shook slightly and countless earth spike rats poked their heads out of the holes. The shadow crow's corpse was quickly divided by the closest earth spike rats and dragged into the holes. The huge shadow crow instantly disappeared, leaving only a puddle of blood on the grassland and a few pieces of internal organs. When the young girl saw this scene, she immediately became extremely nervous. If she really fell to the ground, she would immediately be attacked by the earth spike rats, and it would definitely be a dead end. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and shoot. Fang Yuan's cold shout broke the girl's thoughts, and she quickly shot out nearly 10 arrows to kill the 2 shadow crows. The 2 shadow crows fell to the ground and were immediately torn apart by the earth spike rats, and Gu Yao broke out in cold sweat. Your aim is too bad. Hurry up and use the Yuan stone to recover your primeval energy. Under Fang Yuan's scolding, Gu Yao quickly took out a Yuan stone, but she made a mistake, and the Yuan stone fell out of her hand and fell to the ground. You idiot! I am sorry. The girl's voice had a trace of sobbing. Focus, calm down. Play at your normal level. There will definitely be a lot of shadow crows, and I still need to rely on you. Fang Yuan's voice softened. Chapter 435. An hour and a half later. Fang Yuan carried Gu Yao as he landed on the ground. Gu Yao's legs were weak, her face was pale. She only recovered after taking a few breaths after landing on the ground. In the flight just now, she had killed at least 100 shadow crows. She had felt like she was struggling between life and death several times. The process of flying was filled with danger. Not only did they meet with several waves of shadow crows, they even attracted the attacks of earth spike rats. When in danger, not only would there be countless shadow crows in the sky, the ground would also shoot out countless earth spikes. Under such attacks, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew. He continued to turn, dive, and rise. Searching for a possibility in the impossible, he charged out of the rain of attacks and found a chance of survival. I was actually able to survive under such attacks. This was the first thought that appeared in Gu Yao's mind when she landed on the ground. After the joy of surviving the calamity, the joy of disbelief, and the fear from recalling the past, Gu Yao looked at Fang Yuan with a complex expression. The latter was healing his injuries. Even if the young girl was ignorant after this battle, she would recognize Fang Yuan's power in flying. Moreover, Gu Yao was not an ordinary girl from the grassland. Her father was the leader of a tribe. In her past life, Gu Yao had been influenced by what she had seen and heard. Her horizons were broadened, and she knew much more than people of the same age. This man in front of me, his flying technique is actually so skilled and powerful. Is the soul of an eagle hidden in his majestic body? Such a flying technique can completely match lightning Dong Pekong, water immortal Song Qingyin, and green bat Wu Yi. This is the first-rate flying technique of northern plains. Changshanin, what kind of person are you? Fang Yuan quickly healed his injuries. Under the torrential attacks, no matter how powerful his flying technique was, he could not avoid getting hit. Most importantly, the rank 4 bone wings gu was only equivalent to a rank 3 gu in northern plains. At the same time he was carrying a person, the increase in weight affected his agility. However, with Gu Yao's help, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. If she didn't use her water arrows and water dragons to kill the crows, and if she didn't use her water armor to protect me, my Zhan Yuan alone would not have been enough. Fang Yuan thought, I am a southern border Gu master. When I go to northern plains, my cultivation will be suppressed. But fortunately, as time passes and I gradually integrate into northern plains, this suppression will lessen. Man was the spirit of all living things. He could adapt to his environment and blend in with it. Of course, when Fang Yuan completely integrated into northern plains and recovered his cultivation, when he returned to southern border, he would be suppressed again. He would need to adapt and fuse with it again. Humans can gradually blend into the environment, but gu worms cannot. Southern border's gu worms would continue to be weakened. These gu on me consume the same amount of primeval essence as before, but their effectiveness is greatly reduced. Southern border's rank 4 gu are inferior to northern plains rank 3 gu. But after killing Gu Yao, there was only a small chance that her gu worms would end up in Fang Yuan's hands. Only by using Gu Yao like this could he display the greatest value of this rank 3 middle stage gu master. If not for Gu Yao, I would not be able to advance so quickly. Although her gu worms are good, I cannot obtain them. I need to change these southern border gu worms. Other than considering my battle strength, they are also a huge flaw in my concealment of my identity. I still need to go to that battlefield. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly and took out bright pearl gu. Bright pearl gu had fixed immortal travel sealed inside. It was like a pure white amber. In front of Gu Yao, Fang Yuan took out the dust gu without any hesitation. The dust gu was like a cocoon. It was dark gray in color and felt like sand in his hand. Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence, and the dust gu exploded into a puff of gray smoke. The gray smoke had its own intelligence and landed on the bright pearl gu. The bright pearl gu that was emitting a bright white light was covered by this dust and immediately became dim. The immortal gu fixed immortal travel's aura weakened again. This was the dust of the treasure pearl. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, when he went to Central Continent and caused the 5 regions' chaotic war, some gu masters sneaked into other regions to fight and hide their identity and aura, so they developed this method. What are you doing? Gu Yao asked curiously. Fang Yuan did not answer her. He kept the dark pearl and continued on his journey. The two continued to move forward. The poisonous fog in the air was getting thicker and thicker. The purple color was starting to affect their vision. The two had to stop more frequently and use gu worms to get rid of the accumulated poison in their bodies. Crack! A crisp sound came from under their feet, as if they had stepped on a dried tree branch. Gu Yao looked down in confusion, then screamed and quickly jumped back like a rabbit. Why is there a human skull here? Her voice was trembling, because this place was originally a battlefield. Fang Yuan walked in front of her. He did not turn back and instead quickened his pace. Battlefield? Hey, wait for me, don't walk so fast. Gu Yao quickly followed Fang Yuan's footsteps. The more she walked, the more shocked she became. Originally, the thick, purple poisonous fog had blocked her vision. But now that she got closer, she saw that there were many white bones on the slightly rotten grass. There were human bones and also wolf bones. The ground was also filled with deep pits and trenches. It was clear that an intense battle had occurred here. So many people died. Who was it that fought a life and death battle here? But the deep pits and trenches were already filled with poisonous grass. Together with the other traces, this battlefield has at least 20 years of history. Gu Yao landed behind Fang Yuan. Seeing him searching as if he was looking for something, she immediately understood. So Chang Shanyin's motive for entering Poison Grassland was this battlefield. What is he looking for? Wait a minute, there was indeed a huge battle in Poison Grassland 20 years ago. Father had talked to someone before I was at the side. A memory surfaced from the depths of Gu Yao's mind. At that time, Gu Yao was still young, around 4 to 5 years old. Her father had invited a distinguished guest to a banquet and brought her with him. In the tent, the adults talked about the heroes of the grassland. Speaking of which, Chang tribe has produced a character this time. You mean Wolf King? That's right. This person is an enslavement path, Gu master that Chang tribe heavily nurtured. In his hands, the wolf group can move like the wind and attack like the rain. He can change the formation at will. He is truly skilled. Most importantly, he is a righteous person and is extremely filial to his mother. This time his mother was poisoned and could only be cured by the snow-wash Gu on the snow willow. He ignored the obstruction and entered Poison Grassland alone. Sigh, it was precisely because of this that Wolf King lost his life. That's right. This was a scheme from start to finish, meticulously planned by Wolf King's archenemy Ha-Tu-Gu. Ha-Tu-Gu wanted to kill Wolf King. But Wolf King is not someone to be trifled with. He killed Ha-Tu-Gu's group of bandits and got rid of a huge threat to the grassland. But it is a pity that Wolf King Chang Shan-in, this hero, lost his life in Poison Grassland. Chang Shan-in? You are Wolf King Chang Shan-in. Thinking of this, Gu Yao opened her mouth in shock, staring at Fang Yuan. Oh, you also know Chang Shan-in? Fang Yuan replied plainly, still searching for something. But Gu Yao shook her head. No, that's not right. Looking at his age, if Chang Shan-in was still alive, he should be 40 or 50 years old. How could he be at your age? Moreover, your appearance and accent are all wrong. You are not Chang Shan-in. He. If I am not Chang Shan-in, then who am I? That's right, who are you? Why are you pretending to be a dead Gu master? Gu Yao was full of questions. Suddenly her eyes brightened. Wait! Although not long after Chang Shan-in died, his mother also died from the poison. But he is already married and left behind a bloodline. His son has already grown up and is also an outstanding talent. Don't tell me you are Chang Shan-yin's son? Fang Yuan smiled and was about to answer her when he heard a strange sound. This sound was like old wheels rolling on the ground. Along with this voice, a huge white bone wheel rolled out from the purple mist. It was as tall as 2 people, half a foot wide, and was made of white bones. The surface of the wheel was covered in sharp bone spikes. At the center of the wheel was a huge skull. The terrifying eye sockets of the skull were burning with blood-red flames. Be careful, this is Ha-Tu-Gu's rank 5 Gu, battle bone wheel. Fang Yuan had just warned when the wheel suddenly accelerated, rolling over with an imposing aura. Golden Dragon Gu. Fang Yuan pushed with his palms. The golden dragon roared and slammed onto the wheel. The wheel shook for a moment before easily crushing the golden dragon and crashing into Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly spread his bone wings and flew into the sky. But the wheel also lifted off the ground and flew into the sky. Golden Coat Gu. Fang Yuan saw that he could not dodge and could only take it head-on. Bam! He was sent flying and landed on the ground, his body covered in mud and grass. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 spiraling water arrows hit the wheel. The white bone wheel landed on the ground, raising a large amount of mud. It gave up on Fang Yuan and changed its direction, crashing towards Gu Yao. Gu Yao quickly activated Water Trace Gu and activated her water armor, dodging and retaliating. Fang Yuan also rushed over to help. This was a tough battle. The opponent was a rank 5 Gu, the core Gu that the original owner, Ha-Tu-Gu, relied on to become famous. After Ha-Tu-Gu died, it became a wild Gu, feeding on the white bones on the battlefield. The white bone chariot's attacks were majestic and fierce, often crushing its opponents into meat paste. Fang Yuan was suppressed and his battle strength fell. He did not bring a rank 5 gu and could not fight the white bone wheel head-on. His original plan was to avoid the white bone wheel and search for Chang Shanyan's corpse. But now that he had Guyao's help, he changed his plan and chose to fight. After fighting for over 4 hours, relying on Fang Yuan's tactic of restraining the enemy, the two bullied the white bone wheel's lack of intelligence. They took turns to breathe and gradually wore down the white bone wheel, finally causing it to fall to the ground. After the battle was decided, Fang Yuan immediately placed his hands on the white bone wheel and swept it with his will and primeval essence. The white bone wheel was a rank 5 gu, thus even rank 6 spring autumn cicada and fixed immortal travel's aura could not help Fang Yuan refine it instantly. But the wheel was full of cracks and almost fell apart. It was in a terrible state and was on the verge of destruction. Fang Yuan had 100-man soul. He was full of vigor and his will was like steel. He poured his primeval essence into it and spent another 15 minutes before he finally subdued it. Chapter 436. Fang Yuan's consciousness entered his aperture. After the white bone will enter the aperture, it floated on the sea of true gold primeval essence, floating along with the waves, looking lifeless. Goo worms would naturally get injured, destroyed, or even perish. This white bone wheel is on the verge of breaking. It cannot be used anymore, unless I can find the bone bamboo goo and combine it with the ghost fire goo to heal it. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. There were many healing goo that did not target the human body. Some goo, like wolf smoke goo, were used to heal the injuries of wolves and jackals. Some goo, like pig iron goo, were used to heal the chainsaw golden centipede. Bone bamboo goo, combined with ghost fire goo, could heal the white bone wheel and allow it to fight again. Speaking of which, this white bone wheel goo is very famous. It was created by the rank 8 demonic path Gu immortal Shinjia Ao. This person was called Proud Bone Demon Lord. He had outstanding talent, and when he advanced to rank 6, he did not have an immortal goo, so he thought of a killer move called White Bone War Chariot. White Bone War Chariot is made from white bone wheel and many other rank 5 goo. It is very powerful, comparable to a rank 6 immortal goo. Relying on this amazing idea, Shanjia Ao cultivated to rank 8 realm and brought the killer move White Bone Battlefield to greater heights, combining 3 immortal goo to form an even more powerful killer move, White Bone Battlefield. He relied on this to move unhindered in the world, slaughtering countless goo immortals. His fierce name spread far and wide, causing the righteous path to be helpless. Sigh, when can I cultivate to this realm? In his previous life, Fang Yuan had rank 6 cultivation, a crucial step away from rank 7. Afterwards, he refined Spring Autumn Cicada, but was besieged by righteous path goo immortals, and had no choice but to self-detonate. Every time he thought of Blood Sea Ancestor, Proud Bone Demon Lord, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, these characters, Fang Yuan could not help but yearn for them. A man should be like this in this world, unrestrained by the mortal world, fearless and unrestrained, killing whoever they don't like. When my heart is evil, I slaughter all living beings. When my heart is kind, I bless the world. The world moves according to my heart. I rule over everything and trample on all enemies who dare to resist me. This is true freedom, a carefree life. Fang Yuan sighed deeply in his heart, taking out the bright pearl goo from his pocket. Bright pearl goo was already covered in dust. Its light was dim. Fixed immortal travel was sealed inside. The immortal goo's aura was also weakening. Fang Yuan took out the dark throw goo. This goo was similar in shape to the dust goo. It was also a silkworm cocoon, but its body was deep black. Fang Yuan mobilized his primeval essence, and the black cocoon wriggled. Dozens of threads twisted out like snakes and climbed onto the bright pearl goo. In a few blinks of an eye, the bright pearl goo was wrapped in a layer of black cocoon. This was known as casting pearls before swine. It was a method developed during the Battle of the Five Regions to conceal the aura of goo worms. As a result, the aura of fixed immortal travel became even weaker. Warrior Changshan, you want to seal this beautiful jade butterfly? Gu Yao stood at the side, gradually realizing what was going on. Fang Yuan gave her a mysterious smile and put the black bead into his pocket before continuing to search the battlefield. This battlefield was left behind from the battle between Changshan and Ha Tu-gu over 20 years ago. Changshan was a rank 4 peak stage Gu master, while Ha Tu-gu was a rank 5 initial stage Gu master with a large group of subordinates. They were playmates who grew up together, but the woman they fell in love with at the same time chose Changshan in the end. From then on, hatred was formed, and because of the subsequent events, the hatred deepened until it could only be washed away with each other's lives and blood. After Ha Tu-gu poisoned Changshan mother, Changshan led his wolf group deep into poison grassland to find the snow-washed gu. After that, Changshan set up an ambush here, and when Ha Tu-gu charged in with the horse bandits, large groups of wolves came from all directions. This tragic life and death battle was fought until the heavens and the earth darkened. Eventually, the wolf group was annihilated, and the horse bandits either died or escaped. Changshan, who was at the end of his rope, fought with Ha Tu-gu, who had exhausted his primeval essence. Both of them were in a frenzy, using everything they could. They wrestled with each other, using their teeth to bite, using their hands to dig, using all the strength in their bodies, before both of them collapsed on the ground, without even the strength to breathe. These two mortal enemies, once the closest companions, were only 2 to 3 steps away from each other, but they could only pant and stare at each other. They were both strong Gu masters. One was a glorious hero, the other was a notorious demon, but both of them had lost their strength. At this moment, they were as weak as children. Even if a rabbit ran over and blocked their mouths, they would suffocate to death. After a moment of deadlock, Ha Tu-gu suddenly laughed loudly. He was, after all, a rank 5 Gu master. His primeval essence recovery speed was faster than Changshan. His primeval essence recovered first. It was enough for him to use the poisonous bone spear once. Seeing the bone spear shooting towards him, Changshan eyes opened wide. A miraculous trace of strength burst forth in this desperate situation. Using this bit of strength, he struggled to turn half his body, but the poisonous bone spear that was aimed at his head still pierced his chest. The intense pain made Changshan roar in anger. Using the wolf strength, Gu, to amplify his strength, he broke the thin bone spear. Holding it in his hand, he dragged his body step by step to Ha Tu-gu's side. Finally, Changshan stabbed the green spear tip into Ha Tu-gu's eye socket, killing this mortal enemy of his. Although Changshan won, the poison on the bone spear had already spread throughout his body. Using the primeval essence that he had just recovered, he activated the wolf fetus earth burial gu. This gu was refined from 108 different kinds of pregnant female wolves. It was specially used to save lives. As long as there was a trace of life force, it would be able to keep them alive. Changshan used this gu and burrowed into the ground, falling into a deep sleep, struggling at death's door. After over 30 years, Ma Hongyan, who was still a rank 3 Gu master, was chased here by the wolf group. In a desperate situation, he unexpectedly found Changshan who was buried underground. After Ma Hongyan saved Changshan the latter not only helped him repel the wolf group, he even worked hard for him and became one of the 4 great generals in order to repay him for saving his life. In the struggle for dominance in the grassland, he made countless contributions and pushed Ma Hongyan, who was originally a slave, to the throne of the lord of the imperial court. Changshan life was full of ups and downs. He was a legend. When he reappeared in the world, his story was widely spread in northern plains. It was not a secret. Later, with Ma Hongyan's help, he cultivated to rank 7 Gu Immortal Realm and obtained the title of Skywolf General, gaining even more authority. Finally, he resisted the invasion of Central Continent and died in battle. His descendants wrote his biography. This was also the reason why Feng Yuan was so clear about the process. Oh, I found it. After a long search, there was finally a result. Feng Yuan's footsteps paused as he found a huge wolf tail on the grassland. This wolf tail was covered in mud and was mostly covered by poisonous grass. It was almost invisible. If not for Feng Yuan already having a target and carefully searching, he would not have found it. Back then, when Ma Hongyan was escaping, he tripped on this wolf tail. After he pulled out this wolf tail, he saved Changshan, Yin, and himself. Feng Yuan was overwhelmed with emotions. He grabbed the wolf tail and pulled it out. Immediately, the ground rumbled and a huge female wolf's body was brought out. Her eyes were closed, her body was covered in purple fur, and her belly was snow white. Her body was huge, even when she was lying down. She was as tall as a person. Gu Yao quickly ran over with a surprised expression. What wolf is this? Why is it so big? Oh my! It looks like a female wolf. Look at her bulging belly. She must be pregnant. This is not a wolf, it is a Gu. Feng Yuan said as he took out a sharp dagger from the moving perspective cup Gu. He stabbed the dagger into the wolf's belly and forcefully made a long cut. Instantly, the swollen belly split open, and large amounts of amniotic fluid mixed with blood gushed out of the wound, drenching Feng Yuan's lower body. Gu Yao saw that the situation was bad and quickly jumped back to prevent herself from being implicated. Next, she opened her mouth in shock, shouting, "Why is there a person in the wolf fetus?" Along with the amniotic fluid, there was another person. It was the real Changshan. His eyes were closed and his body was riddled with injuries, especially the half-bone spear that was stuck in his chest. His whole body was covered in sticky amniotic fluid. His expression was painful and his skin was pale green. Feng Yuan quickly squatted down and stretched out his hands, seemingly inspecting Changshanyan's injuries, but in fact he was secretly pinching Changshanyan's neck. The pitiful Changshan was a hero. He successfully killed his mortal enemy and used Gu worms to extend his life for over 20 years. Originally, in another 10 years or so, a fated monarch would have come to save him. But now, Feng Yuan interfered and killed this future influential figure, the famous Skywolf General, a future rank 7 Gu Immortal. Changshan was already at his last breath. He had no consciousness and could not defend himself. He only had a weak breath left. When Feng Yuan killed him, his body did not even tremble, not to mention using his consciousness to detonate the Gu worms. Feng Yuan's consciousness entered his aperture and immediately found several turtle breath Gu inside. Turtle breath Gu was a storage Gu, similar to bright pearl Gu, used to seal Gu worms. Before Changshan entered the wolf's stomach to prevent the Gu worms in his body from starving to death, he sealed them one by one in the turtle breath Gu. These rank 4 Gu were like oval-shaped rocks, slightly bigger than a fist. The surface of the rocks was covered in veins, making people think of a turtle shell. Once spring-autumn cicadas' aura leaked out, Feng Yuan instantly refined these turtle breath Gu. He took out all these turtle breath Gu, and under Gu Yao's curious gaze, he crushed them one by one, revealing the Gu worms inside. A total of 8 Gu worms, all belonging to the enslavement path. They were all rare rank 4 Gu. Among them, some were even more precious than ordinary rank 5 Gu. Changshan used this set of Gu worms to make a name for himself in northern plains. He then used this Gu to kill a rank 5 enemy. Using spring-autumn cicada, Feng Yuan kept all of them for his own use. Chapter 437. But just obtaining Gu worms was not Feng Yuan's entire goal. After throwing these Gu worms into his aperture, he looked at Changshan's corpse. He started to use goo worms to detoxify the corpse. Isn't he already dead? Gu Yao asked with a strange expression. Detoxifying a living person was fine, but why did he have to detoxify a dead person? Fang Yuan did not answer her directly, instead requesting, "Don't just watch. Use your cleansing goo to help." With Fang Yuan and Gu Yao's help, the poison in Chang Shanyin's body was gradually expelled. "Is he Chang Shanin, your father?" Gu Yao suddenly realized something, looking at Fang Yuan with an inquisitive gaze. But she quickly denied it. "No, Chang Shanyin's son is a Northern Plains native. From your appearance, you are an outsider." Fang Yuan snorted, saying expressionlessly, "I said, I am Chang Shanin." As the poison dissipated, the pale green color on Chang Shanyin's skin faded away, returning to his original skin color. Fang Yuan saw that it was about time. He called the girl to the side and took off Chang Shanyin's clothes, using clean water to wash them. You want to bring his corpse back." Guyao guessed, but immediately after, Fang Yuan's actions overturned her guess. The girl saw Fang Yuan taking out a lump of black ants from his aperture. Fang Yuan used his primeval essence, and the black ants immediately dispersed, landing on Chang Shanyin's naked and pale corpse and starting to eat. These black ants crawled all over Chang Shanyin's body, swallowing his skin, leaving behind a completely unrecognizable corpse with its flesh and tendons exposed. Gu Yao saw this and almost vomited in disgust. Fang Yuan collected this lump of black ants again, taking out a seed and planting it on the ground. As he injected his primeval essence, the seed sprouted at a visible speed, growing into a beautiful flower. The flower bloomed, but in the center of the flower was a strange and thick blood-colored membrane, like a person's mouth. Inside the petals, there were rows of tiny serrations. The black ants gathered together and climbed up the flower, burrowing into the heart of the flower. The flower closed up again. The sawtooth inside rotated crazily and rubbed against each other. The entire flower trembled and made a buzzing sound. Fang Yuan took out another goo, and before Gu Yao could see it clearly, the goo turned into a colorful flame and attached itself to the strange and terrifying flower. In the burning of the flames, the flowers twisted crazily, letting out squeaking sounds. The scream was so sharp that Gu Yao had to take a dozen steps back and cover her ears with both hands. At this point, the young girl also knew that something was wrong. Such a strange method exuded a sinister demonic aura. Gu Yao looked at Fang Yuan with a pale face, but the latter's expression did not change. He stood on the spot, his eyes shining as he stared at the flower bud beneath his feet. "Open!" Suddenly, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed and he shouted. A small slit opened up on the corolla, absorbing all the colorful flames. Next, the entire flower bud exploded and a goo flew out. This goo was colorful and constantly changing colors, sometimes yellow-green, sometimes blood-purple. It was like smoke or mist floating in the air. Human skin goo. I have finally refined it. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a long sigh of relief. He then took out a clean and sharp dagger from the moving perspective cup goo. The following scene will be a little bloody. You can close your eyes. He held the dagger and said to Gu Yao. Gu Yao's breathing was slightly rough. She looked at Fang Yuan with a bewildered gaze, not saying a word. But at the next moment, the young girl's pupils shrunk and she covered her mouth with both hands, but she could not hide her scream. Under her frightened gaze, Fang Yuan aimed the dagger at his chest and lightly cut it. Swoosh! He cut from his neck all the way to his abdomen. But the strange thing was his blood did not flow out. He had already prepared the hemostasis goo. Next, Fang Yuan expressionlessly moved the dagger around his body. Then he stretched out his hand and peeled off the skin on his chest. When the young girl saw this horrifying scene, she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth and willed. The colorful smoke in the air floated over and covered his chest. Swoosh, 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 with a strange sound, Fong Yuan's exposed bloody tendons were covered by a new layer of skin. But the strange thing was, although this layer of skin had just grown, it was not as delicate as a baby's but pale and old skin. Next, Fong Yuan did the same thing, peeling off the skin on his arms and legs and growing new skin. This, don't tell me. Gu Yao gradually realized something and was tongue-tied. Peeling off the skin on his back was a little troublesome. Fong Yuan spent a lot of effort and finally succeeded. Finally, the most crucial part was the skin on his face. Fong Yuan stopped and rested for a while before raising the dagger and pointing it at his eyelids. Gu Yao's body trembled, but Fong Yuan's hands were as steady as iron. Every movement was precise and precise. He first cut off his eyelids, then along his eye sockets, the tip of the dagger went out to his ears, then along his cheeks to his chin. Turning his chin, he cut to the other side, finally forming a complete circle. Next, Gu Yao saw Fong Yuan peeling off the skin on his face. Her heart pounded and she felt her legs go soft. The colorful smoke floated over, giving him new skin on his face. Next, Fong Yuan changed the skin on the back of his neck, behind his ears, and on his scalp. When he turned around and faced Gu Yao, he was a completely different person. He had turned into Chang Shanin. I said, "I am Chang Shanin." He spoke with a plain tone. Gu Yao looked at Fong Yuan in disbelief. Fong Yuan's voice was in the purest Northern Plains accent. Fong Yuan could speak in a Northern Plains accent. It was just that he did not say it before. "You." She pointed at Fong Yuan, her body trembling and her face pale, her expression filled with fear. Fong Yuan laughed in disdain. "The human body is like a bag of skin. It is just a change of skin. Why are you making such a fuss? The so-called beauty and ugliness are superficial and weak things. If it was on Earth, it would be fine if the human strength was exhausted and the path to immortality was severed. In this world, only eternal life was worth pursuing. As for this human skin goo, it was a recipe developed by goo masters hundreds of years later, during the 5 Regions chaotic war. It could allow a goo master to disguise as another person, with no difference in appearance. Many Central Continent goo masters relied on the human skin goo to infiltrate the enemy's headquarters, assassinate and wreak havoc, greatly boosting Central Continent's offensive, causing the other 4 regions people to be fearful and suspicious of each other, ignoring the girl who was scared out of her wits. Fong Yuan stood on the spot, slowly raising his hands in front of his eyes. Now his hands had completely changed. Every fingerprint and handprint on his hands was the same as Chang Shanyan's. Then he reached out and touched his chest. His chest was originally smooth and flat, but now there was chest hair extending from his throat all the way to his crotch. He touched his face, and the first thing he felt was the straight nose of the Northern Plains people, and then his rough cheeks. He took out a mirror and looked at himself. His face was completely Chang Shanyan's face. Even the hair that had grown out was the same as his. Even the white hair on his temples was the same. Human skin goo was the main material used to refine goo using a human skin. In fact, its transformation was comprehensive. Not only the skin, but also the hair, the color of the pupils, the shape of the bones, and even the old wounds could be replicated vividly. Gu Yao looked at the current Fong Yuan. It was like she was looking at a dead person coming back to life. "You, who are you?" She stared at Fong Yuan, her gaze filled with vigilance and alertness. Fong Yuan smiled, saying warmly, "I said I am Chang Shanin. Do you think I am a fool? I saw the entire process with my own eyes. You are an outsider. Don't use our Northern Plains accent to speak." The girl screamed. She could not take it anymore, her expression showing signs of insanity. Fong Yuan stared at her with a burning gaze. His face showing the vicissitudes of life, he sighed emotionally. "Little girl, don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you." I am indeed Changshan Yin. From the moment we met, I did not lie to you. Then how do you explain everything that just happened? The girl questioned. Fang Yuan raised his head, his gaze skipping over the girl, looking at the sky. His gaze was like smoke. He spoke in a reminiscing tone. Little girl, have you heard of soul possession? Soul possession? Gu Yao was slightly stunned. Her gaze flickered and her tone was uncertain. You are talking about soul possession? Fang Yuan spoke slowly, explaining with a gentle attitude. It seems you have heard of it. That's right. I was on the verge of death, and with no one to save me, I could only use this method and escape with my soul. Poison grassland is covered in dark clouds all year round. The sun cannot be seen, thus my soul can roam freely here. I roamed for over 20 years before finding the chance to possess an outsider Gu master. When I used my Gu worm to teleport here, I coincidentally met you. Is that so? Is that really the case? If I wanted to harm you, I would have killed you long ago. Why would I let you follow me and even teach you how to fight? Although you say that if I wanted to guard against you, I would not have let you see these things. You are a Northern Plains native. I, the great Changshan, would not be so despicable as to lay my hands on a little girl like you. Why did I only succeed after over 20 years? It is because I am not willing to slaughter Northern Plains people for my own selfishness. Little girl, you won't attack me because of an outsider, right? Fang Yuan's smile was like the sun, his tone filled with righteousness. Chapter 438. Gu Yao gradually let down her guard. Your words seem to make sense. If you are really Changshan, then you are the hero of Northern Plains. For an outsider, I will not make things difficult for you. But how will you prove your identity? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, his expression changing as he displayed the arrogance of a senior expert. I, Changshan, will never change my name. I am me. Why do I need to prove myself? Little girl, if you want to leave now, I will not stop you. Fang Yuan's move of loosening the reins only to grasp them succeeded in shaking Gu Yao's suspicions, causing her to hesitate. Fang Yuan struck while the iron was hot. Little girl, you are right to be wary of others. But think about it, on the way here, how many chances did I have to kill you? Let's not talk about anything else, just flying in the air. As long as I let go, you would fall into the earth spike, rats, and die without a doubt. Did I do that? Meeting each other is fate. Since you have the courage to escape, why don't you have the courage to face me? Gu Yao fell into silence. Fang Yuan observed her expression and knew that it was about time. Thus he added, Follow me, you are still young. It is not safe for you to be alone in the depths of poison grassland. Didn't you tell me before to find the snow willow? You want to get the snow wash goo from the snow willow and bring it back to the tribe to make a great contribution to offset this marriage? To speak the truth, this is not realistic. 1 or 2 snow wash goo cannot change the situation. Coincidentally, I also need snow wash goo. I will bring you to the snow willow and catch the snow wash goo. Then I will follow you home and convince your father. What do you think? Really? Gu Yao's eyes brightened. I remember that father admires you the most, saying that you are a great hero. Abba will definitely listen to what you say. But what do you need snow wash goo for? Your mother has already passed away. Sigh. Fang Yuan's tone was bleak. He had a lonely expression. He first lowered his head before smiling bitterly. I naturally know. 20 years ago, my mother died from poison. I was not able to find the snow wash goo and return in time. It was unfilial of me. Do you know, over these 20 years, snow wash goo has become my obsession. I must catch one, then kneel on my mother's grave and repent to her. Saying so, Fang Yuan's tears flowed down. The young girl saw Fang Yuan's tears and completely believed Fang Yuan's lies. She felt heartache and consoled. Senior Changshan, this is not your fault. It's all because of that damned Hatu Gu. Don't say any more. Let's go. Fang Yuan waved his hand and walked forward. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. I shouldn't have doubted you. Gu Yao felt a wave of guilt. She hurried to catch up with Fang Yuan and apologized behind him. Fang Yuan comforted the girl and succeeded in making Gu Yao feel even more guilty. The two continued to walk deeper into poison grassland. The purple poisonous fog was getting thicker. Even poison-resistant wild beasts like poison-beard wolves rarely appeared. After 200 to 300 li, Fang Yuan and Gu Yao had no choice but to use their gu worms to detoxify the poison. After another 500 to 600 li, the purple poisonous fog was as thick as a wall, to the point where one could not even see their own fingers. Gu Yao's fog sparrow gu had already lost its effect in this situation. But Fang Yuan was prepared. He could still scout a radius of several thousand steps. Senior Changshanin, let's go back. Or if we change our direction, we might meet the snow willow. If we go any deeper, I'm afraid. Gu Yao's face turned purple. She could not hold on any longer. But Fang Yuan shook his head and rejected this suggestion, insisting on moving forward. The young girl was not clear, but Fang Yuan understood. This snow willow needed to grow in a poisonous environment. And this poison grassland also had a great origin. In the deepest part of poison grassland, there was a blessed land where the rank 7 Gu immortal Zi Yen Ran lived, known as Lady Poison Scorpion. In her Zi Du blessed land, there were countless poisonous grasses and large swamps. There were large numbers of poisonous beasts living in it, and large numbers of poisonous gu were bred. When these poisonous beasts accumulated, their toxicity was so intense that even the blessed land could not endure it. Thus, every few years the blessed land's entrance would open and release the dense poisonous gas inside. Most of this poisonous gas would turn into the purple poisonous fog in poison grassland. In some blessed lands, the lowest life forms would take this chance to escape. Thus, there were large numbers of poison-beard wolves in poison grassland. As time passed, the surroundings of the purple poison blessed land underwent earth-shattering changes. Dark clouds covered it all year round. No light could be seen. Purple fog lingered, tormenting life forms. Large numbers of poisonous grasses grew. On the slightly rotten soil, poison-beard wolves ran amok, causing this grassland to become a forbidden zone for life forms. It was called poison grassland by mortals with reverence. At the center of poison grassland was Zi Du blessed land, and Fang Yuan's current location was at the center of poison grassland. In the inner part of the grassland, poisonous fog gathered all year round, and large numbers of snow willows grew. Fang Yuan was clear in his heart. At this rate, as long as he persevered and moved forward, he would definitely see the snow willows. As he expected, after the two moved forward for a few hundred steps, Fang Yuan found a snow willow. The snow willow was 20 feet tall. Its branches were luxuriant, and its trunk was black like ink, but the thousands of willow branches hanging down were pure white like snow. In the dense purple fog, it appeared noble and holy. Fang Yuan brought Gu Yao to the snow willow, and the young girl immediately let out a happy shout. The two began to carefully examine the snow-white leaves on the willow branches. Soon, Gu Yao found one of the leaves had already turned into a gu. This was snow-wash gu, a rank 4 gu worm that was priceless. Snow-wash gu's detoxification ability was outstanding and was widely acknowledged by Northern Plains gu masters. The two searched for a long time and found 3 snow-wash gu. Fang Yuan only took one and gave the other 2 to Gu Yao, making the young girl secretly grateful. After keeping the snow-wash gu, Fang Yuan took out a black bead from his bosom. The immortal gu-fixed immortal travel was sealed inside, and at this moment it was quietly emitting some immortal gu aura. This aura did not dissipate for a long time, and could be easily detected by gu immortals. It is time. Fang Yuan willed, and summoned a gu from his aperture. He immediately poured his primeval essence into it, and this goo turned into a crimson iron cabinet, firmly sealing the black bead. Immediately, the immortal goo's aura was isolated, and not a trace of it leaked out. This was a goo unique to Tai clan that Fang Yuan had obtained on Sancha Mountain, iron cabinet goo. Fang Yuan carried the iron cabinet and returned along the path they came from with Gu Yao. After walking for 200 to 300 li, Fang Yuan stopped and took out the Earth Treasury Flower King goo, placing the iron cabinet into the heart of the flower and planting it deep underground. This goo was rank 5, and Fang Yuan had a hard time planting it. His primeval essence was not effective enough, and he could only absorb Yuan stone while slowly pouring in primeval essence. It took him more than 4 hours to complete the task. Fang Yuan had once opened the flower Wine Monk's inheritance on Qingmao Mountain. The latter was to bury the Earth Treasury Flower goo and hide the goo worm. The Earth Treasury Flower goo was only a rank 2 goo, and as it advanced, it would become a rank 5 Earth Treasury Flower King. When the Earth Treasury Flower King was in full bloom, it was 10 times larger than the Earth Treasury Flower. The dark golden petals were soft like silk, and the heart of the flower was dark golden liquid. But when the Earth Treasury Flower King's flower bud was completely closed, its entire body was smaller than a baby's fist. It was completely hidden deep underground and did not reveal any aura. Fang Yuan planted the Earth Treasury Flower King and carefully destroyed all traces of it on the ground. At this point, he could be considered to have truly hidden the immortal goo fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan's aperture could not store fixed immortal travel, so he could only use this method and bury the immortal goo here to use it in the future. In this vast grassland, who would think that an extremely precious immortal goo was hidden here? But there was a flaw. The immortal goo left behind a trail of aura. These auras did not fade and could attract goo immortals. Thus, along the way, Fang Yuan sealed the immortal goo intermittently to prevent goo immortals from searching for it. But the possibility of this is not very high, unless the goo immortal has an investigative immortal goo, and this immortal goo can penetrate the ground and search hundreds of li underground. If fixed immortal travel was really discovered by a goo immortal and was taken away, Fang Yuan could only blame it on his bad luck. But even so, he would not bring fixed immortal travel with him. Compared to the immortal goo, he felt that his life was more precious. After burying the Earth Treasury Flower King goo, the two continued to walk back to that battlefield. Here, Fang Yuan changed his direction and did not follow the original path back. Instead, he went in another direction and used Gu Yao's return heart goo to guide him. The return journey was not smooth. During this period, Fang Yuan and Gu Yao were attacked by wolf groups several times. 3 or 4 times they encountered 1,000 wolf group, and Fang Yuan could only carry Gu Yao and fly into the sky to avoid the disaster. When the two of them made it out of the poisonous grassland safely, the difficulties and obstacles they encountered were much smaller. In front of them, 100 poison beard wolves pounced towards Fang Yuan and Gu Yao. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He was not shocked, but happy instead. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky, looking down and pointing. Wolf enslavement, Gu go! A rank 2 wolf enslavement goo turned into a lump of blue smoke, falling down and covering the 100 Beast Wolf King. The 100 Beast Wolf King struggled intensely, its soul emitting a strong resistance. But facing Fang Yuan's 100-man soul strength, it was quickly defeated. Howl, howl! When Fang Yuan landed on the grassland, this 100 Beast Wolf King wagged its tail like a puppy, circling around Fang Yuan's feet. The wolf group it brought also did not move under its command, becoming Fang Yuan's lackeys. This was the second wolf group that Fang Yuan had subdued. Like this, Fang Yuan's forces became stronger, and the wolf group around him also became larger. The fleeing journey had unknowingly turned into a leisurely stroll in the park. When the wolf group around Fang Yuan expanded to over 2,000, and with 400 beast wolf kings, poison grassland was no longer scary. With the capital to settle down, Fang Yuan started to deal with the goo worms that came from southern border. Northern Plains people were xenophobic. With his original appearance, he would be ostracized and vigilant wherever he went, and it was not convenient for him to do anything. And these southern border goo worms were the biggest flaw that exposed his identity. The cautious Fang Yuan would not allow these flaws to exist. Chapter 439. The vast and boundless poison grassland became even darker at night. Wind whistled in their ears. Wolves howled from somewhere, like the cries of ghosts. A bonfire was burning on the grassland. Gu Yao leaned against the bonfire, gradually getting rid of the cold on her body. There was a pot on the bonfire. Inside was a fragrant meat soup. Gu Yao swallowed her saliva, feeling even hungrier. Finally, she swallowed her saliva, asking Fang Yuan, "Senior Changshanin, is this pot of meat soup ready?" Fang Yuan sat opposite the young girl. The two were separated by the bonfire. "No rush. This meat has just been put into the pot. It needs to wait for the water to boil. After that, when the meat inside is completely soft, it will be interesting to eat." Fang Yuan took out the moving perspective cup Gu as he said plainly, "Oh, we still need to wait so long." Gu Yao pouted. Her beautiful face under the illumination of the fire, together with the grassland's long robe and exquisite accessories, showed off her unique charm. But such a beautiful scene did not cause Fang Yuan's gaze to pause for even a moment. His gaze was focused on the moving perspective cup Gu in his hand. Moving perspective cup Gu was a rank 5 Gu, but in Northern Plains, it was suppressed to rank 4. In terms of capacity, it was even weaker than some rank 4 Gu. In terms of feeding, it was extremely expensive, occupying the peak of rank 5 Gu. In terms of primeval essence expenditure, it was barely passable. But why did Fang Yuan not choose others, but chose it, spending so much effort and resources to refine it? It was because it originated from thieving, heaven, demon, Venerable. Thieving heaven, demon, Venerable stole from heaven and earth. He was the wealthiest Venerable in history. He spent his entire life's effort to find the legendary Space Cave. Space Cave was first recorded in The Legends of Renzu. Space Cave was a forbidden land on the same level as the River of Time. In the River of Time, there were large numbers of time path goo worms. And in the Space Cave, there were countless space path goo worms. It connected the 5 regions, hiding in unknown places. Opening the door from the Space Cave, one could instantly reach other places in the world. The door that led to it was also called the Space Door. The Space Door was everywhere. It could be in a small crack of a finger, or it could cover the vast sky. As long as there was space, there would be a door to the cave. But since ancient times, very few people have been able to find the Void Cave, let alone enter it. In the entire history of the human race, only one person had entered and exited. Thieving heaven demon, Venerable, researched the recipe of moving cup goo. He wanted to stuff this moving cup goo into the Space Cave and bring out the wild goo worms inside the Space Cave. But he failed, and yet he succeeded. Over 400 years later, his blessed land was excavated by someone. Goo immortals from all over fought over it. The recipe of moving perspective goo was also widely spread. Its powerful effect quickly made it popular in the 5 regions. It was revered by countless goo immortals. Fang Yuan took out the golden dragon, goo, from his aperture. The rank 4 golden dragon, goo, had been suppressed to rank 3. After it flew out, it entered the moving perspective goo. Fang Yuan poured a large amount of primeval essence into moving perspective goo. The cup, which had a golden top and a silver bottom, immediately emitted a dazzling gold and silver light as it slowly floated in the air. Fang Yuan retracted his palm, then slowly pushed the cup in front of him. The moving perspective goo moved forward before it started to vanish, first at the edge, then more than half, until it completely vanished into the air. Gu Yao stood up, her eyes wide open as she looked at this scene in amazement. At the same time, far away in Central Continent, in Hu Immortal blessed land, little Hu Immortal sensed something. She teleported to a secret room in Dang Hun Palace. In the secret room, a moving perspective Gu gave off a dazzling light as it floated in the air. As if it was being pulled by an invisible force, it slowly moved forward, before vanishing into the air. When the moving perspective Gu completely vanished, Fang Yuan slowly spread his palm and continued to pour his primeval essence. Suddenly, a speck of gold and silver light blossomed in the air above his palm. Next, Guyao saw the edge of a cup appear in the air, followed by half a cup, until the entire cup appeared in the air. Finally, the light dissipated, and the cup-shaped goo worm slowly landed in Fang Yuan's palm. Success! Fang Yuan muttered. Seeing this cup, he knew that this matter was not out of his control. Senior Chang Shanin, what are you doing? There is something wrong with this goo. Gu Yao walked a few steps towards Fang Yuan, extremely curious. What's wrong? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, taking out a yuan stone and quickly recovering his primeval essence. Gu Yao did not speak. She only stared at the moving perspective cup goo. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she shouted, "This goo is different. It was gold on top and silver on the bottom. But now it is silver on top and gold on the bottom." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. That's right. There was not only one moving perspective goo, but two. Of these two goo, one had a golden top and a silver bottom, while the other had a golden top and a silver top. Only when the two formed a set would it be a complete moving perspective goo. Before Fang Yuan left, he brought one with him and placed the other in Hu Immortal blessed land. When he injected his primeval essence, the two moving perspective goo entered the space cave at the same time and completed the exchange in the space cave. The one in the blessed land came to Fang Yuan's side. As for Fang Yuan's cup with the golden dragon goo, it returned to Hu Immortal blessed land. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable wanted to use moving perspective goo to steal the goo worms in the space cave. He failed. He did not achieve his goal. But moving perspective goo on a different level was a huge success. Using the space cave that was everywhere, a pair of moving perspective goo could complete the exchange in the space cave, forming the transportation of resources. And more importantly, it was only rank 5. It was not the only immortal goo. In Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, moving perspective goo became a must-have goo worm for all forces. Even goo immortals were competing to use it. Fang Yuan took out a letter from this moving perspective goo. The letter was naturally written by little Hu Immortal. It described the current situation in the blessed land. Fang Yuan had only spent 5 to 6 days in poison grassland, but a month had passed in Hu Immortal blessed land. The letter said that other than Dang Hun Mountain, the blessed land was doing well. Crane Gate suggested another transaction, but little Hu Immortal tactfully rejected according to Fang Yuan's instructions. If the transactions increased, the chances of Crane Gate finding out that Fang Yuan was not in the blessed land would be higher. Fang Yuan was in northern plains, but he was worried about the blessed land. Using moving perspective goo to exchange letters, he could manipulate the situation behind the scenes and prevent people with ulterior motives from succeeding. Fang Yuan looked at the letter and immediately replied. Gu Yao was puzzled. She did not recognize Central Continent's words. Along with this letter, Fang Yuan put in 3 rank 4 goo, golden coat goo, charging crash goo, and bone wings goo. The more things there were, the more primeval essence would be expended when moving perspective goo. In fact, the distance between the 2 cups had nothing to do with it. This was because moving perspective goo had a mystical concept. It made use of the space cave, a mystical forbidden passage. Fang Yuan's previous attempt was only a test. After confirming that moving perspective goo could work normally, He began to put the southern border goo worms back into Hu Immortal blessed land, and let little Hu Immortal feed them. In the blessed land, little Hu Immortal was lying on the table, staring at the air with her bright eyes. The golden dragon goo in the moving perspective goo on the table had already been taken away by her. Suddenly, the moving perspective goo floated up and went back into the space cave. Next, it changed to another one, landing on the table. Little Hu Immortal quickly took out the item in the moving perspective goo, and seeing Fang Yuan's reply, she was overjoyed, shouting, "Master's reply!" Like this, the primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture was almost used up again. He had no choice but to hold the Yuan stone again, to replenish his primeval essence. Gu Yao stood at the side, gradually noticing something amiss. Her curiosity was aroused, and she asked a few more questions. But Fang Yuan only smiled, not answering her directly. "Humph, acting so mysterious, what's so great about it?" The young girl pouted, angrily returning to her original seat. She sat down, frowning as she stared angrily at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan ignored her, making Gu Yao even more furious. She had been doted on by her father since young, and was the beauty of the tribe. No one had ever dared to look down on her. But Fang Yuan ignored her along the way. Many young men pursued her passionately, fueling her arrogant temper. Gu Yao stared at Fang Yuan for a while, but Fang Yuan recovered his primeval essence and continued moving the perspective cup again, still ignoring her. This Northern Plains girl's sullen mood gradually dissipated. He is Changshanin after all. He is not someone those foolish and superficial guys can compare to. What kind of person am I in his eyes? I am just a junior that he met by chance. Thinking of this, Gyao could not help but feel disheartened. Looking at Fang Yuan's side profile, she could not help but fall into a daze. Fang Yuan used human skin, goo, to change his face, the unique appearance of a Northern Plains man. It was more in line with Gu Yao's sense of beauty. When Chang Shanin was young, he was one of the few handsome youths in Chang tribe. His facial features were regular, his nose was tall, his brown eyes were deep, and his thin lips were pursed, silently showing his strong personality. His hair was already slightly white, showing the vicissitudes of a mature man. It was a strong attraction to the young girl. The bonfire swayed with the wind. The light of the fire illuminated Fang Yuan's face, showing his firm and steady aura. Gu Yao's thoughts gradually drifted. She thought, what kind of person was Fang Yuan? The shock when they first met, the warmth when he smiled, the wisdom when he gave her pointers, the unparalleled bravery in battle, and the coldness when he peeled off her skin. These scenes flashed in the young girl's mind. The impression was so deep that it was carved into the depths of her heart. What about his past? Gu Yao could not help but think. Chang Shanyin's past had already become a legend of a hero, widely spread in Northern Plains. Countless people respected him, loved him, and thought well of him. When he was young, he was the future hope of Chang tribe. He became famous very early on. His top-notch wolf manipulation skills made people look at him in a different light. Most importantly, he was upright, fair, generous, and friendly. He never bullied the weak, was filial to his parents, and helped his tribesmen in trouble. At the same time, he had a strong sense of brotherhood, risking his life many times to protect his homeland, and made great contributions to Chang tribe. He married a beautiful wife, but faced the betrayal of his childhood friend. Fate was merciless, causing this man to lose his mother, his sworn brother, his beautiful wife, and even almost lost his life. But he survived in the end. Relying on his own hard work, he struggled out of the abyss of death, creating an unimaginable miracle. This man is carrying endless pain on his shoulders, and hidden in the dark are countless scars. Gu Yao thought of this and had an impulse to hug Fang Yuan, using her warmth to comfort this injured lone wolf, the former Wolf King. The bonfire flickered, the wood crackled. Gu Yao's gaze on Fang Yuan's face became more and more affectionate, gradually becoming unable to extricate herself. In the warm light of the fire, there was a kind of emotion brewing and growing in the young girl's heart. When Fong Yuan finished this round of exchanging cups and started to take out primeval stones to absorb the primeval essence, Guyao inwardly made the most important decision in her life. She suddenly stood up, shouting at Fong Yuan, "Fong Yuan, be my husband!" Her voice traveled through the vast grassland in the deep night, going far away. "What did you say?" Fong Yuan frowned. Even with his 500 years of experience, he did not expect the young girl to suddenly change her mind. After reacting, he smiled. "Don't mess around, little girl, I am your senior. According to age, I am 20 years older than you. My son is a good match for you." Chapter 440. "No, Changshanin, I want you." Guyao's voice was loud and clear. Under the illumination of the bonfire, her eyes shone brightly, gazing at Fong Yuan with deep emotions. "Changshanin, you are the hero of the great grassland. Everyone knows of your name. You are a man worth entrusting my life to. Age is not a problem. Back then, when old ancestor, Giant Sun, was 1,000 years old, didn't he still marry countless young girls every year?" Fong Yuan's expression sank. "All right, stop fooling around." Gu Yao stomped her feet, raising her voice. "I am not fooling around. Changshan Yin, after following you for so long, my heart has been deeply attracted to you. Just now, I discovered that I have completely fallen in love with you. I am willing to give myself and my everything to you. Please accept it." "Young lady, I already have a wife." Fong Yuan sighed, his expression complicated. Gu Yao immediately shook her head. "Your wife has already remarried. Even if you take her back, I don't mind. I don't want the position of the main wife. I can be your concubine." Old ancestor Giant Sun had hundreds of thousands of concubines, but he only had one main wife. But Fong Yuan's rejection was firm. "I will not marry again. My heart has already fallen silent, just like this poisonous grassland. You are too young. You cannot understand this feeling. During the days in the belly of the wolf, I could not move at all. I felt extreme pain. When my soul drifted on the vast grassland, I drifted from place to place, but my mental state gradually improved. I recalled my past. I witnessed the life and death of many people. The sufferings and happiness of my past life could no longer enter my heart. I will start a brand new life. I am the new Changshanin. I will not even return to Chang tribe. Then come to my Gu tribe." Gu Yao's eyes brightened. She was very sincere in her invitation, but Fong Yuan still refused, showing no signs of being moved. "Changshanin, is your heart made of stone? Are you still doubting me? Don't tell me you want me to be like that golem and dig out my heart for you to see?" Gu Yao pleaded softly. Her eyes were red. She was so sad that she was about to cry. Roar! At this moment, the sound of a pack of wolves charging could be heard not far away. A large pack of poison beard wolves was attracted by the flames and rapidly approached Fong Yuan and Gu Yao. However, Fong Yuan's wolf pack was also resting beside the bonfire. The two packs of wolves quickly collided, entangled with each other, and started a fierce battle. "This is 1,000 wolf pack." Gu Yao's attention was drawn over, her expression solemn. In the past, the two of them would choose to retreat when they encountered such a large pack of wolves. But now Fong Yuan sneered, "It doesn't matter. Today is different from the past. We also have the help of the wolves. Gu Yao, I'll need your help to restrain the 1,000 Beast Wolf King. My Zhan Yuan has been depleted. Once I've replenished it, I'll come back to help you." The young girl nodded, but she didn't move immediately. Instead, she stared at Fong Yuan with a burning gaze. Fong Yuan looked at her. "Hurry up and go." However, Gu Yao pursed her lips and remained motionless with a determined gaze. Fong Yuan could only soften his attitude and said warmly, "All right, let me consider this matter. But I want to know the answer now." Gu Yao immediately replied, A sharp light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, but on the surface he sighed and suggested, "If you can kill this 1,000-beast-wolf king alone, I'll agree to marry you." "Really?" "Hee hee, once a northern plains man says it. Even a fierce wind and a horse can't chase after it." At this moment, Guyao's eyes shone brightly. "And just you wait." The young girl was filled with battle intent. She rushed into the battlefield and went straight for the 1,000-beast wolf king. Looking at her leaving figure, the smile on Fang Yuan's face quickly disappeared, and his gaze turned cold. He didn't expect that Guyao would be so moved by him. It was simply a matter of deep love. However, love was something that couldn't be reasoned with and couldn't be predicted with common sense. When Guyue climbed Chengbai Mountain in the Desolate Yin, he was pursued by the Stone Man. According to U003C003, see the legends of Ren 3030 Renzu failed to save his eldest son, Verdant Great Son, and at the final juncture of his revival, he failed and was swept into Luopa Valley by Reverse Flow River. His second daughter, Guyue Desolate Yin, knew of this news and tried to save her father. However, to enter the door of life and death, one needed the help of Courage Gu and Faith Gu. But these Gu worms were with her father, Rinzu. Guyue Desolate Yin couldn't enter the door of life and death, but she wanted to save Rinzu. She couldn't think of a method, so she could only ask Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu told her 2 methods. The first method was to enter the space cave and open the space door, directly arriving at Renzu's side. Then, through the space cave, she could escape the door of life and death. But this method could only save Renzu's soul. It couldn't revive him. The second method was to climb to the peak of Chengbai Mountain and find that one and only success Gu. As long as she made a wish to success Gu, Guyue Desolate Yin would be able to save Rinzu and revive him. Guyue Desolate Yin knew of the existence of the space cave long ago, but she couldn't find a way to enter it. Moreover, she wanted to revive her father, so she came to Chengbai Mountain. Chengbai Mountain was not tall, it was just a small mound. It was very special. It was made up of billions of pebbles. These pebbles were actually failure Gu. There was still one and only success Gu. It was at the peak of Chengbai Mountain. Guyue Desolate Yin came to the foot of the mountain and started to climb Chengbai Mountain. Her movement woke up the nearby Love Gu that was sleeping. Love Gu was disturbed from its beautiful dream. It was furious and wanted to take revenge on Guyue Desolate Yin. It used its unique power to enlighten a rock. The rock gained life because of love, turning into a rockman. The rockman was tall and mighty. His body was covered in gold, silver, copper, and iron. It was very beautiful and dazzling. After the rockman was born, the first thing he saw was Guyue Desolate Yin. He was shocked at her heavenly immortal appearance and was immediately subdued by her beauty. He followed Guyue Desolate Yin all the way, looking at her graceful back. His heart was filled with love. Finally, he could not hold back anymore. He ran in front of Guyue Desolate Yin and stopped her, shouting loudly, "Beautiful lady, your appearance is so dazzling. Your figure is so elegant. Your temperament is so noble. The moment I saw you, I was subdued by you. You are my love. Please be merciful and accept my love for you." The rockman had a majestic body, completely blocking Guyue Desolate Yin's path. Guyue Desolate Yin frowned slightly. She sized up the rockman in front of her, saying coldly, "Love, what is that?" "You want me to accept your love, but where is it?" The rockman immediately took the iron pieces from his body and handed them to Guyue Desolate Yin with both hands, saying, "Beautiful lady, these are my unyielding spirit. I am giving them to you. This is my love for you." Guyue Desolate Yin shook her head in disappointment. She was not interested in these iron pieces at all. The rockman was stunned. He also took off the copper pieces on his body and piled them on top of the iron pieces. "Beautiful lady, these are my stubbornness." I am giving them to you, because this is my love for you. Guyue Desolate Een was impatient. Please move aside. I'm not interested in your love. I still need to save my father. The rockman saw that the goddess in his heart was not moved. He could not help but panic. He knelt on the ground and made up his mind. He also took off the silver pieces on his body and piled them on top of the copper pieces. Kind lady, these are my dignity. I am giving them to you. This should be enough to express my love for you, right? Guyue Desolate Een frowned even more. Listen, I don't have time to waste with you. The rockman became even more anxious. He also took off the gold pieces on his body and piled them on top of the silver pieces. Lovely lady, these are my confidence. I am giving them to you because they represent my love for you. Guyue Desolate Een sighed deeply and said, Rockman, in order to express your love, you are no longer unyielding. Put down your stubbornness, threw away your dignity, and even gave up your self-confidence. But what I see is an extremely ugly rockman. Get up. I will not accept your love for me. I still have more important things to do. It turned out that the rockman had lost his gold, silver, copper, and iron decorations. He had become gray and even somewhat comical. He was no longer as gorgeous and mighty as before. The rockman began to cry. He begged Guyue Desolate Een, Then how can I obtain your love? Guyue Desolate Een was anxious, but the rockman refused to get up no matter what. She changed her mind and smiled. Rockman, since you love me so much, then show me your true heart. The rockman did not hesitate to open his chest, offering his scarlet red heart to Guyue Desolate Een. Guyue Desolate Een received the heart and immediately kept it. The stone man hurriedly called out, Can I get your love now? Guyue Desolate Een shook her head. Even if you give your true heart, you will not be able to exchange for love. Changshan, look at what this is. Gu Yao was covered in blood and wounds. She was panting heavily. She held the head of the 1,000 Wolf King in her hand as she stood in front of Fang Yuan. After losing the Wolf King, the invading wolf pack was fleeing in panic. Fang Yuan slowly stood up. He nodded and admitted, You killed the 1,000 Wolf King. Gu Yao performed exceptionally. She was heavily injured. Her face was covered in blood. Her primeval essence was also depleted. She stared at Fang Yuan with a burning gaze. Changshan, you are a hero. You won't go back on your words, right? Of course not. Your love has moved me. From today onwards, you are my wife. Fang Yuan looked at Gu Yao with deep emotions. He then walked closer step by step. He stretched out his arms and hugged the young girl. The young girl let go of the Wolf King's head and threw it on the ground. She passionately hugged Fang Yuan back. Her breathing was rapid. Her heart was beating rapidly. She was actually more nervous and excited than when she was fighting the Wolf King to the death. In Fang Yuan's warm embrace, her heart was filled with happiness. Her pair of beautiful eyes turned red. Suddenly there was a soft sound. The young girl's expression froze. She struggled to break free from Fang Yuan's embrace. She lowered her head and looked at her chest. There was a sharp dagger stuck there, a fatal blow, whether it was to the body or the soul. Why? Gu Yao looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Her delicate body swayed. Her eyes filled with anger, hatred, shock, and doubt. Fang Yuan looked at the young girl and spoke expressionlessly. He said the story in The Legends of Ranzu. The rockman saw that desolate Guyue had kept his true heart and could not help but feel anxious. He said, Heartless girl, your coldness makes me despair. Since I can't exchange for your love, then please return my sincerity to me. Without it, I will die. But Guyue did not return it to him. She watched as he slowly died. Why? I love you so much. Why do you want to kill me? Before the rockman died, he shouted in confusion. Desolate Guyue looked at him pitifully. Her voice was still calm. Oh, rockman, I did not want to kill you, but you blocked my path to success. Path to success? Gu Yao heard this reply and could not hold on any more, collapsing on the ground. The dense aura of death caused her body to rapidly turn cold. The young girl raised her head, revealing a swan-like, graceful neck. She looked at the dark night sky and laughed miserably. She only laughed 3 times, but her face was filled with tears. Then she looked at Fang Yuan. Her gaze was still as affectionate as before. Chang Shan-in, I do not know how I blocked your path to success, but even if you kill me, I will not hate you. Maybe you want to take revenge? I will leave all my goo worms to you. I hope they can help you in your path to success. Cough, cough, cough. The young girl coughed out blood. She laughed miserably, pleading to Fang Yuan, I am going to die. Before I die, I have a small request. I hope you can hug me. I miss your warm embrace. But Fang Yuan did not move. He looked at the young girl coldly. He looked at the young girl, seeing her expression harden bit by bit, her life slipping away bit by bit. In the end, the flower-like young girl turned into an ice-cold corpse. Fang Yuan looked at Guyao's face and fell into a long silence. Chapter 441. Even though it was daytime, the poison grassland was gloomy. Thick, dark clouds blocked the light of the sun. Behind the low mound, a humpback wolf was quietly lurking. The hump wolf was huge, comparable to a warhorse. Its entire body was covered in black and long wolf fur, and on its back were 2 thin humps. A pair of wolf eyes shone with a faint light in the darkness. It laid on the mound, motionless like a stone statue. Even its breathing was extremely slow at first glance. It looked like a piece of black metal. Suddenly, the hump wolf's long and slender ears trembled. Under its gaze, a gray rabbit came out of a cave at the foot of the mound and started to look for food. Even though there were lush weeds around the cave, the gray rabbit did not care and rushed out to look for grass in the distance. Rabbits do not eat the grass around their burrows. If they did, the cave they lived in would be exposed. When the hump wolf saw the gray rabbit leave, its eyelids drooped even more, covering a large part of its eyes, leaving only a slit. The gray rabbit ate the grass, while its ears perked up. Once there was any movement, it would agilely raise its head and look around, extremely alert. The hump wolf was very patient. The gray rabbit was happily eating, but it did not move as if it was dead. The gray rabbit continued to eat, immersed in the delicious food. When it was full, it started to walk back. At this moment, the hump wolf suddenly moved. It jumped out from the mound and attacked the gray rabbit. The gray rabbit's path back was blocked by the hump wolf. In its shock, it could only turn and run. Its speed was extremely fast. When it ran, it was as if it had turned into a gray bolt of lightning, moving through the grass. It actually surpassed the hump wolf's speed and quickly created a distance between them. But after running for a while, it slowed down. The gray rabbit's explosive power was strong, but its endurance was not as good as the hump wolf's. The 2 of them chased each other on the poison grassland, life and death at the speed of light. The most common scene in the grassland, the game of death between the predator and the prey. The hump wolf gradually got closer. Seeing that the gray rabbit had already landed in front of it, the hump wolf leapt out and pounced. But at this moment, the rabbit suddenly sped up, its entire body scurrying to the side. He immediately dodged the fatal attack and pulled away from the hump wolf. This gray rabbit was very cunning. The exhaustion just now was just a disguise, and it still had some energy left. The hump wolf missed its target and continued its pursuit. Soon, the distance between the 2 gradually shortened. The hump wolf pounced again, but it still missed. After 3 or 4 times, the rabbit was exhausted and was finally killed by the hump wolf. The hump wolf panted heavily and lay on the ground for a long time before slowly standing up. In this cruel competition, the predators didn't have unlimited glory. Instead, there were many hardships and hardships. Hump wolf didn't enjoy the gray rabbit that it had painstakingly caught. Instead, It held it in its mouth and returned to its lair. In the den, there was a female hump wolf and a few newborn wolf pups that needed to be fed. At that time, when the hump wolf rushed back to its lair, it only saw bloodstains and cold corpses. Hell! It threw down the gray rabbit's corpse and roared angrily. The fur on its neck stood up, and its eyes turned red with hatred. A large group of poison beard wolves surrounded it from all directions. On a hill far away, Fong Yuan crossed his arms, looking down at the battlefield from a high vantage point. Hee, a male wolf came after all. He smiled lightly, feeling that his luck had turned for the better. Hump Wolf was an outstanding mount in Northern Plains. Although Fong Yuan had Chong Shanyan's rank 4 wolf sprint goo, it expended a lot of primeval essence. It was much faster and more convenient to ride the Hump Wolf. When Fong Yuan accidentally found this wolf den, he killed all the weak female wolves and their pups and obtained a rank 2 wolf enslavement goo. He was not in a hurry to leave, but hid the poison beard wolf and waited for the male wolf to return. The battle between the hump wolf and the poison beard wolf group had reached its climax the moment it started. The hump wolf's body was huge, and its anger made it even more ferocious when it fought. It waved its claws, and ordinary poison beard wolves were not its match. But under Fong Yuan's command, the poison beard wolves were extremely crafty. They did not fight head-on, but cooperated with each other, advancing and retreating, wearing down the hump wolf's battle strength. After an hour, the hump wolf was gasping for breath. It was no longer as valiant as before. Beside it, there were over 60 poison beard wolf corpses. These were its glorious battle achievements. Of course, if Fong Yuan wanted to kill it, with Fong Yuan's enslavement path attainment, he would only need to pay the price of 30 poison beard wolves. But Fong Yuan wanted to capture it alive. Thus, he could not help but feel his hands and feet being tied in battle. The time is about right. Fong Yuan looked at the hump wolf's trembling limbs in the wind as he slowly walked down the hill, getting closer carefully. Right now, most of his goo worms had been moved to a mortal-blessed land through moving perspective cup goo. When he was 200 steps away from the hump wolf, Fong Yuan flicked his finger, activating the rank 2 wolf enslavement goo. Wolf enslavement goo exploded, turning into a light smoke that covered the hump wolf. The hump wolf quickly retreated, but the light smoke followed it closely. The hump wolf howled, charging towards Fong Yuan, but it met with the obstruction of the poison beard wolves. After a few breaths of time, the light smoke completely fused into its body. The hump wolf laid on the ground weakly. Its body was covered in bleeding wounds. Its bloodshot eyes no longer looked at Fong Yuan with hatred, but showed a sense of submission. 100-man soul is indeed useful. If I did not use guts goo, I would need to expend some effort to enslave this hump wolf. Fong Yuan sighed inwardly before activating the wolf smoke goo in his aperture. Wolf smoke goo flew out, turning into thick smoke that enveloped the hump wolf and most of the injured poison beard wolves. After a while, the smoke dispersed. The hump wolf's wounds were completely healed. It even grew new fur. The injured poison beard wolves also recovered their vitality. However, even though they were uninjured, their battle strength was not at their peak. What affected the beast group's battle strength was not just their injuries, but also their hunger. The wolf group had to display their greatest battle strength. They could not be too hungry, or they would become weak. They could not be too full, or their battle strength would be affected. When the hump wolf hunted earlier, why did it wait patiently for the gray rabbit to return after it was full? It was the same logic. Only when the wolf group was in a half-starved state would they be able to fight more fiercely and cruelly. After fighting for such a long time, be it the hump wolf or the poison beard wolves, they had expended a lot of their stamina. They were hungry. Fong Yuan willed, and the poison beard wolves started to eat the corpses on the ground. The camel wolf swallowed the gray rabbit into its stomach, and then, under Fang Yuan's forceful command, it also ate the dead female wolf and cubs. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, taking out his rations and eating them with cold water. 3 days had passed since he killed Guyao. Guyao was bound to die. The moment she saw fixed immortal travel, she was destined to die. Furthermore, she had seen Fang Yuan arrive naked in northern plains and saw him bury the immortal Gu, as well as the scene of him using moving perspective Gu. She knew too many things. In Fang Yuan's heart, she was a target he had to kill. But Fang Yuan had just arrived. His battle strength was weak. Guyao could be of help to him in poisoned grassland. But Guyao could not live. Her naivety could be used by Fang Yuan, and others could make use of her as well. Such a burden, with the soul of a normal person, as long as she was hit by someone else's mind reading Gu or memory Gu. Fang Yuan's arrangements would become a joke, and the secrets that he had been hiding would be exposed to the public. Fang Yuan's killing was premeditated. As Gu Yao charged through the sea of ghost face sunflowers, the earth-drilling rat group, the shadow crow's obstruction, and found Chang Shanin, changing his skin, finding the snow-washed Gu, and bearing the earth treasury flower king Gu. Her value was gradually decreasing. At the same time, her threat level was also increasing. Her love for Fang Yuan made Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Chang Shanin, feel like there was a fishbone stuck in his throat and a dagger on his back. A woman in love would naturally try to understand the person she loved, including the present, future, and past. What would happen when she found out the truth? Furthermore, she had a tribe behind her. She was the young miss of the tribe. Being in love with such a person, no matter how low profile Fang Yuan kept, he would become the center of attention. Don't forget that Man tribe's second young master, Manduo, was extremely infatuated with Guyao's beauty. If Fang Yuan returned with Guyao, he would definitely become the target of Gu tribe and Man tribe. Why should he attract so much hatred for a burden? Fang Yuan was not afraid of hatred, but he did not come to northern plains for a holiday. His time was tight. It was a race against time. Dang Hun Mountain was dying step by step. Spring-autumn cicada was recovering step by step, but his cultivation was still at rank 4 peak stage. He had to succeed. There could be no failure. Once he failed, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Not even his bones would be left. The path he walked was destined to be lonely. There were only 2 outcomes, either success or destruction. Thus, when the two got close to the periphery of poisoned grassland, Fang Yuan took advantage of the fact that there were few people around, and it was convenient for him to kill. After killing Guyao, Fang Yuan ordered the poison beard wolves to eat her up. Her soul was not spared either. It was swallowed by the soul burial toad and was now in the blessed land, completely destroyed by Dang Hun Mountain. The traces left by the bonfire were also carefully removed by Fang Yuan, not leaving behind any hidden dangers. In short, Guyao had completely disappeared from this world. The only trace left was probably the excrement of the poison beard wolves. He. The so-called beauty, in the end, was just a handful of dirt. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Beautiful young girls were like fresh flowers in this world. They would either be stepped on by the roadside or wither away as time passed, becoming ugly fertilizer to nourish the soil. Without eternal life, even the most beautiful things are just an illusion. The value of their existence is just for a moment of beauty. The more Fang Yuan experienced, the more he realized the cruelty of the world. Without eternal life, even the most valuable things would be worthless. The so-called immortal reputation, infamy, is just the shallow thoughts of those grandchildren. The so-called immortal spirit is just a tool used by the younger generation to prove themselves. Can people really only prove each other? On Earth, so be it. In this world, even if there is an extremely faint possibility, I will still pursue it. Even if I die on the path of pursuing and die 1,000 times uglier than Guyao, I will not regret it. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind to die. However, Only by dedicating his entire life's energy to his pursuit could he die without the slightest bit of regret. Who could understand the heart of a transmigrator like Feng Yuan? The path he walked was destined to be endless darkness, destined to be incomparably lonely. The direction of his pilgrimage was only the light in his heart, eternal life, a tiny possibility that did not exist. In this world, no one could understand him, and him. Chapter 442. After the wolf group finished eating, Feng Yuan got on the hump wolf's back and continued his journey. These days, I have been following Gu Yao's directions. I am almost at the edge of poison grassland. If I go any further, I will see signs of human activity. Hump wolves were natural mounts. The two humps formed a comfortable saddle. Feng Yuan sat between the two humps, inspecting his aperture as he traveled. There were only about 10 goo worms left in his aperture, other than spring-autumn cicada and moving perspective cup goo. There were only northern plains goo worms. The goo worms that came from southern border and central continent were all sent back to her immortal blessed land by Feng Yuan. Not even a single primordial stone was left behind. Southern border's Yuan stone could be used in northern plains, but it was different from northern plains Yuan stone. Gu Yao did not notice it because she was too young and naive. In fact, any Gu master with a bit of experience would be able to sense it. It is a pity that moving perspective cup Gu is rank 5, but it is suppressed to rank 4 in northern plains and can only store rank 4 Gu. If I can use it to send fixed immortal travel to the blessed land, that would be perfect. Sigh, I hope my arrangements are effective. If fixed immortal travel Gu was taken away by other Gu immortals, it would be a huge loss to Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan had no other choice. He had already done his best to the best of his abilities. The aura of the immortal Gu lasts for about a month. If there are no problems during this period, then fixed immortal travel Gu will be safe. Next, I will meet northern plains Gu masters. I cannot be careless. It is best to subdue 1,000 wolf king during this period of time. I can increase the number of wolves to over 2,000. Sometimes humans were scarier than wild beasts. A wolf group of over 2,000 could intimidate most small fries. Right now, I only have 1 rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu and 1 rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu. I need to use them carefully. From now on, I will use Chang Shanyin's identity to travel in northern plains and mainly enslavement wolves. This way, there is another obstacle. I do not have the recipes of rank 3 and 4 wolf enslavement Gu. But beast enslavement Gu were all expendable Gu. After it explodes into smoke, whether it succeeds or fails, it would dissipate. Rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu could enslave 1,000 wolf king. Rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu could enslave myriad wolf kings or mutated beasts. Without these 2 Gu recipes, Feng Yuan would not have large numbers of wolf enslavement Gu. Without these wolf enslavement Gu, Feng Yuan's wolf group would only be a few thousand at most. It would not be a big deal. With the hump wolf as a means of transportation, the speed of the next formation was at least 3 times faster. Feng Yuan traveled day and night. The dark clouds above his head gradually thinned. 2 days later, he finally arrived at the edge of the poison grassland. In the sky, the dark clouds scattered into pieces. Rays of sunlight seeped through the gaps in the dark clouds, forming beams of light that sprinkled down. In justice, the green grass was flourishing. Blue, purple, and yellow wildflowers bloomed one after another. The low-lying hills seemed to be rendered in pure green, without any lines to outline them. There was also a small river beside the hill. Under the illumination of the sun, it flowed slowly and sparkled like a silver necklace. I'm finally going out. Feng Yuan sighed, riding on the hump wolf's back. Poison-beard wolves surrounded him as he walked into the sunlight. The poison-beard wolves were in an uproar. They were suitable for hunting in dark environments, but under the sunlight, their battle strength was greatly affected. Fang Yuan did not mind. These poison-beard wolves were just a transition. They would be eliminated sooner or later. Fang Yuan looked back. The poison grassland was still covered in dark clouds. The light was dim and the wind was chilly. On the poison grassland, there were purple-black poisonous grasses growing in strange shapes. Compared to the grassland where the sunlight shone, it was a stark contrast, as if they were two different worlds. The eastern part of Who Immortal Blessed Land is also covered in thick clouds. If I do not deal with it in time, that area might develop towards the direction of the poison grassland. Poison grassland. I will return. Fang Yuan muttered. As he spoke, his body suddenly felt light. Ever since he entered northern plains, he had felt uneasy, as if there was a formless restriction shrouding his body. Now that this restriction had been reduced by a portion, Fang Yuan immediately felt that he was closer to this vast world. His aura also rose from rank 3 peak stage to rank 4 initial stage. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh heartily at his joyous mood. His body was gradually adapting to northern plains. His cultivation was recovering. This was a great help to his future plans. Northern plains, I am coming! Fang Yuan shouted, his legs squeezing the wolf's abdomen. The hump wolf started to run, leading the poison-beard wolves into the distance. Kill! Battle cries reverberated on the hill. Dozens of Gu Masters and over 1,000 wind wolves were engaged in an intense battle. The battle had already been going on for 15 minutes. These damned wind wolves. Leader Gu Guang cursed. His expression was malevolent as he waved his saber, beheading a wind wolf in front of him. But after chopping down, his saber broke into 2. The half-blade in Gu Guang's hand had long since curled up. Hell! A wind wolf suddenly jumped, pouncing towards Gu Guang. Young tribe leader, be careful. Spiral water arrow. The Gu Master behind Gu Guang shouted anxiously. Hearing this shout, Gu Guang, who had developed a tacit understanding from years of battle, didn't even think before he suddenly bent down. It looked like he was offering his head to the wolf's mouth. The wind wolf that was jumping in the air opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. Just as it was about to bite Gu Guang's head, a blue water arrow with a strong spiral force shot towards Gu Guang's back. Next, this spiral water arrow fiercely shot into the wind wolf's mouth, killing it instantly. Using this chance, Gu Guang squeezed the wolf's abdomen, urging the hump wolf to retreat, retreating into everyone's defensive circle. Saber Gu. He clasped his hands together, squeezing out the last trace of primeval essence from his aperture, before injecting it into the saber imprint on his palm. Swoosh! Gu Guang swung his right hand fiercely, and a brand new saber formed in an instant, which he held tightly in his hand. Die! He roared, his voice already hoarse like iron. The new saber was extremely sharp, drawing a cold light in the air, directly cutting a wind wolf into 2. However, this small victory could hardly have a positive impact on the overall declining situation. Damn it, I don't have enough primeval essence. There are too many wind wolves, at least 3,000 of them. Young tribe leader, we are completely surrounded. There is no hope in fighting to the death. Why don't we break through towards the east? The defense there is the weakest. The surrounding Gu Masters shouted one after another. Gu Guang's tiger eyes shone with divine light as he sized up the area, resolutely rejecting. No, there is a puddle in the east. The defense seems weak, but it is actually a facade created by the Wind Wolf King. Once we enter, we will be walking into its trap. Then what should we do? Everyone asked. Gu Guang gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Turn around. We will go back and break through towards the west. But we still haven't found Lady Guyao. If we return like this, how will we report to Lord Tribe Leader? Gu Guang snorted. Although Guyao is my sister for her own selfishness, She disregarded the entire Go tribe situation and ran away from the marriage. For a mere girl, she is sacrificing us good men. It is not worth it. Send the order. We will break through. Let those dirty slaves stay behind to guard the rear. It is time for them to sacrifice their lives for master. Yes, everyone quickly conveyed the order. Northern Plains tribes fought all year round. Some of the defeated Gu masters became slaves. Slaves had low status, and when necessary, they would be mercilessly discarded as cannon fodder. Soon, the Gu masters split into two groups. A pair of slaves stayed on the slope, using their lives to obstruct the enemy. The other group, under Guguang's lead, started to break through towards the west. Kill, kill, kill! Guguang charged at the front line, riding a hump wolf as he waved his saber, wild and brave. Protect young master. The Gu masters behind him were all tall and sturdy Northern Plains men. They rode hump wolves and closely gathered around Guguang. Swoosh! Suddenly, a huge three-leafed wind blade shot over. Young master! A loyal Gu master shouted in warning, being the first to react. He did not have a trace of primeval essence in his aperture, so he rode the hump wolf to the front, using his body to block the wind blade. Without any surprise, he was cut into two by the wind blade, dying instantly. The wind blade weakened to two leaves, but still slashed towards Guguang. Guguang reacted, quickly raising his saber to block. Bam! The wind blade exploded, the saber shattered, and Guguang vomited a mouthful of blood, falling down from the hump wolf's back. Young tribe leader, the Gu masters behind him quickly protected him, but this way they failed to break through the encirclement. An endless stream of wind wolves surrounded them from both sides, once again firmly surrounding them. The wind wolf group quietly opened up a path, and the vigorous and beautiful wind wolf king slowly walked along this path, arriving in front of everyone. Thousand Beast King. Its body was huge like a war horse. Its body was covered in neat, dark green wolf fur, and its eyes were like emeralds. As it slowly walked, it actually gave Guguang and the others a feeling of elegance and nobility. At this time, the slave Gu masters guarding the top of the hill had already been exterminated. Large groups of wind wolves attacked from behind. The Gu masters had already exhausted their primeval essence, and the wind wolf king's arrival caused a commotion. Someone wanted to drag Guguang back, but Guguang swung his arm and struggled to stand up, shouting, "What are you afraid of? Even without primeval essence, I still have my fists and teeth. Warriors, don't let these beasts look down on you. Use our blood to prove that we are brave Gu tribesmen." Everyone was encouraged by him, and their morale rose as they all had the will to die. The wind wolf king slowed down and suddenly turned its head, looking towards the east side of the battlefield. Chapter 443. The poison-beard wolf group did not stop. They charged towards the wind wolf group. Poison-beard wolves. Soon, the Gu masters saw the poison-beard wolf group. They raised their heads and looked. Strange, don't poison-beard wolves only live in poison grassland? Why are they outside? The Gu masters were puzzled. They should be driven by a Gu master. Guguang clenched his fists, looking at the approaching poison-beard wolf group. His eyes that were filled with despair started to shine with hope. Young master is wise. Look over there. There is someone. A few breaths later, a Gu master pointed far away and shouted. Under everyone's attentive gazes, Fang Yuan rode the hump wolf and appeared in everyone's vision. We are saved. Everyone cheered. Not necessarily. Guguang squinted. He was clear-headed. There are less than 1,000 poison-beard wolves. It will depend on this person's wolf enslavement skill. With his reminder, the Gu masters started to worry. This person should be an enslavement path Gu master, but he does not have many poison-beard wolves. Not good. The poison-beard wolves are under sunlight. Their battle strength is weakened. They are slightly weaker than the wind wolves. Oh no, this enslavement path, Master, does not even have 1,000 Beast King with him. With only a few hundred Beast Kings, how can he block the Wind Wolf King's charge? Guguang suddenly spoke. No problem, as long as this Master gathers the poison-beard wolves at one spot and charges through the formation. There is a chance of saving us. These words greatly alleviated everyone's worries. But just as their hope was ignited, Feng Yuan willed. An entire poison-beard wolf group was like a bucket of water that was poured out, crashing onto the ground and scattering. This. Many Masters were tongue-tied. It's over. He's digging his own grave. Some people simply closed their eyes. Idiot, he wasted such a chance. Some Masters stomped their feet in anger. They were extremely disappointed. They cursed. Some even started to hate Feng Yuan. Guguang's expression turned pale. As long as there was a chance to live, who would want to die? Feng Yuan's appearance gave everyone hope. But this person destroyed this hope with his own hands. The Wind Wolf King howled. An entire pack of wind wolves launched a counterattack. Just as the two wolf packs were about to clash, Feng Yuan suddenly let out a long howl. He was a human, but at this moment he howled like a wolf. The cry was desolate and wild, like a bonfire swaying in the night wind. The wolf howls covered a radius of 800 steps. All the poison-beard wolves within this range went berserk when they heard the howls. They suddenly exploded with twice their fighting strength. Ah, this is a rank 4 wolf howl gu. It can raise the battle strength of a wolf group. It is an extremely rare gu. This person is actually a rank 4 Master. Feng Yuan's wolf howl could be said to be earth-shattering, causing the Master's expressions to change. Hope blossomed in many pairs of despairing eyes once again. Rank 4 and Rank 3 were two different concepts. Rank 3 was clan elder. Rank 4 was clan leader. Even Guguang was only at Rank 3 upper stage. After recognizing Feng Yuan's cultivation, no one cursed him anymore. Northern Plains Masters might be brave, but they were not arrogant and unruly. They were filled with respect towards the strong and humility towards strength. The poison-beard wolves were originally weaker than the wind wolves, but now that their battle strength rose, they were even stronger than the wind wolves. In just a while, the wind wolf group was forced to retreat, and there were large numbers of wind wolf corpses on the battlefield. Often, 10 wind wolves would die. Only one poison-beard wolf would be sacrificed. What kind of exquisite wolf enslavement skill is this? Such a casualty ratio made Tribe's Masters' eyes pop out. Unimaginable. This is the attainment of a beast enslavement master. Who is this person? Many people looked at Feng Yuan as if they were looking at a monster. I've never heard of such a hidden expert in the vicinity. Everyone was naturally surprised and overjoyed. Feng Yuan's strength made the Wind Wolf group focus their attention on the poison-beard wolves. They only surrounded Tribe's Masters, and did not attack, giving these people precious time to breathe. The Wind Wolf King has moved. Guguang suddenly spoke. His words made everyone nervous again. The Wind Wolf King had extraordinary intelligence. It howled and quickly gathered a large number of elites. Soon, with the Wind Wolf King as the shoulder, this group of elites shot into the formation like an arrow, charging towards the center and attacking Feng Yuan. Enslavement Path Masters were most afraid of beheading the leader tactic, and this Wind Wolf King was 1,000 Beast King. Now that it was charging with the elites of the wolf group, it was simply unstoppable. Feng Yuan's subordinates, however, only had a few hundred Beast King poison beard wolf kings. But Feng Yuan was not shocked. Instead, he was happy, smiling lightly. As expected, they could not hold it in any more. The Wind Wolf King's intelligence far surpassed other wolves, but it was still a wild beast. It could not compare to humans. Against other wolf groups, Fang Yuan had to charge himself, but against the Wind Wolf King. Fang Yuan created such a formation, luring the Wind Wolf King to charge. Swoosh! The charging Wind Wolf King suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a 3-leaf wind blade. The wind blade flew up, breaking through the wolf group and carving out a path of blood, slashing towards Fang Yuan. Careful! A Gu master on the mound could not help but shout. The others' hearts were in their throats. Fang Yuan did not move. Only when the wind blade was about to reach him did he maneuver the hump wolf to dodge, easily dodging it. The green wind blade brushed past his body. Expert! Fang Yuan's fearlessness in the face of danger and his calm demeanor made the Gu masters think of this term. Fang Yuan willed. Several poison beard wolf kings were already prepared. They ran over and formed a battle formation, blocking the Wind Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King was fast, had strong attacks and sturdy defense. It was stronger than any of the poison beard wolf kings. But no matter how it charged, it could not break through this obstacle. Fang Yuan used his exquisite command to win against the strong, restraining the Wind Wolf King until it could not do anything but howl in anger. Terrifying! The mighty Wind Wolf King has been completely toyed with by this man. This person's beast enslavement skill can match Jiang Baoya, Yang Ping, and Ma Zun. Another top-tier enslavement path expert has appeared in northern plains. If the wolves under his command were several times stronger, he could even fight against a small and medium-sized tribe by himself. Who is this person? He looks quite old. Gu Guang looked at Fang Yuan manipulating the Wind Wolf King, feeling dazzled and awe. Everyone shook their heads, making guesses. This gave Fang Yuan another layer of mystery. It's about time, Fang Yuan muttered. He had the entire battle situation in his hands. Seeing that the Wind Wolf King wanted to escape, he knew it had lost its fighting spirit. Rank 3 Wolf, Enslavement Gu Go. Fang Yuan willed. His only rank 3 Wolf, Enslavement Gu flew out, turning into a light smoke that enveloped the Wind Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King howled. Its soul struggled and actually held on to the light smoke, not submitting to Fang Yuan's pressure. Humph! Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. He had 100-man soul. He was not afraid of this contest of souls. As expected, the Wind Wolf King resisted for a while, losing and submitting to Fang Yuan. This person's soul is so strong, he might have 100-man soul, someone exclaimed. With such enslavement path attainment, it is not strange for him to have 100-man soul. Someone retorted, like Jiang Baoya, Yang Ping, Ma Zun, they all have 1,000-man soul. After successfully planting the wolf enslavement Gu, Fang Yuan obtained his first 1,000 Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King howled. The wolf group immediately stopped moving. The noisy battlefield suddenly quietened down. The remaining 1,000 or so wind wolves changed their allegiance and joined Fang Yuan's side. This way, Fang Yuan's wolf group doubled in size, reaching over 2,400. My luck is good this time. If not for these Gu masters restraining me, I would have to pay an even greater price to subdue this Wind Wolf King. Fang Yuan rode the hump wolf, slowly walking towards the hill. Gu Guang's group held their breaths. This person in front of them would decide their life and death. As Fang Yuan got closer, Gu Guang stepped out of the crowd and covered his chest with his right hand, bowing deeply to Fang Yuan, saying loudly, "Respected expert, I admire and fear your strength. Right now, our lives are in your hands. Whether we live or die, we will listen to you. We have no objections." He, young warrior, I have seen your battle earlier. You are as valiant as a stallion. It reminds me of myself when I was young. Fang Yuan sat on the wolf's back, laughing heartily and looking at everyone warmly. You are the first batch of people I saw after leaving Poison Grassland. I am very happy to be able to return to this land. Don't worry. I, Changshanin, am not a ruthless person." Hearing Fang Yuan's words, the Gu masters laughed, completely relaxing. Their primeval essence was lacking. If Fang Yuan wanted to kill them, they would not be able to retaliate. Sometimes humans were more dangerous than wolves. If they met a demonic Gu master, their outcome might be even more miserable. Right now, everyone was rejoicing. They felt that they had met a righteous expert. "Benefactor Changshanin, I am Gu tribe's young tribe leader. You saved my life. Please give me a chance to be grateful. Let me invite you to our tent as a guest. I will do my best to entertain you." Gu Guang invited sincerely. Of course, gratitude was a part of it. The other part was because of Fang Yuan's strength. The chance to make friends with such an expert was not only good for Gu Guang, but also for the entire tribe. "Gu tribe?" Fang Yuan pondered for a while. "All right, I have used up all my Yuan stone. I also need to replenish my Gu worms. I need to rest for a while." He expressed his needs in his words, hinting at Gu Guang. Chapter 444. Fang Yuan followed Gu Guang's group towards the west. They had hump wolves, and their speed was not slow. Along the way, the group's atmosphere was harmonious. On one hand, Fang Yuan wanted to get close to them. He had some ulterior motives. On the other hand, Gu Guang wanted to befriend them. He had respect in his heart. Northern Plains people were brave and fierce, but they were straightforward and forthright. If you did not have strength, Northern Plains people would look down on you. It would be hard to befriend you. But if your fists were strong and hard, Northern Plains people would respect you. When you were angry with them, their passion would let you understand what was called regret, not having met earlier. In just 2 days, Fang Yuan and Gu Guang were on good terms. Fang Yuan wanted to use Gu tribe as a springboard to truly integrate into Northern Plains. After all, Changshan Yin had disappeared for over 20 years. He had to let the people accept his sudden return. At the same time he lacked Yuan stone and defensive Gu, he needed to trade for them. Fang Yuan did not find any defensive Gu worms on Changshan Yin's corpse. It should have been destroyed in the battle with Ha-Tu Gu. Gu Guang was also filled with gratitude, reverence, and curiosity towards Fang Yuan. Gratitude because Fang Yuan saved his life. Reverence because along the way, Fang Yuan controlled the wolf group and displayed top-notch attainment. Moreover, his casual pointers were able to break through Gu Guang's cultivation bottleneck. He had the demeanor of a senior and the bearing of an expert. Curiosity because Fang Yuan's words touched on the past, his tone was filled with emotions, and his gaze was filled with the vicissitudes of life. He was evidently an expert with a story. Gu Guang naturally had the desire to investigate, but he did not dare to ask. 5 days later, the group returned to Gu tribe's camp. The camp was huge. There was a row of thick mud walls erected on the periphery. The mud walls were 6 feet tall. It was lush and green. Dark green vines intertwined and spread, and under the large leaves were clusters of purple, grape-like fruits. These were not fruits, but would path divine confusion Gu. When attacked by a group of beasts, these purple grapes would explode into liquid. When the liquid fell on the bodies of the beasts, they would lose consciousness and their bodies would sway. They wouldn't even be able to stand properly, let alone attack and fight. Behind the earthen wall was a towering watchtower. There were usually 3 Gu masters stationed on the tower, 1 defensive Gu master and 2 investigative Gu masters, taking turns to keep watch. The camp's gate opened and many Gu masters came out to welcome them. "The young clan head is back. The young clan head is back." Young clan had just left a few days ago and he's already back? I heard they encountered a wind wolf pack and almost lost their lives. Luckily, they had enslavement path experts to help them. Is that the middle-aged man? All these wolves were following him. Amazing. I wonder which tribe's expert is he from? Before Fang Yuan and the rest even got close to the camp, they met a patrolling Gu master. Therefore, someone had already gone back to report in advance. Because of this, the news was leaked, and many people pointed at Fang Yuan with great curiosity. Some children shouted excitedly and jumped at the back of the group. Fang Yuan sat on the hump wolf's back, looking at Gu Guang waving to the crowd. Every time he waved, the crowd would cheer. It could be seen that this young man had great prestige in Gu tribe. From the conversations along the way, Fang Yuan had thoroughly understood Gu Guang. He was Gu Yao's elder brother, a typical Northern Plains man. He was forthright and loyal, regarding honor and glory as more important than life. He was courageous and brave. At the same time, the traditional concept of men being superior to women was deeply ingrained in his bones. Thus, he was extremely angry and disgusted with his sister's escape from the marriage. But this anger and disgust did not mean that the brother-sister relationship was shallow. On the contrary, if he knew that Fang Yuan was his sister's murderer, even if he had no primeval essence, he would use his teeth and limbs to take revenge on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had lived in Northern Plains for 500 years in his previous life and had a deep understanding of Northern Plains people. The group walked along the main path towards the center of the camp. There were many tents around, similar to the Mongolian yurts on Earth. These were the houses that mortals lived in. Many people heard the commotion and lifted the curtains. When they walked out and saw the wolf group beside Fang Yuan, their expressions changed. When they saw the young tribe leader, they quickly covered their hearts with their right hands and bowed to Gu Guang, greeting him loudly. In the southern border, mortals would kneel when they met Gu masters. But in Northern Plains, brave men only kneeled to heaven and earth, their ancestors and elders. Normally, they would not easily kneel, even if they met the tribe leader or elders. These people were all wearing ordinary leather robes. Some had better family circumstances. The women wore jewelry, while the men had gold or purple threads embroidered on their clothes. Some had worse family circumstances. Their clothes were tattered and even patched, but this was much better than being a slave. Along the way, Fang Yuan saw that the people kneeling on the ground were all slaves. Most of these slaves did not have proper clothes. Their faces were sallow and their bodies emaciated. In Northern Plains, these slaves had very low status and their lives were miserable. In the hearts of Northern Plains people, raising slaves was equivalent to raising cattle and sheep. Slave trade was the most popular in Northern Plains. In Northern Plains, those who lived in tents were mortals. The tents were distributed outside the camp, while the inner area was where the Gu masters lived. If a beast group attacked the camp, the mortals would be the first to suffer. After Fang Yuan's group walked past the tents, they arrived at the Gu masters' area. The Gu masters on the grassland did not live in tents, but in Gu houses. A Gu house was a house made from Gu. A simple Gu house was just a Gu. A more complex Gu house was built by combining many Gu together. In the southern border, large caravans that traveled in the mountains and forests also had Gu houses. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, Jia Clan's caravan carried a Gu house using a woodpath Gu, 3-star cave. It was 18 meters tall, a giant tree that reached into the sky. The tree roots were thick and strong. The branches were like entangling dragons and snakes. A small portion was exposed on the surface, while the rest were deeply rooted in the ground. The tree trunk had 3 layers, and on the surface of the trunk there were windows. Its defense was not something a tent could compare to. When used, the logistics Gu master would plant it and infuse it with primeval essence, causing it to grow. When reclaimed, it would form a seed. But in Northern Plains, ordinary Gu houses were all towering trees like 3-star cave. Such a tall tree could easily be struck by lightning during a thunderstorm. Thus, the first Gu house that Fang Yuan saw was the most commonly seen house, Lizard Gu, in Northern Plains. This was a rank 2 Gu. It looked like a lizard with different colors, the most common being dark green, sky blue and milky white. Its body was huge, comparable to a bus on Earth. The two eye sockets of the lizard were made into windows. The two sides of the lizard also had windows. The lizard was lying on the ground, opening its mouth and revealing a door. After pushing the door open, there was a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor were rooms. At the end of the corridor was a toilet, temporarily storing excrement. When the tribe set off, the lizard would crawl up and move forward with its thick limbs. When there was too much excrement in the toilet, these lizards would defecate, raising their tails and exposing their anus, excreting all the excrement. The families living in the goo house had at least one goo master. The living environment here was clearly of a higher level than the tent area. At the entrance of the goo house, there were often big stomach horses with the reins coiled around the lizard's huge teeth. A few families even had hump wolves. After Fang Yuan and the rest passed through these lizard house goo, they saw the goo house mushroom forest. This goo house was formed by planting a large number of mushroom room goo. Every house was a giant mushroom with a fleshy gray conical roof. It could slide down the rain without attracting lightning strikes. It was also very stable in the strong wind. The mushroom's thick cylindrical roots were the white walls. There were also windows on them. Several mushroom room goo were placed together, forming a unique small courtyard. Dozens of mushroom room goo were planted together, forming a grassland, forming a small garden. Those who lived in the mushroom forest were mostly clan elders or wealthy goo masters. Hearing the movement of Fang Yuan and the rest, the windows of these mushroom rooms opened, revealing the faces of northern plains women and children. Some lively children even ran out and touched the fur of the wind wolves or poison-bearded wolves. They were much bolder than the children of mortals. Benefactor Changshan Yin, our Gu tribe's main tent, is in front. Guguang spoke. The group came to the center of the camp. There were hundreds of mushroom room Gu here. An old man who looked very similar to Guguang led a group of Gu masters and welcomed them. Fang Yuan guessed that he was Gu tribe leader, and to show his courtesy, he got off the hump wolf. The old tribe leader quickly walked to Fang Yuan. Placing his right hand on his chest, he bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. Esteemed expert, you saved my son. That is equivalent to saving the future of our Gu tribe. Please come in. We have prepared high-quality horse milk wine. The cows and sheep are also being roasted. We will also have people to feed your wolf group. All right. Fang Yuan nodded, following Gu tribe leader into the largest mushroom forest. In the mushroom forest, in the largest mushroom room Gu, everyone sat down. The fragrant horse milk wine was placed in a leather bag, held by a beautiful young girl, standing behind everyone. Large amounts of delicacies were served on the table. Not long after, there were people carrying roasted whole sheep and cows to the center of the room. Gu tribe leader personally got off a seat, coming to the center of the room. He used a dagger to cut off the eyes of the cows and sheep, then cut off the meat on their backs and chests. Next, he placed them on a golden plate, holding them with both hands, and personally brought them to Fang Yuan's table. Benefactor, please. Gu tribe leader raised his wine cup, standing in front of Fang Yuan, toasting him. Northern Plains people respected good men the most and were very hospitable. In Northern Plains, if the host toasted to the guest and the guest drank it all, it was a sign of respect to the host. On the contrary, if the guest did not drink, it was a sign of disdain. When Fang Yuan drank the whole bowl of horse milk wine, everyone in the room cheered loudly, and the atmosphere started to heat up. After Gu tribe leader toasted, it was Gu Guang's turn to toast, and Fang Yuan drank it all in one gulp. Next, it was the other elders' turn to toast. Fang Yuan drank it all, showing a heroic spirit that made everyone even happier. After 3 rounds of toasts, the atmosphere in the room was already heated up. Benefactor Changshan Yin, your name sounds familiar. Are you a member of the Chang clan? I have acquaintances in Chang tribe. My second daughter is married to Chang tribe. Maybe we are even relatives. Gu tribe leader put down his wine cup. His face was slightly red, but his eyes were shining brightly. Gu tribe leader, I know what you want to ask. I am from Chang tribe's Yuan Feng branch, the Shan generation, the only son in the family. My father is Chang Xingchen, and my mother is Chang Chui. Fang Yuan sighed, replying in a melancholic tone. Gu tribe leader's eyes opened wide, looking at Fang Yuan in shock. You are really warrior Chang Shanin. Chapter 445. When old Gu tribe leader heard Chang Shanyan's name from his subordinate's report, he was puzzled. Now, at the banquet, after getting confirmation from Fang Yuan, he was very excited. The group of elders also let out exclamations of admiration. Chang Shanin! Gu Guang sat at the side, speaking in a puzzled tone. You are still young. It is natural that you do not know. Gu tribe leader sighed, instructing. Son, quickly toast to Chang Shanin. He is not only your benefactor, he is also the hero of our northern plains. Old tribe leader. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, putting down the wine cup in his hand. I am not a hero. I am only a wanderer in dire straits. Maybe it is the blessing of longevity heaven that allowed me to escape from the brink of death. But after sleeping for 20 years, when I woke up, everything had changed. I am an unfilial son. I have no face to return to the tribe. Saying so, Fang Yuan's tears flowed down. The elders sighed. Old Gu tribe leader quickly consoled him. Benefactor Chang Shanin, what are you saying? If you are not the hero of our northern plains, then who else is? In the past, Hatugu's bandits were so savage. Countless tribes were robbed by them. The weaker tribes were even slaughtered by them. Not even their cows or sheep were spared. You killed them. You got rid of a huge threat for northern plains. Your mother was harmed by scoundrels. It was not because you were unfilial. On the contrary, your virtue and righteousness are widely known. We all know about it. Your return is a blessing for our northern plains' righteous path. Lord Tribe Leader is right. To think that Sir is Chang Shanin, it is our honor to see the hero today. That's right, the hero Chang Shanin has returned. It is a great blessing for our righteous path. The clan elders praised him one after another. Gu Guang's eyes shone. Only now did he know that Fang Yuan had such a huge background and so many stories. This further increased his admiration towards Fang Yuan. Let bygones be bygones. Everyone, it is fate that we met. Let us drink. Fang Yuan did not want to talk about this. He knew about Chang Shanyan's past, but it was best to avoid it. He had a melancholy air about him. Everyone observed his expression and did not mention the past, only talking about the banquet. After confirming Chang Shanyan's identity, Fang Yuan was warmly received. The banquet lasted from morning until late at night. Many elders were drunk. If not for Fang Yuan pretending to be drunk, he would not have been able to get away. On the second day, Gu tribe leader invited Fang Yuan to a banquet. Benefactor Chang Shanin, this is a small gift to thank you for saving my son's life. Before the banquet started, the old tribe leader gifted Fang Yuan 1,000,000 primeval stones. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. He did not expect there to be so many gifts. Gu tribe was only a small to mid-sized tribe. They were financially strapped. This could be seen from the layout of the camp and the clothes of the people. He was poor now. These northern plains yuan stones could solve his urgent need. He immediately accepted it. Good tribe leader, I did not save Gu Guang for this money. But to speak the truth, I have clean sleeves and am lacking yuan stones. I will not stand on ceremony. I will definitely repay Gu tribe's kindness. Hearing Fang Yuan's last sentence, Gu tribe leader, Gu Guang, and the elders laughed. To be able to befriend an expert like Chang Shanin, to have a relationship with such a hero, it was something that small to mid-sized tribes like them had always wanted to do. The banquet continued. The atmosphere was even more lively than yesterday. Yesterday was the first time they met, but today both sides were familiar with each other. Fang Yuan toasted everyone, remembering the names of every elder. This made all the elders feel flattered. They felt even closer to Chang Shanin. During the banquet, some were curious about Fang Yuan's experiences. Fang Yuan said the words he had already prepared in front of everyone. It was probably the same words he used to deceive Gu Yao, but it was more accurate than deceiving young girl. The main point was his cultivation. Because of his injuries, he had fallen from rank 4 peak stage to initial stage. There were no flaws in his words. Everyone exclaimed and sighed. They felt even more admiration towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was sighing. He did not care about his past achievements. His gaze was filled with vicissitudes, and his tone was melancholic. Gu tribesmen saw that the legendary hero had such a painful side. Such a side, they felt sad and sympathized with him. They felt even closer to Fang Yuan. On the third day, Gu tribe continued to invite guests, showing great enthusiasm. An unfamiliar elder appeared at the banquet this time. He was in charge of Gu tribe's intelligence. When Fang Yuan came to the camp, he was ordered to lead a group to search for Gu Yao. "Sai, it's all my fault. I have an unruly little girl. I have spoiled her too much. This time, she actually ran away from the marriage." Gu tribe leader sighed. "That's right, big brother Chang Shanin. You have returned from poison grassland. Did you see my sister on the way?" Gu Guang asked. Fang Yuan had no hesitation. His expression was very natural as he replied, "Apologies, I had wolves as my companions along the way. You are the first batch of people I met, so I feel very close to you." Gu Guang was only asking casually. He did not have any expectations. Furthermore, poison grassland was so big. It was normal that Fang Yuan did not meet her. Even if he did, it would be a rare thing. "There is no news of my insensible sister now. I really don't know where she escaped to." "Sai, now it is troublesome. Man tribe leader's second son Manduo is the one who asked for her hand in marriage. Now that she ran away, Manduo will not be able to get her. He will probably vent his anger on our Gu tribe." Gu Guang frowned, sighing deeply. The other elders' expressions also sank. These days, Man tribe had been pressuring them more and more. What they did not know was that Chang Shan-in, whom they had warmly received for the past 3 days, had already killed Gu Yao. Trees die when moved, but people live when moved. "Brother Gu, why are you so reluctant to leave this place? There is only over a year left until the blizzard. Your tribe can move to the north, participate in the heroes' assembly, and attach to the Huang Jin tribe. That way, you can hide in imperial court, blessed land when the blizzard arrives." Fang Yuan urged. It was not easy to survive in the Gu Master world. The environment was cruel. In southern border, people set up villages and easily attracted beast tides. But northern plains had no mountains to rely on. It would be baptized by the blizzard. Every 10 years in northern plains, there would be a huge blizzard that engulfed the whole of northern plains. At that time, for several months, the sky would turn dark and snow would fall everywhere. The cold wind was biting cold like a knife. Pure white snow covered the sky and covered the earth. The whole grassland would freeze into a world of ice and snow. Every time there was a snowstorm, a large number of living beings would perish. Wolves, foxes, eagles, flowers, and grasses, as well as humans, were not spared. Especially in the blizzard, large numbers of wild beast goo worms would be born, possessing great offensive power. Often, after a blizzard, a large tribe in northern plains would be reduced to a medium-sized tribe. When a medium-sized tribe was reduced to a small-sized tribe, the losses in population and casualties would be huge. Old Gu tribe leader heaved a long sigh. "Brother Shanin, I am already old. I no longer have the ambitions I had when I was young. Attaching ourselves to the Huang Jin tribe will drag our Gu tribe into the whirlpool of war. It is fine if we succeed. but if we fail, the consequences will be too severe. Our good tribe will have difficulty moving forward. We cannot afford it. The struggle for the imperial court is not something a small tribe like ours can participate in. Actually, the environment here is not bad. The land is fertile and the plants are plentiful. Especially in the vicinity, there is a Hong Yen Valley that is spewing out earth fire. During the snowstorm, my clan will move into the valley and we will be able to get through this. But Hong Yen Valley was tightly controlled by the overlord force here, Man Tribe. If Good Tribe wanted to enter Hong Yen Valley, they would have to discuss with Man Tribe. Man Duo's marriage proposal from Gu Yao was a very good opportunity. For the benefit of the entire tribe, sacrificing a daughter's happiness in marriage was a very good deal for old Gu Tribe leader and Guguang. For the sake of the collective, sacrificing individual benefits. This was the most common phenomenon in the system. But now that Gu Yao had escaped the marriage, there was no news of her. Man Tribe had been pressuring for her, but Gu Tribe could not hand her over. Fang Yuan heard Gu Tribe leader's words and immediately understood the other party's intention. He wanted Man Tribe. He understood this very well, but felt pity in his heart. The Heroes' Assembly was his next destination. If the other party migrated, he could still travel together, and the risk would be much lower. At the mention of the Blizzard and the Man clan, everyone's spirits dropped. Brother Shan Yin, do you really not want to return to Chang Tribe? Old Gu Tribe leader asked. Of course not, if I return. Wouldn't my impersonation be exposed even more easily? Fang Yuan thought this, but he said, Sai, with my current situation, I have no face to face my fellow tribesmen. Old Gu Tribe leader nodded, expressing his understanding and also some sympathy. Chang Shan Yin slept for 20 years. When he woke up, everything had changed. His mother died. His wife remarried his brother. Chang Tribe became his sore spot. It was normal for him to not be able to face them now. At the banquet earlier, Fang Yuan had mentioned that he wanted to go to the Heroes' Assembly and at the same time recover his cultivation. Brother, if you really want to participate in the Heroes' Assembly, just the wolf group in your hands is not enough. Why don't you stay for a few days and rest? The old tribe leader suggested. Fang Yuan nodded, not being polite. I have the same intention, but I will have to trouble everyone. Not at all. It is our honor that you can stay here as a guest. The old tribe leader laughed, expressing his welcome. Guguang also laughed. In a few days, it will be the good day for the nearby tribes to open their markets together. Uncle Chang can go take a look. Like this, Fang Yuan stayed. A few days later, the Gu tribe broke camp and headed towards the southwest, meeting up with the other large tribes. A huge market was quickly formed between the tribes. Chapter 446. Come, 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 have a taste of this fragrant rice cake. Selling tea, top-grade tea bricks. Ah, Sioux family's horse milk wine, 10 years old. Anyone who drinks it will know. Messy stalls were set up everywhere, and the air was filled with fragrances. The sounds of shouting and bargaining rose and fell one after another. Fang Yuan walked among them. The surrounding people were rubbing shoulders with each other. The festive atmosphere was intense. Not only did they sell food, they also sold robes. There were ordinary sheepskin robes, dogskin robes, and slightly higher quality cowhide robes. There were also beautiful fox, snow robes, and the wolfskin robes that soldiers often wore. Children lingered around the food stalls, while men squatted in front of the stalls selling ironware to bargain. Women chose agate, gems, pearls, and jewelry made of gold and silver. Continuing to walk inside, Fang Yuan saw a hastily built plaza. In the plaza, there were huge wooden cages filled with people. Outside the cages, there were specialized Gu masters guarding. A fat man with a fat waist was shouting with all his might, selling slaves, 5 male slaves for half a yuan stone. Fang Yuan took a glance and knew this was the popular slave trade in northern plains. These people were the other tribes that were annexed after the war. After being captured alive, they lost their freedom and became goods. Inside the cages, there were children who were as skinny as sticks and men who were chained and kneeling with their heads lowered. Of course, there were women. The fat man shouted for a long time. His forehead was covered in sweat. Seeing that everyone was just watching, he rolled his eyes and opened the wooden cage, pulling out a woman with a face full of dirt. "Quickly, look, this is a good woman." With a ripping sound, he tore the woman's tattered robe, revealing her breasts. "Look, what a plump chest." Next, he turned the woman around and slapped her, but in front of everyone. "And look at this. What a fat, but it can give birth. If I buy it, I can give birth to babies and even do manual labor." During the whole process, the woman's expression was numb, like a puppet being manipulated by others. The fat man shouted with all his might, finally causing a commotion among the crowd. Someone shouted, "How much is this woman?" 3 taels of primeval stones. Only 3 taels of primeval stones. The fatty immediately raised 3 thick and short fingers. 3 taels of yuan stone was not even half a yuan stone. However, the person who had just asked the price shouted, "What? 3 taels? Are you trying to rob me? If I had this money, I might as well save another 2 taels and buy a horse with a big stomach." Fatty's oily face immediately trembled, and he spat at his feet. "Bullshit. Buy a woman to ride on the bed. Buy a horse with a big stomach. Although you can ride it, can it give birth to a baby? Pauper, if you don't want to buy, then scram." The fat man was a rank 1 Gu master, while the person who was scolded was a mortal. He immediately shrunk his head and slipped away. Fang Yuan took a few glances at it with interest before withdrawing his gaze. The slaves that the fatty was selling were only mortals, so of course they wouldn't fetch a good price. But if it was an inhuman, it would be much easier to sell. If it was a Gu master, it would be a high-level slave with the highest price. Looking at these slaves, Fang Yuan could not help but think of Ma Hongyan. This person was born as a slave and had heaven-defying luck. First, he participated in the battle as a slave. In the end, his tribe was routed, and he saved the young tribe leader by a freak combination of factors while escaping. Thus, he made a great contribution and was given the surname Ma, no longer a slave. He became an ordinary mortal in the Ma clan. To make a living, he went out to hunt, but because his skills were not good, he had no gains. On the way back, he tripped over a rock. He smashed the rock fiercely and found a white-silver relic Gu under the rock. He offered the Gu worm to his tribe's young tribe leader. The young tribe leader needed this white-silver relic Gu and was overjoyed. Not only did he heavily reward Ma Hongyan, he even gave him a chance to cultivate. Ma Hongyan opened his aperture and had great aptitude, but he did not have any powerful Gu worms. He was often bullied by the surrounding Gu masters and once was kicked into the river. In the end, Ma Hongyan, who did not know how to swim, was filled with water and floated downstream along the rapid river. Downstream, Sheng tribe leader's 3rd daughter, Sheng was bathing and was seen by Ma Hongyan. According to Sheng tribe's tradition, the beautiful Sheng tribe female genius, Gu master, had no choice but to accept her fate and become his wife. Ma Hongyan obtained great help from Sheng and never lacked Gu worms and yuan stone. Sheng even stole the tribe's treasure Gu for him and raised his aptitude to a grade. After this matter was exposed, Sheng tribe leader did not want his daughter to marry such a poor lad and secretly sent an expert to kill Ma Hongyan. In the end, this expert had a dispute with someone on the way and was killed by another expert. Ma Hongyan and Sheng became husband and wife and was placed in an important position. Sheng tribe members were jealous of him and plotted against him. He had no choice but to escape to poison grassland, and when he was about to be killed by the poison beard wolves, he found Changshan. After he saved Changshan became his loyal subject. Just like this, relying on his shocking luck, Ma Hongyun climbed up step by step and even became the lord of the imperial court. After He Lolan's death, he became the overlord of the imperial court for over 100 years. Afterwards, he obtained thieving heaven demon Venerable and giant sun immortals' inheritances and became a Gu immortal. He was even given a blessed land by a Gu master. When the flames of war burned the world, Ma Hongyun became one of the pillars of northern plains, resisting the Central Continent Army, and was in the limelight. At this time, Ma Hongyun should be 13 years old already. It is a pity that I do not know his true identity. Ma Hongyun is only a name given to him by Ma tribe after he saved Ma tribe's young tribe leader. Ma tribe is one of the Huang gene bloodlines left behind by Giant Sun, and in order to fight for the imperial court, they have been expanding and annexing many tribes. I wonder if Ma Hongyun has become a slave of Ma tribe now. Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts and found himself at the entrance of a gambling den. There were couplets on the door. On the left side, show a little courage, get 4 seasons. On the right side, display your skills, get wealth in all directions. On the horizontal side, luck changes. The gambling den's business was very good, and even Fang Yuan was moved. With my many years of experience, I might be able to make a small fortune. This thought made Fang Yuan laugh. He then thought of Ma Hongyun. This extremely lucky lad was cheated by someone who gave him the lowest quality rock to gamble. But in the end, he actually got a rank 5 Gu through pure luck. Fang Yuan still had matters to attend to and was not in a hurry to enter the gambling den. He walked past the entrance of the gambling den and entered the central area of the market. This place was much quieter, and the human traffic was much less. Almost all he could see were Gu masters. Even if they were mortals, they were the Gu master's followers, following beside the Gu master with their heads lowered and holding things in their hands. There were also some young masters and young ladies who had yet to awaken their apertures. Although there were no guards, but between mortals and Gu masters, there was naturally a clear division between them. The formless threshold formed by the difference in strength, separating the 2 different lives. Fang Yuan walked leisurely, and everywhere he went, Gu masters looked at him with reverent gazes. Those who walked in front of Fang Yuan all stopped and gave way. Behind him, some whispers could be heard. Why is there a rank for expert? This person looks unfamiliar. He doesn't seem to be from any of the large tribes. Be careful. Every time the market opens, there will be many demonic Gu masters coming in to sell their loot. Rank 4 and rank 3 were on different levels. Rank 3 was the cornerstone, and the elders of the large tribes were all at this level. Rank 4 was the expert among Gu masters, and most of the tribe leaders were rank 4. Thus they could move unhindered in the mortal world. The aura of rank 4 initial stage made his every movement attract everyone's gazes. Some were reverence, some were curiosity, and some were wariness. This place specialized in Gu master businesses. There was a Gu refinement workshop that specialized in refining Gu for Gu masters and also sold and purchased recipes. Fang Yuan lacked wolf enslavement, Gu's recipe, and after a few trips, he successfully bought a recipe from rank 1 to rank 3. Rank 4 recipes were always guarded by the large tribes and were rarely seen in the market. Next, Fang Yuan went to a restaurant, but he did not find any top-quality wine. He came to the largest shop. Esteemed expert, your presence is our shop's honor. Please come in. The shopkeeper was a rank 3 old Gu master, and he personally came out to welcome him. I need large amounts of wolf enslavement Gu. Fang Yuan went straight to the point. All right, please go upstairs and discuss. The old man led Fang Yuan to a private room on the 3rd floor. To Fang Yuan's surprise, this shop actually had a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, priced at 70,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan immediately bought it. After some haggling, Fang Yuan bought 5 rank 3 wolf enslavement goo, and 38 rank 2 wolf enslavement goo. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands in joy, knowing he had met a big customer. Esteemed customer, what else do you need? Please let me know. What defensive goo do you have here? Fang Yuan asked. The old man reported a list of goo worm names, and Fang Yuan shook his head slightly. There was a rank 4 goo, but it did not fit his enslavement path. The rest were all ordinary goo worms. Next, Fang Yuan asked about flying goo. Flying goo were rare because flying techniques were hard to achieve. Under normal circumstances, only outstanding disciples of large tribes would be nurtured from a young age. But this way, they would have the resources of the tribe and would never lack flying goo. As for other goo masters, they would rarely try flying. The shopkeeper said proudly, "Customer, you came to the right place. In the entire market, only my shop has a rank 4 flying cloud goo." But Fang Yuan shook his head. Although flying cloud goo was strong in flying, its turning ability was poor, and its speed was average. It was suitable for goo masters who were not good at flying. To him, it was better to use the rank 3 eagle wings goo, allowing him to turn freely in the air. After buying an eagle wings goo, Fang Yuan asked about the bone bamboo goo and ghost fire goo. He needed these 2 goo to repair the rank 5 goo battle bone wheel. In the end, there were many rank 2 ghost fire goo in the shop. On the contrary, there was not a single rank 1 bone bamboo goo. The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. "Customer, I am sorry. All the bone bamboo goo in the entire market have been bought by the external elder that Man tribe recently recruited. Not only this shop does not have any, other shops also do not have any." Chapter 447. Man tribe controlled Hongyan Valley and had won several battles in recent years, expanding rapidly. Northern Plains was different from Southern Border. Southern Border was a mountainous area, easy to defend and hard to attack. A long journey would result in huge losses. Southern Border's clans operated slowly accumulating resources. They moved steadily and had pure bloodlines. But Northern Plains was a grassland. Battles were frequent. Northern Plains clans flourished quickly, but also declined quickly. A few victories could allow a small-scale clan to expand into a medium-scale clan. A medium-scale clan could expand into a large-scale clan. It could also cause a large-scale clan to split into many smaller clans after a huge defeat. Man tribe had recently annexed Sher tribe. Sher tribe's elder Sher Wu had become Man tribe's external elder. He was a bone path goo master. He was the one who bought all the bone bamboo goo in the market. It was said he wanted to research a new bone path recipe. Fang Yuan noted this person down and asked the shopkeeper about soul path and strength path goo worms. "My shop has rank 1 gene strength goo. It can increase a goo master's strength by 1 gene. Each goo is sold for 220 yuan stone. There is rank 2 strength of 10 gene goo. It can increase a goo master's strength by 10 gene. The price is 690 yuan stone. There is also rank 3 strength of June goo. 1 June is 30 gene. Each goo costs 4,550 yuan stone. Although we do not have rank 4 strength of 10 June goo, if a esteemed customer needs it, our shop can transfer the goods. Each strength of 10 June goo is sold for 36,000 yuan stone." The shopkeeper's mouth opened and closed as he skillfully listed a long list of prices. At the end, he added, "Of course, these are only Gene strength goo and June strength goo. If a esteemed customer wants to walk on the ancient strength path and need beast strength goo, our shop also has wolf strength goo. It can increase the strength of a wolf and increase endurance. We also have horse strength goo. It can increase the strength of a horse. It can be used best when running." Fang Yuan had used beast strength goo before, walking on the ancient strength path. Gene strength goo and June strength goo were the mainstream in the last few hundred years in Northern Plains. Right now, the strength path was declining. It was no longer glorious, but there was development. The one who made this contribution was a famous rank 7 Gu immortal in Northern Plains. Chu Du he was called Domination Immortal. He was the one who developed Jin Strength Gu and Jun Strength Gu. He even single-handedly refined the rank 6 Immortal Gu, strength impacting 1,000 caddies. 1 Jun was 30 caddies. Qian Jun was equivalent to 30,000 Jin. According to the legends on Earth, the golden cudgel of the victorious fighting Buddha only weighed 13,500 pounds. Erlang Shan's three-pointed, double-edged saber weighed 25,200 Jin. Chu Du became a Gu immortal 300 years ago. The recipes he researched were widely spread. Soon, it became the mainstream strength path in Northern Plains. Ancient strength path usually used beast strength Gu, such as Green Bull Labor Gu, Biao Strength Gu, Dragon Strength Gu, and so on. Because materials from the olden antiquity era were very rare now, the cost of Gu refinement was very high. As for Domination Immortal Chu Du's secret recipes, their advantage was that the ingredients were common and easy to gather. The cost was low, and the success rate of the Gu refinement was also higher than Beast Strength Gu. Northern Plains was probably the place where Strength Path was the most popular in the 5 regions. Northern Plains was embroiled in battles all year round. Large and small battles were frequent, and the cost of strength was low. For low-rank Gu masters, the increase in battle strength was more obvious. Many Northern Plains Gu masters also cultivated Strength Path. They often fought fiercely and exhausted their Jinchi. At this time they needed to fight. Strength was very important. There was a saying on Earth, war was the catalyst for the advancement of technology. This saying, in this world, it was quite suitable. Northern Plains was also a place where new Gu worms emerged endlessly. From that Sherwu elder who joined Man Tribe, one could see the trend of Northern Plains Gu masters researching new Gu worms. Domination Immortal later died in battle. He died at the hands of Feng Juga, who came to the lower realm from the celestial court. After his death, his descendants called him Afterglow of Strength Path. When news of his death spread, all the Gu masters in Northern Plains cried bitterly. Sigh, the heroes in this world are as many as the stars in the night sky. The geniuses are as many as the carps in the river. The 5 regions are too big. Even the size of Earth cannot compare to one of them. Especially in the great era 500 years later, dragons and snakes will rise, heroes will compete, old monsters will come out one after another, and new talents will emerge one after another. Countless heroes, ambitious people, different temperaments of the righteous path and demonic path, will collide with each other, engaging in intense battles of life and death. It is truly an unparalleled spectacle and magnificence. I had secretly used old Pushing Gu earlier. Not only did I get rid of the bronze skin, essence iron bones, and golden steel tendons, I even got rid of the remaining Strength Path beast phantoms on my body. Firstly, these Strength Path beast phantoms originate from southern border Gu worms. They are suppressed in Northern Plains and are not practical. Secondly, once the beast phantoms appear, my identity will be exposed. My greatest advantage now is Dang Hun Mountain, the 500 years of experience from my previous life, and the Blessed Land's resources. I am suitable to walk the enslavement path. But enslavement path also has flaws. Thus I need to cultivate Strength Path to prevent beheading the leader tactic. Since I am wearing Changshanyan skin and have to integrate into Northern Plains, I might as well choose Jun's Strength Gu. Fang Yuan's thoughts flickered before he made up his mind, ordering the rank 4 strength of 10 Jun Gu from the shop owner. Next, he looked at Soul Path Gu worms. There were many more Soul Path Gu worms than Strength Path Gu worms. There were Ghost Fire Gu, Ghost Cry Gu, Ghost Face Gu, Ghost Axe Gu, and others used for offense. There were Ghost Cage Gu, Ghost Hand Gu, Ghost hit wall gu used for imprisonment and confusion. For defense, there were ghost divination coat gu, soul shield gu, and others. For healing, there were ghost chi gu, ghost sob gu, and others. For reconnaissance, there were ghost eye gu. For movement, there were soul flying gu and elusive, ghostly gu. There were also ghost soldier gu, ghostly impermanence gu, chi travel ghost, 9-child ghost mother gu, and others used enslavement path. This was the aura of the great Tao. Strength path was already declining, while soul path had not declined for a long time. This could be easily seen from here. Strength path gu worms only had Jin strength gu, Jun strength gu, and Beast strength gu. They were mostly used for offense. There were pitifully few in terms of defense, reconnaissance, and support. It was hard to form a complete set of pure strength path gu, but soul path gu worms were numerous and involved in all aspects. When they formed a set, they could amplify each other and achieve better results. Think of that domination immortal Chu Du. Even though he was a strength path gu immortal, he used other gu worms for defense, reconnaissance, storage, and so on. Fang Yuan came with a goal. He ignored the dazzling array of soul path gu worms and only focused on the gu used to refine the soul. There were no rank 4 gu worms, but there were a lot of rank 3 gu worms. There were divine soul gu, dragon soul gu, ice soul gu, dream soul gu, moon soul gu, general soul gu, grudge soul gu, poem soul gu, horse soul gu, heroic soul gu, chi soul gu, body soul gu, cloud soul gu, wind soul gu, tiger soul gu, and so on. These gu worms could refine the soul, and they all had their own advantages. For example, by refining the soul and forming an ice soul, the gu master would have a huge boost when using ice-type gu worms in the future. Cloud soul and wind soul also had similar effects. If he used dragon soul gu to form a dragon soul, he would be able to use dragon strength gu, dragon scales gu, dragon travel gu, and so on in the future. There would be benefits. Fang Yuan looked around and saw that there was nothing more suitable for him. He chose wolf soul gu in his plan. Since ancient times, enslavement and soul were inseparable. Enslavement path was originally a branch of soul path. Later on, gu masters combined it with immemorial wisdom path and made enslavement path truly independent. Beast enslavement gu and slavery gu were used to control the soul. They were rulers of the mind. If Fang Yuan could refine a wolf soul, it would be of great help to him in enslaving the wolf group. Rank 3 wolf soul gu, one sold for 7,700 yuan stone. Fang Yuan went on a shopping spree, emptying the store's inventory and buying all 8 wolf soul gu. Wolf soul gu's effects could be stacked. A rank 3 wolf soul gu was not enough to refine Fang Yuan's 100-man soul. Wild gu worms had their own will and were hard to refine. But the gu worms Fang Yuan bought had already been refined by others. After the transaction was completed, these gu worms became Fang Yuan's. He stored these gu into his aperture. After leaving the store, he went to another store. The important ones were rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement gu, as well as rank 3 wolf soul gu. 1 million yuan stone was not much, but the gu worms Fang Yuan wanted to buy were all common rank 2 and 3. He also wanted to buy rank 4 gu, but this market was too small. There were few rank 4 gu, and none of them were what he wanted. After 3 days, Fang Yuan became a celebrity in the market. Every store knew that there was a rank 4 expert buying gu worms in bulk. On the 5th day, Fang Yuan spent 500,000 to 600,000 yuan stone lavishly. In the meantime, he would go to the farms in the market. On the farms, many livestock were sold, and the most popular were big stomach horses. Even mortals needed this kind of horse, and those who bought hump wolves as battle mounts were all gu masters. There were also many gu masters who caught wild beasts to sell, like wild bulls, wild horses, eagles, and so on. And in the grassland, The most commonly seen wolf was naturally among them. Fang Yuan asked around for prices, comparing goods, and gradually found a group of thick-back wolves. Fang Yuan had poison-beard wolves and wind wolves. Poison-beard wolves were hard to replenish, and their battle strength was weakened during the day. They were destined to be eliminated. Wind wolves excelled in speed, while thick-back wolves had thick skin and flesh. If they could be replenished and paired with the wind wolves, they would be able to form a proper wolf pack. But on the 9th day, Fang Yuan unexpectedly found a young, mutated beast hidden in a group of water wolves. He immediately bought this group of water wolves without batting an eyelid, obtaining a small bargain. The market lasted for a total of 13 days. After Fang Yuan bought over 1,000 water wolves, he bought many materials for gu refinement, as well as food to feed the gu worms, and left the market on the 10th day. After this purchase, he only had over 3,000 yuan stone left. He spent money like water. Gu Guang clicked his tongue, inwardly admiring Chang Shanin. His heroic spirit surpassed ordinary people. Fang Yuan followed Gu tribe, returning to their original location and setting up camp. He concentrated on cultivating, using wolf soul, gu to refine his soul while refining gu. After 2 failures, he succeeded in refining rank 3 golden back wolfskin gu into rank 4 azure wolfskin gu. Azure wolfskin gu was used for defense, and although it was a common item, it made up for Fang Yuan's lack of defense. On this day, he finished refining his soul and stopped cultivating when he heard cries coming from outside. What happened? He pushed open the door and asked the guard gu master. Chapter 448. After more than a month, Gu Yao's death was finally discovered by Gu tribesmen. When the news spread, many Gu tribesmen cried. Although Gu Yao was usually difficult, she had a kind heart and was the beauty of Gu tribesmen. Everyone liked her. She had many suitors in Gu tribesmen. "My daughter, it was I who harmed you." Gu clan's old clan leader was so dejected that he fell ill. Gu Guang became the acting tribe leader, with the other tribe elders assisting him. Gu tribesmen were filled with grief. Their mood was heavy. Gu Yao's death had a huge impact. Man tribe leaders, second son man duo, fell in love with Gu Yao at first sight and had been asking for her from Gu tribe. Now that Gu Yao was dead, where would Gu tribe find her? Man tribe was a large tribe. They had expanded rapidly these years, swallowing many small tribes. After several victories, Man tribe's morale was high, and they were even more imposing towards the fallen Gu tribe, constantly pressuring Gu Guang after several negotiations. Gu tribe was a tribe that had migrated here. They were not as large as Man tribe, and after losing their home, they wanted to rely on Hongyan Valley in the blizzard. Thus, Gu Guang was in a very passive situation. He was badly battered. In the room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes slightly opened. On his right palm, there was a wolf soul gu. This gu was only the size of a thumb. It looked like a gray wolf puppet, silently emitting an eerie blue light. This is the 9th wolf soul gu. Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence, and the wolf soul gu expanded, turning into a gray wolf soul in a few breaths of time. The wolf soul opened its mouth, letting out a silent howl as it charged towards Fang Yuan's body. This collision was silent, but Fang Yuan felt that his body and mind were shaken. He was dazzled. The wolf soul collided with his soul, and the 100-man soul that was originally in human form tumbled, losing its human form and tangled with the wolf soul, forming a rolling soul fog. The soul fog did not dissipate, but moved around in Fang Yuan's body. Sometimes it showed the wolf head, wolf tail, and sometimes it turned into Fang Yuan's form. After 5 minutes, the soul fog stabilized, turning back into a human soul. However, this human soul had changed again. Fang Yuan's original 100-man soul was exactly his original appearance. His ears, nose, and eyes were exactly the same. However, after using the wolf's soul Gu 9 times, although the 100-man soul was still in human form, it had a pair of wolf ears on its head. Its long hair hung down to its waist, and its eyes had turned into a wolf's eyes that were filled with wildness. His entire body became thinner, and his nose became taller. Originally, his 100-man soul was huge, almost bursting out of his skin. But now it was much more condensed, and the color of the soul had changed from its original pale white to a deeper grayish white. Feng Yuan estimated that by the time he used all the wolf soul goo he had, his 100-man soul would be condensed to its limit. At that time, his entire soul would become half human and half wolf, commonly known as the soul of a werewolf. The werewolf soul was several times stronger than the original 100-man soul. After obtaining the werewolf soul, Feng Yuan could once again strengthen his soul, raising his 100-man soul to a 1,000-man soul, or even 10,000-man soul. Of course, 10,000-man soul was not the limit. There was still 100,000,000-man soul, and so on. In theory, the soul can become infinitely stronger. Back then, spectral soul demon Venerable, who created the soul path, had a soul that definitely surpassed 100,000,000-man soul. His demon, Venerable soul, had 1,000 arms and 3 heads. The front head had dragon horns, lion mane, snake eyes, and elephant tusks. The left head had a peach forehead, grass hair, and 3 flower-like eyes. The right head had cloudy hair, lightning eyes, fire ears, and a golden mouth. It was unbelievably strong, its might vast and boundless. Even now, this image is still worshipped and superstitious by many people. In southern border, there are many mortals who use clay to make statues that look exactly like it and worship it. Spectral soul demon Venerable's soul was clearly the first in history. Feng Yuan's current werewolf soul was like an ant under the feet of a giant. It still needed to grow. After resting for a while, Feng Yuan took out the strength of Tenjun Gu. This gu was like an iron weight. It was very heavy in his hands. Feng Yuan bought a total of 5 strength of Tenjun Gu. Now that he was using the third one, his strength had risen to 20 Jun, which was 600 Jin of strength. The rank 4 strength of Tenjun Gu was slightly weaker than the same rank beast strength Gu, but it could be stacked. Earlier, Feng Yuan had used a Kunlun bull strength Gu and obtained the beast phantom of a Kunlun bull. But when he used a second Kunlun bull strength Gu, there was no effect. It would not create another beast phantom. But Jun's strength Gu did not have this restriction. It could be stacked continuously until it reached its limit. Of course, although Feng Yuan had 600 Jin of strength, he could not use his full strength normally. The common weakness of strength path, Jun's strength Gu, still existed. Otherwise, Domination Immortal Chu Du would not be called the afterglow of strength path, but the rise of strength path. Of course, the same beast strength Gu could also stack their strength, but they needed additional beast fetus Gu. There were many recipes for beast fetus Gu that had been passed down. Even if there were, the materials for Gu refinement were scarce. The cost of Gu refinement was too high, and the success rate could not compare to Jun's strength Gu. Thus it was gradually eliminated. Feng Yuan mobilized his primeval essence and injected it into Jun's strength Gu. The Jun's strength Gu flew above his head and let out a profound light. The light covered Feng Yuan's body, slowly and steadily modifying his body. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Next, a voice was heard. Uncle Chang Shanin, nephew Guguang requests an audience. Feng Yuan brought him in, but saw Guguang's face was covered in dust. There was a white bone feather arrow in his shoulder. He was in a sorry state. Seeing Feng Yuan, Guguang knelt on the ground. His eyes were red as he pleaded, "Uncle, please save nephew again." Feng Yuan's gaze shone. He had a guess in his heart, but he asked, "What happened? Could it be that Man tribe is going to attack Gu tribe's camp?" Guguang answered, "Uncle is half right. It is Man tribe's trouble. Man tribe leader's second son, Manduo, heard that my father is bedridden and often unconscious, so he brought a group of Man tribe warriors to challenge me, asking me to hand over my sister Guyao. But my sister is already dead. How can I hand her over? No matter how I explained, that man Duo Kid did not believe me. According to the rules of the grassland, we have to accept the challenge. Right now, he has already killed 3 of our tribe elders and injured 3 others. Even I was defeated. Fang Yuan thought in his heart, as expected, Man tribe had been pressuring them day by day. They could be said to be overbearing. Good tribe was very tolerant, but it had instead encouraged Man tribe's arrogance. Although Fang Yuan had been cultivating all day, he was not working behind closed doors. He was very clear of the outside world situation. Speaking of which, Chang Shanin has returned to Northern Plains. He needs a bigger stage to appear. I might as well use this chance to announce the return of the hero of the past. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan helped Ge Guang up, saying, I have been staying here for the past few days. I have troubled Ge tribe. I cannot just watch by the side. Quickly bring me there. Uncle, nephew thanks you. Ge Guang was overjoyed. The 2 quickly went out, but before they reached the camp, they heard cursing outside. Gu tribe is full of cowards. Quickly come out and accept your death. This was the voice of a young man. Man Duo, don't go too far. A Gu tribe elder shouted angrily. Hee, so what if I bully you? Wolves hunt their prey. Eagles bully birds. This is a matter of course. Quickly hand over Guyao. Otherwise, I will continue to challenge you until I kill all of you. Despicable. If it was the old tribe leader, would you dare to do this? Gu tribe elder retorted. Man Duo was furious. Humph. You are the despicable ones. You agreed to the marriage, but you can't hand her over now. Going back on your words. I know you are hiding Guyao, trying to stall for time. Earlier, you said she was escaping the marriage. Now you say she is dead. Do you think I, Man Duo, am an idiot? A little rabbit dares to play with tigers and wolves. You will have to pay with your life. Sure Wu, continue to fight, challenge me. Gu tribe, quickly send your people up. Ha ha ha. Gu tribe elders were pale. They looked at each other. No one dared to go up. Sure Wu was a burly man with a bald head and a fierce face. He walked up the stage with a sinister smile. He was a rank 3-peak stage Gu master. He had great strength. The elder that Ge tribe sacrificed was killed by him on the spot. He walked around the center of the stage, looking at Ge tribe's huge camp. Why is no one going up? Don't tell me you're afraid. Gu tribesmen were furious. Countless pairs of eyes spewed fire as they stared at Sherwu. Gutless cowards, let me give you a little more courage. There are 100,000 yuan stones here. Whoever dares to win against me, I will give all these yuan stones to them. No one from Gu tribe responded. Sherwu laughed maniacally. Gu tribe, you are just a bunch of rabbits and sheep. Have you laughed enough? With Ge Guang leading the way, Fang Yuan walked out of the crowd with a plain expression. Sher Wu's laughter stopped. His pupil shrunk as he looked at Fang Yuan in shock. Rank 4 Gu Master. Who is this person? Not only Sher Wu, but Man Duo and the others also had the same question in their minds. Gu tribe still has a hidden rank for Gu Master? Man Duo felt something amiss. The reason he came to find trouble this time was to take advantage of the fact that the old Gu clan leader was bedridden. But to think that Ge tribe had a second rank for battle strength expert. Before I came, I had already investigated. Where did this expert come from? With such doubts, Man Duo jumped down from his horse. He changed his attitude, placing his right hand on his chest. He bowed towards Fang Yuan. Friend, you are not from Ge tribe. Why are you here? Fang Yuan looked at Man Duo. He felt this young man was interesting. He first learned of Man Duo's existence from Gu Yao's description. Man Duo was the third son of Man tribe leader, but he had been sickly since young. His aptitude was not good. He was only C grade. He was over 20 now, but only had rank 2 cultivation. He was dark and skinny, like a monkey. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.